There is no Antimemetics Division. Part 1. The Antimemetics Division of the SCP Foundation is one devoted to researching and containing anti-memes, anomalies that erase themselves from all perception. It's a category of anomalies that I've looked at multiple times before, even doing a whole video on antimemetics. But this will be a series of tales that make up a single story about the division and its chief, Marion Wheeler. As you can imagine, it's going to get pretty weird. I'm going to be tackling this one more like an audiobook, reading most of the narration as is, and folding in the dialogue into the narration. I'll throw in a few editor's notes here and there, though. With that, let's take a look. We begin with an SCP article, although it's likely quite familiar for most SCP fans, but it's worth a refresher since it's pretty plot-critical. It's SCP-055, a self-keeping secret, or anti-meme. Information about its physical appearance, nature, behavior, and origins is self-classifying. It is not indescribable or invisible, as individuals are perfectly capable of entering the container and observing it, taking mental or written notes, making sketches, taking photographs, and even making video recordings. An extensive log of such observations is even on file. However, any information about the object leaks out of a human mind soon after such an observation. Individuals tasked with sketching a copy of a photograph of it are unable to remember what the photograph looks like, as are researchers overseeing these tests. Security personnel who observe it via closed-circuit television cameras emerge after a full shift exhausted and effectively amnesiac about the events of the previous hours. A great deal of scientific data has been recorded from 55, but cannot be studied. At least one attempt has been made to destroy it, or possibly move it from containment at Site-19 to another site, meeting failure for reasons unknown. It's possible that 55 has killed many hundreds of personnel, but the Foundation wouldn't know it. One agent realizes that they do remember that it is an anti-meme, and that doesn't get wiped, so maybe they could try remembering what it isn't. In a test, a personnel member was able to exit and recall that the object isn't round, but nothing else. Personnel involved with studying it have reported moderate levels of disorientation and psychological trauma associated with cycles of repeated memory and forgetfulness of the object, but no long-term behavioral or health problems were observed, and psych assessments of survey personnel showed consistent reports of this distress fading over time. It's recommended that at least one staff member capable of remembering the existence of 55 is posted to each critical site. With that, we can begin the story proper. Chapter 1. We need to talk about 55. Can I smoke? This time the receptionist narrows her eyes at Marion and says no, she can't smoke anywhere on Site 200. Just because it's an administration building doesn't mean they don't have lungs, or labor law. Marion notices the exasperation on the young woman's face, and remarks that she's asked her this before, hasn't she? The receptionist replies that it's been twice in the last quarter hour, so she must really need a smoke. She's genuinely puzzled at the repeated question, and she's doing a bad job of concealing her puzzlement. Marion says that she thinks this is like Memento, and that she thinks Marion has no long-term memory, and if she stays in one place for too long, she forgets why she's there. The receptionist is only just old enough to remember that film, so she hesitantly says that she guesses. Marion smiles sympathetically and shakes her head. It's nothing so simple. Minutes pass. She toys obsessively with her lighter. She's turning 50 this year and slowly graying, well on her way out of petite towards little old lady. In her bag, her phone beeps because it's time for a pill, but she tells it to remind her later. There is a slight tremble in her fingers, but that's not age-based infirmity, that's just ordinary nerves. She's nervous because she's here to meet an 05, and 05s are scary, O5s never want to see you for a small thing. It's the end of the world, or nothing. Finally, 40 minutes late, the door to the inner office opens. 4 or 5 high-ranked Foundationers spill out, carrying laptops or briefcases. As a group, they head straight past reception and out to cars which are waiting. Marion recognizes a few of the faces. The Site 19 site director, the head recruiter for Western Europe. None of them glance in her direction. Once they're gone, 058's assistant pokes his head around the door. He's 20-something, improbably youthful, like a teenager stuffed into one of his dad's business shirts. His haircut is barely regulation. In one hand, he holds a tablet computer showing his boss's day planner. It's packed. The man evidently does not sleep. The assistant tells Marion that she can come through now. The office door closes behind them with an unusually heavy mechanical clunk, as if the whole thing is part of a machine built into the office walls. While Marion takes the indicated chair and sets her bag down, the assistant turns and does some confusing additional things to the door, causing it to make several further strange noises. O5s have non-trivial privacy and security requirements. The office is spacious, but somehow contrives to be dark despite 2 big corners of window and broad daylight outside. The walls are all bookshelves and dark wood paneling, perfectly stylish, but a style from the 90s, a little worn and not yet old enough to be fashionable again. As for the fellow behind the desk, well, an O5 never looks like you imagine. Marion takes a deep breath and asks what the topic is, as she didn't get any agenda or subject. Looking to her right, she notices that the assistant, without saying anything or making any undue noise, has set his tablet down on a table, produced a gun, and aimed it at her head. Marion stops talking. She sits still in her chair for a little while, absorbing the change of pace, letting her heart rate rise to a hummingbird's and then start to flatten again. She licks her lips and grips the armrests, otherwise staying perfectly still, waiting for another prompt. The assistant's face is totally neutral now, like this is just how meetings go. Maybe it is, for people up here. 058 finally speaks, asking her who she is. Marion blinks and then says, "Oh God." 058 rephrases, reading off her personnel information. Marion Wheeler, 49, with loving husband and 2 boys in tow. Likes camping, hiking, and ornithology. Boring mother with perfect, airtight background and financials, as far back as they can examine. And she has full Foundation credentials, which they've never issued, including access to a list of installations and rooms, some of which don't exist, or were torn down decades ago. At least one hasn't been built yet she's got the front door key to it. That's before they get to her SCP access control lists, which he can only term as egregious. So she's a spy, and her objectives are misaligned with theirs, and Clay wanted to cut an MTF loose on her, but he was able to bring him around. He talked him into a face-to-face, as he thought there was a slim chance that if they locked her in a bomb-proof room and asked politely, she'd have the good sense to spare herself the rest. Marion has long since stopped listening, and now calls him a dullard, stating that she's his chief of Antimemetics. Clay just replies that they don't have an Antimemetics division, but Marion insists that they do. 058 says that they have a Memetics division, a telecontainment division, fire services, Ops A, Ops B, personnel, D personnel, and 24 others, but they don't have an Antimemetics division. Marion asks if they have an irony division, and then asks why they think the Antimemetics division wouldn't show up in the listing. Clay doesn't take his eyes off of her, and says to 058 that this is just a cover story. A good one, but she's had it worked out in advance. The 05 tells him to lose the gun, and he grudgingly does so. Marion relaxes fractionally and explains that there are SCPs with dangerous memetic properties. There are contagious concepts which require containment just like any physical threat. They get inside your head and ride your mind to reach other minds. 058 agrees, as he could name a score of SCPs fitting this description without even thinking. Marion continues, saying that there are SCPs with antimemetic properties. There are ideas which cannot be spread. There are entities and phenomena which harvest and consume information, particularly information about themselves. You take a Polaroid photo of one, it'll never develop. You write a description down with a pen on paper and hand it to someone, but what you've written turns out to be hieroglyphs, and nobody can understand them, not even you. You can look directly at one and it won't even be invisible, but you'll still perceive nothing there. Dreams you can't hold on to, and secrets you can never share, and lies and living conspiracies. It's a conceptual subculture of ideas consuming other ideas, and sometimes segments of reality. Sometimes people, which makes them a threat. That's all there is to it, really. Anti-memes are dangerous, and they don't understand them, therefore they are part of the problem. Hence, her division. They can do the sideways thinking that's needed to combat something which can literally eat their combat training. 058 stares back at her for a long moment, while Clay fidgets, disliking and distrusting the story. He tells Marion to name an antimemetic SCP, so she mentions SCP-055, to which he retorts that there is no SCP-055. She argues, but he insists, as SCP numbers aren't assigned sequentially. There are gaps, and that number hasn't been assigned. It's not superstition, as they have enough to be concerned about without arbitrary numerological mysticism. They have SCP-666 and SCP-013, but there's no SCP-001, and there's no 055. 058 then tells him that he should look at this, and he turns his monitor. Clay bends over and reads it from top to bottom. Stunned, he scrolls back and reads it all a second time. 058 notes that the file's dated from 2008. It's got all the right flags and signatures. It's keyed and coded. It's real. Clay asks him if he's seen it before, but he never has, as far as he can remember anyway. On the other hand, if the content is accurate, both of them have probably seen it dozens of times. Clay glares at Marion, remarking that this isn't possible, and Marion nearly spits. She asks how long he's been working here. 058 just asks who wrote the file, how was the interview conducted, who is Bartholomew Hughes, and most importantly, how did Marion retain knowledge of any of this? Marion just says that Bart Hughes wrote the file, but he's dead now, and they don't want to know how. There's a very long pause while both of them react to this. In fact, they pass through a long, discrete sequence of reactions. Indignation at the seeming rudeness, confusion at Marion's incaution in front of sinister superiors, surprise at the magnitude of the claim, pure disbelief, comprehension, and finally horror. 058 carefully asks what would happen if they did know. Marion replies that it would happen to them as well. As for the rest of their questions, they manage that pharmaceutically. The Foundation has amnestics, for people who very badly need to forget things, but in Antimemetics, they have a different pill, for people who need to remember things that would otherwise be impossible to remember. Nestics, Class W, X, Y, and Z. In her bag, her phone beeps again, and with a nod of approval from the 05, she turns her phone off and pulls out a blister pack of pills. They're hexagonal and green. She holds it up, and is satisfied to see a flicker of recognition on 058's face. He's beginning to put it back together. She explains that these are Class W nestics, the weakest, suitable for continual use. 2 pills per day, and they can go down to the site pharmacy and ask. The pharmacist will claim that they don't stock any such things, but they're misremembering, so tell them to double check. 058 sighs and says that now he thinks he gets it, and can see why they're having this conversation at all. Marion pops out a second pill and hands it over to him, telling him that this is because he missed a dose. He's supposed to be on these, the same as her and everybody on her staff. It's the only way they can work. He forgot to take a pill, and then he forgot all the information that the pills were helping him retain. He forgot why he was taking them, who gave them to him, and where to get more. He forgot about her and her entire department. And now she has to bring him up to speed. 058 asks if he takes this, he'll remember this whole conversation and they won't have to have it again. Marion just says, hopefully not, and Clay asks if he should be taking those. 058 just tells him that it's need to know, so maybe when he's an 05 himself. The two swallow their pills, and 058 asks what SCP-055 is. Marion relaxes and says that SCP-055 is nothing. As described in the file, it's a powerful information auto-suppressor. As far as experimentation is uncovered, it can only be defined in negative terms. They can only record what it isn't. They know that it isn't safe or Euclid. They know that it isn't round or square or green or silver. They know it isn't stupid, and they know it isn't alone. What they do know is that it's weak, because it's the only antimemetic agent in their possession which has a physical entry in the files. They have paper records of the thing, and containment procedures. It's not safe, which means it's dangerous, but it's contained. 058 blinks and asks where they have procedures, and Marion just points to her head. He then asks how many other anti-memes are there, and how much more dangerous do they get. Marion replies that she knows of 10, but statistically there's probably at least 5 more that she doesn't know of. This doesn't count the antimemetic entities freely roaming the halls, not under containment. There are at least 2 in this room with them right now, but she tells them not to look, as it's pointless. 058 does an impressive job of controlling himself, keeping his attention focused on her. Clay doesn't fare so well, and quickly sweeps the whole room, even checking behind his back. He finds nothing, and looks baffled. She mentions that there's an invisible monster which follows her around and likes to eat her memories, but she's learned to manage with it. It's like a demanding pet. She produces tasty memories on purpose so it doesn't eat something important, like her passwords or how to make coffee. Clay asks what the other one is, and with another nod from 05, Marion goes to her bag again. This time, she pulls out a gun and shoots Clay twice in the heart. More aghast than in pain, Clay collapses sharply against the bookcase behind him. He pulls his head to face Marion and asks how she knew. She stands, aims more carefully, and shoots him again, this time in the head. 058 again does an impressive job of not reacting, and remarks that that's Clay's gun, that she stole from him. She explains as she unloads it that it's tricky to steal a firearm this heavy from someone without them noticing, but it's a little easier to steal a firearm and then steal their memory of the theft. Like she said, a pet, and some pets are dumb enough that they can be trained. 058 replies that much he guessed, but why? Marion says that it's because he was supposed to be taking Class W Nestics, and you can't skip a dose. She's tried. You can postpone it, but you can't forget unless someone actively prevents you from taking it. There's only one person who could get close enough to him to do that, and that's his assistant. When she asked him how long he'd been working here, he didn't answer. The 05 thought she was being rhetorical, but he doesn't work here. He's an anti-meme. She asks him since when did he have an assistant, and tells him to look around this office. It's got one desk, and he's got a receptionist outside that screens his calls and schedules his meetings. Where would Clay even sit or fit? She tells him not to blame himself, as he's human, and these things are redaction incarnate. You need to think like a space alien to get around them. 058 asks if he's dead, which in any other workplace would be absurd. Marion replies, maybe. She can put his corpse in their research queue and they'll see what they can see when they open him up. There's a duality here, though. They're like parallel universes sharing the same space. It's conceptual versus concrete, figurative versus physical. It's very unusual for things to cross over, and she doesn't know what Clay was, but he had a human body, which instantly makes him weird, even by their standards. As ever, the search for stalemate continues. She'll let him know if they get any closer. 058 asks if there's any side effects of these pills, to which she just says nausea, dramatically increased risk of pancreatic cancer, and very bad dreams. Chapter 2: Introductory Antimemetics. Junior researcher Kim's been working for the Foundation for all of 4 hours, and he feels pulverized, as if an anvil were dropped on his head in that first introductory lecture. It's lunchtime, and he's found a corner so far back in the cafeteria that nobody bothers him, where he can chew and swallow non-anomalous food, drink apocalyptically strong coffee, and digest the hard lessons of the morning. On his Foundation-provided phone, he pages fretfully through the few SCP files for which he has clearance. Most of them have to be jokes. That's how they read. Like very bad, dark, frightening jokes. Kim's one of 11 junior researchers in the new intake, and the other 10 are sitting in a separate group at a separate table, chatting animatedly to one another. There are some instructors here and there, munching sandwiches. Other than them, the cafeteria, large enough to seat 200 people or more, is deserted. To Kim, that seems odd. Site 41 is large, 3 skulking buildings with significant basement space buried casually in the forests of central Colorado. Where is everybody? A man in a gray suit walks into the cafeteria, makes eye contact with Kim, and strides purposefully over. The man's suit is sharp enough to cut. He wears a tie pin and a platinum wristwatch as big as a brick. He looks badly misplaced. Site 41 is a working site. There's training, education, research, development, analysis, and even the containment of a very few safe SCPs going on here. Executives shouldn't ever be here. So what is he? A lost exec trying to find the helipad? Or a researcher or instructor dressing for the job he wants, not the job he has? He holds a hand out and remarks that it's a hell of a first day, introducing himself as Alistair Gray. Kim introduces himself as Paul Kim, and Gray asks about his accent and where he's from. Kim blinks and says he's from New York, before asking if he's the site director. Gray just replies that he seems on edge, and Kim says that figures, doesn't it? He must know how that intro goes. It's like an atom bomb to the ego. He just had almost everything he knows overturned, and it turns out that he spent his entire adult life being protected from dangerous knowledge, as if the whole outside world is a ball pit for under 7s. Stepping out of that has been humiliating to start with. He blinks again and asks Gray what he does here, as he didn't answer his question. Gray just responds that he didn't answer his. Kim begins to reply that of course he did, but then stops, his train of thought running off the end of the track into air. It's on the tip of his tongue, the answer to Gray's question, but he can't get the words out. That's weird, he remarks, shaking his head. He also notices at this point that Gray isn't wearing his badge. This could be an honest mistake, albeit an extremely serious one, but surely executives don't get to the executive level without being scrupulously correct in everything they do. Kim asks him again who he is, but Gray just replies that Kim's life story was fascinating. He spoke 4 languages, but only 1 now, and soon 0. Too huge an intellect to specialize, his education was a fusion of biochemistry and comparative literature. He felt as if he'd die if he couldn't find more foreign thoughts to cram into his head. He's been all over the world, hungry, and every country he's ever been to was like landing on another planet. He toys with anthropology, but there's too much world for one human race to ever understand, let alone one human. There's too much human race. They should pare it down. Kim nods and asks him to excuse him for a second. He then gets up and hurries to another table, to the instructor whom he met earlier that day. When he gets close to her, he feels a kind of staticky sensation building up. He tries to shake her shoulder and succeeds in moving it a little, but it's like reaching through tar. He shouts that there's a problem, an intruder, and it might be an SCP. She doesn't react. He tries the gaggle of fellow newcomers as well, but they keep chattering and hypothesizing, oblivious to him shouting and clapping in their ears. He looks back. Gray has stood up and started moving towards him, still with that confident smile. And there's definitely something wrong with him now, because he's visible through the tables, like an augmented reality hollow projection jammed inside Kim's eyeball. Kim realizes with a stab of fear that he can even see Gray when he blinks. His eyelids close, but Gray is still there, an apparition in what for all of Kim's life has been totally personal, private darkness. The only way he can avoid seeing Gray is to turn away, and even then he feels a radioactive prickling in the back of his eyeballs. Kim tries to phone one of the newbies, and the phone in their pocket rings, but other than that, nothing happens. Nobody reacts. He remarks that doesn't make sense. Gray asks him if he remembers his father, but Kim edges away and says that he never knew his father. His mother raised him. Gray's white smile is a fixture. He says that these people loved Kim's perspective. They were going to put him to work on anomalous antimemes, but they don't remember he exists. He doesn't exist. Kim says, mainly to himself, that there aren't any dangerous SCPs on this site, so either Gray is not dangerous or nobody knows he exists. If nobody knows he exists, then that means he's either brand new or... He trails off and asks what an anti-meme is. Gray just says hell of a first day again, and that Kim seems on edge. Kim bolts for the exit, turns a corner and runs 10 or 11 paces down the corridor to where there's an elevator. He stabs the down button and waits. The elevator door is highly polished, reflective. Kim catches sight of a face in the mirrored surface and nearly falls over with shock because it's a face he has never seen before, and it's apparently his own. Gray comes around the corner, still only strolling, just as the elevator cracks open. Kim dives in and punches the lowest floor, basement, at level 8. It's instinctive, although he could rationalize the decision in retrospect. He can't just get in his car and drive, as it's better if Gray stays on site than if he's set loose in rational reality. To do that, it's better if Kim retreats to the lowest, darkest corner of the site for which he has access, and then waits for Gray, and locks all the doors behind them, and waits to die. The elevator starts descending, and the apparition of Gray, visible through doors and floors, disappears upwards, shrinking with distance and perspective, but still smiling broadly down at Kim. He paces in the elevator. He doesn't remember what his face looks like. It said it had eaten all his secondary languages, but he doesn't remember learning anything other than English, so it's eating his memories. It's consuming information, and he can't contact anybody directly, which means he's on his own. He's not trained for this. He hammers his head once against the elevator wall and stares at his shoes. But he doesn't know that. What if he's been trained, but he doesn't remember his training anymore? What if he's been working here for years and he only thinks this is his first day? What if he's met this thing before? What if everybody on the site has met it multiple times and nobody remembers? Is this what an anti-meme is? Kim remembers the near-empty cafeteria and miles to totally unoccupied corridors and vacant offices and lab space. Maybe it's not just eating his memories. Maybe it eats people whole, removes them completely from history. Maybe it's been haunting this site for years, and that's why the site's so empty, because it's nearly finished exterminating them all. He needs to get help. He needs to warn somebody, but he can't talk to people. He can't phone them. He should write an SCP, but surely someone's already thought of that. He pulls his phone out and pulls out the listing. Nearly 10,000 SCP entries, with 100 of them tagged Antimemetics alone. He clears his mind and thinks. Gray, with an E. Grey. 4739. He pulls up SCP-4739. Editor's note. This tale was written before an actual SCP-4739 was written, so the two don't line up, but perhaps that's somewhat expected given the circumstances. 4739 is a Keter class, and the containment procedures state that the writer is disregarding the format, because time is a factor. If you're reading this, you've already been isolated from the Foundation at large. Attempts to signal for help are futile. You are now inside 4739's gullet, after ingestion and prior to digestion. You need to get to lab S041B08053 as soon as possible, and continue the research until you find a way to stop or kill Gray, before it kills you. Don't read the rest until you're in the elevator. The elevator doors open at basement level 8, and Alistair Gray is waiting, still smiling disarmingly. He steps forward. Desperate, Kim hurls his phone overarm at the creature's forehead. It's a solid chunk of metal, and it's a dead hit. Gray reels backwards and cracks his skull against the wall. By the time he recovers, Kim is out of sight, herring away down the left corridor, just echoing, fading footsteps on concrete. 2 45-degree turns, and room 53 is in sight, the door at the farthest end. It looks like a submarine bulkhead. He spots the keypad and tries 4739. It works, and the bulkhead mechanism takes agonizing seconds to open up. He hears Gray calling down the corridor, asking if he remembers his mother. Kim hisses under his breath that he never knew his parents. He was an orphan. For a split second, he wonders what Gray might really mean by that, but he doesn't have time to dwell on it. The bulkhead opens, and Kim slides in and pulls it closed behind him, locking the mechanism up again, as if that'll buy him even 1 second. The lab inside is sizable, windowless, of course, and stacked to the ceiling with a jumble of equipment which Kim hardly recognizes. There are pieces of thick shattered glass underfoot, and in the corner, a locked computer terminal. Kim unlocks it, and there's the same entry waiting for him. SCP-4739 is a powerful, slow-acting anti-memetic kill agent, taking the appearance of a male Caucasian business executive calling itself Alistair Gray. It is attracted to dense clusters of organically stored information. Essentially, extremely knowledgeable, complicated, interesting people. It isolates its victim from the outside world by enveloping them in an anti-memetic field, which makes it impossible for the victim, or anything done by the victim, to be perceived or remembered. It then consumes the victim's memories and knowledge until they become vegetative and die. This process takes between 15 minutes and 2 hours, and is described as being like Alzheimer's disease in fast forward. It is not believed to be sentient, although it imitates the behavior of a sentient being to the extent that it can appear sentient to the inattentive. Its victims are able to move and act freely, since it is impossible to escape once caught or to signal for help. Communications such as written notes, graffiti, and electronic mail do get sent and persist in reality, but its effect spreads with each message, making it impossible for an external observer to perceive the message until such time as 4739 catches them too. The entry, which you are currently reading, is created and maintained by victims of 4739, because it is only visible to victims of 4739. If you are reading this entry, it has caught you. You are now isolated from the Foundation at large, and constitute an effective Foundation of 1. You have between 15 minutes and 2 hours to reach Site-41, Basement Level 8, Laboratory 053, familiarize yourself with the existing research, and continue this research until you find a way to contain or decommission 4739, or more likely, die. If your field of expertise is not related to antimemetic containment, they sincerely apologize and advise you to start learning fast. 4739 has consumed 79 Foundation researchers since they started counting on August 3rd, 2013. If you are reading this entry for the first time, please add a mark. They estimate at least 50% of victims never make it as far as this database entry, so the true victim count is more than twice this figure. Kim screams at the terminal, asking how he kills it. He scrolls and scrolls through the research, which is chaotic and haphazardly arranged, because nobody has found the spare seconds to sort it out. There are dozens of separate lines of research, contributed in patchwork by a succession of victims, all ending with variations on the same final line. I'm going to try X. If you're reading this, X didn't work, and I'm dead, which means approach X is a dead end, and you have to think of something else. Nobody has succeeded in physically engaging with Gray. Nobody can stall it, evade it, slow it down, reason with it, or redirect it to some other target. People have tried poisoning their memories with indigestible ideas, drip-feeding their memories to Gray to slow him down, replacing their memories faster than Gray can eat them, and force-feeding him too many memories at once to overfeed him and blow him up. They've tried committing suicide by Class A amnestic overdose. None of it worked. More than 100 people, most of them apparently possessing doctorates, have slid into the maw of this thing, fought briefly, and with a greater or lesser degree of dignity, died. There are no remaining untried threads. Kim concludes that he's screwed. He glances up. Gray's not in the room yet, but Kim can see him strolling down the last stretch of corridor. He's a totally intangible being. Physical obstructions are irrelevant to him. He can't be hurt. Kim clutches the pocket where he used to keep his phone. He scrolls again, finding 3 or 4 sad, desperate wretches who died confronting Gray physically. Combat knife and Glock, baseball bat, which is still in the room, rolled under a table. One man, an elderly botanist far out of his depth, said he was just going to try whatever he could find that was heaviest. That explains the shattered CRT television and the light layer of thick glass on the floor near the bulkhead. There's even CCTV footage of the botanist's attempt. He accomplishes literally nothing. Gray is a holographic ghost, and the CRT drops right through him, imploding when it hits the floor at Gray's feet. The botanist spends the rest of the video's running time huddled in a corner, gradually losing his mind, while Gray watches placidly. The difference being, Kim realizes, a phone is a solid brick full of information. Before him, nobody tried using information as a missile. He searches for the experiments, several of them, scattered, where the victim tried to divert Gray to a different data source. The general idea seemed to be to overload Gray by pointing him at something containing too much information. The internet, or the terabit feed from a live particle accelerator experiment, or a stack of hard drives containing the first few quadrillion binary digits of pi. But nobody could figure out a way to distract Gray's attention. He would ignore prominently placed screens full of data. Data beamed at him electromagnetically had no effect. And nobody could figure out a way to tunnel the information in through the victim's mind as extra memories. It was written off as impossible, closed as a line of investigation. The hard drives, Kim finds, are right there on the workbench next to the computer. It's a half-rack unit, a cuboidal block of metalwork as big and heavy as a bowling ball. One of the most ineffective conceivable melee weapons. Kim snatches up the 3 longest pieces of Ethernet cables he can find and starts plaiting them into a chain. Then he remembers who he is, and where he is, and what his responsibilities are. He goes to the computer, adds himself to the victim tally, and writes up exactly what it is he's about to try. Because he might not be the last one, and the world needs to know that this didn't work. Gray comes through the lab bulkhead to find most of the equipment in the room toppled onto the floor to create room for the black and silver drive array that Paul Kim is whirling around his head on a 2-meter chain made of plated network cable. It makes a low thrumming sound as it whirls. Gray is not intelligent enough to stop moving forwards, and catches the array directly in the side of his head, rack mount point first, like a morning star. Gray absorbs a few trillion digits of the impact, but it isn't enough. There's a green snap of light and a noise like a subway train short-circuiting, and Gray's a pile in the corner, his head caved in and the drive array partially demolished in pieces around him. Kim decides that history can fill in whatever quip it likes best. Editor's note: my vote is for, that sure took a bite out of him. In the aftermath, Marion tells him that it was chewing its way up the Antimemetics division hierarchy. It was only a matter of time until it bit down on somebody dangerous. She congratulates him on demonstrating a basic level of competence when it counted. Dozens of others couldn't. Kim still feels rattled, but the shock is dissipating, faster than he'd expected. Marion Wheeler, it turns out, is the Antimemetics Division chief. She's Kim's new boss. Kim says that he wants to say it was dumb luck. He wants to say that he just threw his phone. It was instinct, it was muscle memory. It was his first day, and he got lucky as hell. He wants to say those things, but he's sitting here and turning those statements over, and none of them would be true. Marion waits expectantly and says nothing. She's not his new boss. She's just his boss. This isn't his first day at all. He's been working here for over a decade. He thinks he's been a professional antimemetics researcher since at least the mid-2000s. It's just that the first thing Gray ate was his memories of everything past the first day. Marion replies that she sees very little luck in what happened today. Instinct and muscle memory are just deep forms of training. Like she said, a basic level of competency. An ability to piece your own life and all of your past knowledge back together, faster than nearly anybody else. This is what they try to drill into them, and sometimes, thankfully, it takes. Kim continues, saying that this isn't even the first time they've had this conversation. There have been other incidents, with other SCPs with amnestic powers. She's sat there and watched him pull himself back together before. Marion admits that it hasn't gotten old, with something which might be approaching a smirk. He asks her how long it usually takes for him to recover, to which she says a few months, but if he wants the truth, people in this division are as competent on day one as they'll ever be. You come to the job firing on all cylinders, or not at all. The rest is just fine-tuning and chemistry. Kim replies that what she's actually saying is she doesn't care about his mental state, and she needs him back at work now. Marion nods, and says that she needs an updated SCP entry to begin with. He needs to nail down the model for Gray's predatory pattern and exactly how he defeated it. She wants him to work out what it did with the bodies, incinerated, disintegrated, or just left them lying around the site in rotting, perceptually cloaked heaps. And she needs countermeasures for when it comes back. Kim asks about it not being dead, but then says that he thinks he knows this one. It's coming back to him. Ideas don't die. Chapter 3. Unforgettable. That's what you are. Lynn Marness is more than 90 years old and hasn't stood at his full height in 10. He was a tower of a man in his prime, 2 meters tall and built like a boxer. Nearly nobody he ever met was able to look him straight in the eye, at least not and tell him no. Illness has gradually eaten away at that over the years. He feels as if he lives at the bottom of a deep bath, everybody he ever meets looking down at him from slippery, unscalable walls, none of them able to reach down to help him. He spent his final months crumpled up in bed like a dying spider, changing to a corpse's color ahead of time. It might have been bearable if he'd lost his mind, but he remembers what he used to be. A leader, a powerhouse. He used to be able to alter the course of terrible events for the better, to get justice. He used to protect people. A voice tells him that it's finished and that he can wake up now. But there's a warm wind through his thin, colorless hair, and there's direct sunlight coming down on him now, and the heat is filling him up like a tonic. He's outside. It's been too long since he was last outside. When he opens his eyes, he sees his lake, the one in the northwest which he used to have all to himself every summer. He's on a boat. His boat, lying on a blanket laid on the deck. A few kilometers away behind them is the little lake house, empty. It's perfect. He didn't know he had the strength left to safely leave the hospital, let alone travel this far. But if he'd put his mind to it and selected a final moment, this might have been it. The voice asks if he remembers her, and Marness looks, with eyes which are strengthening. The woman speaking is seated on the deck beside him, attentive. She has a large plastic box full of medical supplies open in front of her, and a light suit jacket laid on the deck beside it, and she has her sleeves rolled up so she can work. As he watches, she carefully disposes of a needle. A dim memory surfaces and starts taking shape. The woman is twice as old now as when he knew her last, and visibly twice as confident. It would be difficult to forget her. He taught her everything he could remember at the time. He remembers her as a field agent. He remembers sending her through hell a fistful of times. Marion. The woman softly explains to him that he died, surrounded by grieving family. They loved him very much, and they cried over him. The funeral for the fake is in a few days, but unfortunately he won't be able to see it himself. He's dead now, and this is what comes next. Marness calls her Marion Hutchinson, and he feels gold spreading through his bones. Miracle juice. It's Wheeler now, but she doesn't correct him. She says that when he retired from the Foundation, they did what they do to all of them who retire, what all of them agree to when they sign up. They gave him some medicine which made him forget. As he stepped out of the door for the last time, all the work he did for them, great work which saved lives, evaporated away, and his cover story sealed over those years became reality. That's why he's spent his whole retirement believing that he was a former section chief at the FBI. It's what he wanted, it's what they wanted, and it's what he agreed to. But he alone agreed to something else as well, and he must be starting to remember now what that was. She's injected him with a serum which throws the human aging process into hard reverse, and it affects everything: organs, tissues, memories. He'll be coming up on it soon, and she asks if he remembers. He croaks yes, dizzy. She continues, saying that he signed over his final 12 hours to them. He asked for a full and happy and well-deserved retirement, but now, for the last day, he works for them again, because of one particular job. She has it in writing here, and asks if he recognizes his signature and hers. He does. She asks if he remembers who he is, and he says Dr. Lynn Patrick Marness of the Foundation, Antimemetics Division founder. She smiles with relief, as it's good to see him again. She explains that they need some memories from him, memories which nobody else in the world has access to, and which are buried so deeply that they can't extract them without killing him. This afternoon, that's what they're going to do. They're going to extract those memories, and once they're done, he'll be dead. Marness has already begun to regress to the time when he himself set this wheel in motion. He remembers, very clearly, discovering the mystery in his own head, the blank spots which he couldn't explain, and couldn't safely access with any kind of chemical or physical technique. He remembers deferring the mystery until now. Marion then asks him what happened in 1976. Marness sits up, his skin beginning to clear and his breathing is improving. He feels as if his brain is cleaved in two by a wormhole, such that his eyes are focusing on different time periods. In his right eye, he sees the lake and the boat he's dying on. In his left, he sees a collage of electrifyingly familiar past faces and places. Bart Hughes, with his grin and thick glasses and baby face, looking like some kid dressed up as a Foundation researcher. The original Site-48 crew. Great techs, but a hopeless excuse for a softball team. Young Marion, with steel-strong nerves and a mind like a laser. Suits and lab coats and MTF operatives. And everywhere paperwork and floods of serial numbers. He starts to speak. 1976 was the year he founded the division. He brainstormed the whole thing in one legendary week, hammering out the science and then distilling the first chemical nestic with the help of a hand-picked trio of assistants, the first antimemetics researchers. No antimemetic SCPs had ever been observed up to that point. The entire operation was a shot in the dark, and yet the team immediately struck gold. Passive black holes of information, active predatory infovores, unrememberable worms which covered the human skin like dust mites, contagious bad news, self-sealing secrets, living murders, Chinatowns. Marion wonders if there might be something more serious awry with Marness's head. His version of events is hopelessly romantic. In Marion's experience, nobody looks back on Foundation work fondly. Marness says that it was all too fast. Special containment procedures take time to develop, much more time than he took. The Foundation as a whole acquires about a dozen new SCPs annually, and he found that many in 1 year, essentially single-handedly. It was too easy, as if he knew it all already, and was just catching up. And then one day, he realized that he couldn't remember his life before Antimemetics. He knew he'd been a Foundation operative for decades prior. That was where he got the authority to start his own division, but there was nothing else there. It was a wall in his mind, which even Nestics couldn't get him past. He went to the paper archives and looked at his own personnel file. Marness trails off, not because he's forgotten what to say next. It's deliberate. The trailing off is exactly what happened. He woke up back at his desk half a working day later, remembering nothing. He went through the loop a dozen times before someone realized what was happening and broke him out of it. Marion knows all of this. The file still exists, and the antimemetic effect still clouds the back half of it. All of this would be over in a second if any of that back half could be read. Marness goes on, saying that when he assembled the evidence, what he found was a hole, like a jigsaw with only the edges and corners. So he did the only thing he could do. He looked at the shape of the hole, and together with Bart Hughes and others, he formed a theory. This was not the first antimemetics division. Before 1976, there was another one. He was part of that division, and he possibly led it. Certainly, he is the only known survivor of it. Something happened to that team. Some antimemetic force chewed up and swallowed the idea of the antimemetics division itself. He was let off lightly. He lived. The rest of those people, whoever they were, however many of them there were, are missing without trace. Marion nods and says that this much they already know. She was there when he wrote the note. The question is known, but it's the answer that they can't get to without killing him. It's the answer that they've waited all these years to get at. She's here to ask him, what happened? Marness covers his right eye and grimaces, trying. He fails. It's not there. She hasn't sent him back far enough. There's still that wall there in his head. He remembers why the question exists, but he doesn't remember the answer. He needs more. Marion swabs his arm and gives him another 10 years. Editor's note. We're told in a footnote that Class X nestics were a failed eternal youth serum, rejuvenating both mind and body up to a triple-digit number of years, but the effects are temporary, wearing off in a matter of hours. Furthermore, as the drug wears off, the suppressed time reasserts itself all at once, causing a harmful whiplash effect on the subject's physiology. Rejuvenation up to 30 days is safe, but past that it becomes dangerous, and anything more than 16 to 18 months is always fatal. Its main use, therefore, has become its restorative effect on human memory, allowing Foundation operatives to accurately recall incidents involving memory-corrupting entities. This is why Marness is going to die today. Marness seems like another man once the second X dose takes effect. Wrinkles are sliding back up into his face, muscle mass is returning to his limbs, but it takes Marion a second to realize the real reason why. She's just boosted him back across the field desk-agent transition. Marness has regressed a little way past senior management, the realm where most problems were solved by saying the correct words, and into a time where he survived through physical fitness, situational alertness, and hands-on experience. Marness gets to his feet for the first time in years. He scans his surroundings, examining the placid, golden lake and the sky and the boat itself. He doesn't sit down again. He smooths down his hospital gown, wishing he had a sweater and, separately, some fishing gear. He brushes a hand through new, old hair. His sideburns are back. He says that they weren't Foundation at first. The first Antimemetics Division was a U.S. Army project. It ran parallel with Manhattan during World War II. They called themselves the Unthinkables. It began as an experiment in advanced propaganda. The objective was to cut through the physical conflict and find a way to rupture the ideological machine, to obliterate the idea of Nazism. After 2 years, enough theory had been developed that the task had been reduced to an engineering problem. Another 2 years, and the engineering problem had been reduced as well, and what they had built was a very special kind of bomb. Unfortunately, they didn't understand what they'd built. Back then, they didn't have the nestics or the shielding that they could use to protect themselves. They didn't understand how far ahead you need to think when you're working with this kind of technology. They got looped. It was textbook. They built the unthinkable bomb and test detonated it, and it worked perfectly. The bomb destroyed itself and erased its own successful detonation and flattened all the knowledge which had gone together to build it. They forgot that they had ever built the bomb at all, and started over. To their credit, they realized pretty quickly what must have happened. There was a 4-year gap in their progress now, and there was no other way to explain it. But by the time they put the pieces together the second time, the war was almost over. The Nazis had been defeated by conventional means, and the Japanese had been broken by the first atomic bombings. So they completed the second antimemetic bomb, and after that, they sat on it. Marion is silent for a long moment, before doubtfully saying that the US Army was secretly developing antimemetic weaponry as early as the 1940s. Marness replies that they sure were, with more than a hint of pride. Marion says that, of course, there's no one in the whole world who could back this up. Marness agrees, flashing a smile he hasn't flashed in decades. She only has his word for it. This is why she resurrected him, for the sake of one more good war story. Marion replies that she resurrected him because she wants a very specific question answered, although she can see in a way that he's already answered it. The old Antimemetics division bombed themselves, somehow. From context, she assumes that they knew what they were doing that time. She assumes it was not an accident. Marness says that it was not. After the war, the second bomb collected dust for years. They began sketching improved designs for a third bomb, but around that time, oversight was starting to flicker out. They completed their research and production objectives, and were given no further objectives. Funding became shaky, and they couldn't figure out why. It wasn't entirely clear that the project overseers knew what they were doing, or even that they remembered they existed. It was a side effect from the research, of course, one they had no way of managing at the time. In 1951, a cult movement began in Ojai, California. It was wrong. Everything about it was just wrong. In a matter of days, it was a national phenomenon and still growing. It was all over the news. To spread that far in months would have been credible, but days was simply impossible. The team could see that the philosophy behind the cult was unnaturally contagious. It was the opposite of unthinkable. It was unforgettable. They knew that this was what their bomb was designed for. They prompted the overseers for direction, but there were no orders. At the time that the outbreak began, they were a US Army laboratory, through and through. 8 days into the crisis, the Foundation acquired them. All the classified research, all the material resources, and all the compliant top staff, including him. Anybody who wouldn't comply was mind-wiped and sent back to the Army. 20 hours after the acquisition, they deployed the second bomb, and the cult was gone. Nobody remembered it. Nobody remembered being part of it. 0 loss of life. A completely clean detonation. Editor's note. This is referring to the Fifthis and SCP-1425 star signals, which would again resurge in 2005 in Ojai, California. Seems that the antimemetic bomb didn't quite snuff all that out. After that is when everything really kicked off. Once they started working for the Foundation, the pace of research ramped up. Every new technological advancement uncovered new hidden SCPs. He passed the Foundation field exams and went out catching ghosts. His life turned into the Twilight Zone. He then blinks hard, covers one of his eyes, then the other. He remembers all these different people now, and it feels like his memory is in stereo. Almost every antimemetic SCP they caught before the wipe in 76, they caught again soon after the wipe. That means he remembers 2 acquisition logs for each one. He remembers 2 antimemetics teams, and he doesn't remember who belongs on which side of the wall. He asks if she remembers Goldie Yarrow, the neurologist, or Dr. Ojibiru, or Julie Still. She just tells him that this is important, and asks if he's at the right place in his own timeline to remember what happened yet. Marness focuses, and he discovers that he is. Something changes in his eyes as he stops reminiscing. He speaks more slowly now, his voice dropping almost to a whisper. "There is an SCP which her division has never seen," he says. "The SCP which his division couldn't contain. The escapee. This is what she wanted, isn't it?" She replies yes. This is the data she's killing him for. She leaves a gap where, if she felt there was anything to apologize for, she would apologize. Marness locks eyes with her. It was eating his division alive. It came at them so hard and so fast that the only way they could stop it was to self-destruct, but they had no on-site nuke. And in retrospect, it is obvious to him, now, that this was because the SCP had consumed their site nuke first of all. If you know it exists, it knows you exist. The more you know about it, the more it knows about you. If you can see it, it can see you, and you can see it. She's been looking right at it all afternoon. Marion is suddenly acutely aware of her surroundings. There are only 2 of them on the boat. The boat is anchored more than a kilometer from any of the lake shores. She hasn't brought any backup with her. There's a radioactive prickling in her brain. Red flag. Why didn't she bring any backup with her? That doesn't make any sense. There should be a team at the lake house. There should be an MTF operative and a medic here on the boat with her, and a second boat at minimum. Is she all alone out here? Why did she do that? She pulls her gun, but she doesn't aim it at Marness yet. She asks him where it is, and if it's in him. Marness's voice is becoming urgent, and he covers both of his eyes again. He says that destroying all knowledge of it was the only way to destroy it, and restoring his memories was a foolproof way to bring it back. It's in his eye, she thinks. Most likely his left eye. Marion backs up to the other side of the boat, draws a bead on the center of Marness's head, and asks if he's still in there. Marness hisses that there's a way to fix this and drops to his knees. He keeps his eyes screwed up and gropes his way forward blindly on his hands and knees. She tells him that he needs to tell her what this thing is, but he replies that that's the opposite of what they need to do. She needs to set another bomb off. She begins to say that they don't have that bomb, as they lost that technology, but he cuts her off to say that they've always had it. There's an engineering lab in Site 41, an underground complex the size of a football field, in pristine condition and totally disused. That's where their bomb's installed. Marion argues that that just sets them back to square one. If she sets the bomb off, how do they contain this thing? Marness shouts that they won't, ever. They can't. The whole division is looped. They start the division, they run headlong into this thing, and either it eats them or they wipe themselves out in self-preservation. The idea of anti-memes is as old as forgetfulness itself. Humans have been looping through this problem over and over again since long before the 40s, maybe for centuries. His blindly probing fingers find the medical box, but it's too late. A waving black pedipalp coated in dark hairs forces its way out through Marness's left eye, and he screams. Still on his knees, he grasps it with both hands and tries to break it, but it's solid, as if it has bones inside it. Marion shouts at him, asking what the escapee is, as that can't be the whole story. She asks where it's from, what it wants. Can it reason? Can it speak? Marness just utters the word help before a second spider leg, significantly longer and spindlier, slides out through his trachea, ruining his throat and voice box and producing a gout of blood. He gurgles as a third leg shoots from his abdomen like a spear. Marion shoots him in the head, and he falls forward, limp, before rising back up, lifted by the 3 spider appendages as if he is a puppet being controlled by something gigantic and invisible. His arms raise as if suspended by wires. Marion squints and fires 4 more shots over Marness's head at the likely body mass of the invisible puppeteer, and fires the rest of her clip almost directly into the sky. The whole boat vibrates along with the surface of the lake, as if responding to infrasound or a localized earthquake. Then the boat shudders violently and starts to lift out of the water, raised by more unseen appendages. Marion holsters her gun and goes for the medical box herself, pulling it away from Marness's floating feet. There's a compartment with Class B amnestic, the fast-acting stuff, in serum form. She does a hurried burst of mental arithmetic, measures out the correct dosage in a syringe, and, hands shaking, plunges it into a wrist vein. The boat is still rising. Whatever the monster is, it's colossally tall, or maybe it flies. She is, of course, already dosed up to the eyeballs with nestic drugs. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to perceive any of this. Foundation medical literature warns in the strongest possible terms against putting both kinds of drugs into the same brain. Best case scenario, this ends with her in the hospital. They're 30 meters up in the air now, 10 stories. There's a stabbing pain developing in her left eye. She kicks her shoes off and throws the gun away. She goes to the edge and contemplates the drop for a disbelieving second. She jumps. It takes 2 heart-stopping seconds of freefall for her to hit the water. The chilled hammer blow of the impact is enough to blank her mind out. By the time she surfaces, she doesn't remember where she fell from, or why. And likewise, the skyscraper-sized being which claimed Marness in the boat has forgotten about her. What the hell, she gasps. There's nothing above her, no explanation. Only the symptoms of the drug cocktail give her any indication of what just happened. A sensation like hundreds of tiny lumps of hot solder in her brain, and pain and exhaustion spreading to all of her tendons. She wants to die. Swim, says part of her. Get to shore first, then you can die. The extraction team finds her around dusk, unconscious on the lake shore. They stabilize her in the helicopter, then take her to Site 41 for examination and to have her system flushed. She spends a solid 8 days at home, detoxifying. No nestics, no amnestics, no exposure to dangerous memory-corrupting SCPs, no work visitors. No work, the doctor also tells her, pointlessly. It isn't anywhere near the first missing event in her life, nor is she the first person in the Antimemetics staff to have such an experience, but the sensation is no less disturbing for its familiarity. As per procedure, she writes a report summarizing everything she can remember. The gap in her memory is about 13 hours. Then she adds her report to the extensive, complex map of missing time which the whole division maintains collectively. It is a map of holes, and the map is becoming large enough that very faint patterns are gradually forming. The outline of an enemy is becoming visible, or perhaps a group of enemies. When she quizzes the extraction team later, none of them remember who activated the emergency beacon which summoned them. In fact, the beacon itself cut out long before they landed at the lake. Marion compares the current size of her division with her best estimate of what it should be. Maybe she needs a few more key people here and there. So, assuming the division was fully staffed before the event, maybe those empty roles are the people who died this time around. Maybe one of them activated the beacon. A commendable act by someone now only known to exist because of that single act. It's weeks later still that Marion discovers the largest new hole in her memory. Who founded the division? When? Chapter 4. Case Colorless Green. Item Number: SCP-3125. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-3125 is kept inside Cognitohazard Containment Unit 3125 on the first floor of Site-41. This containment unit is a 10 meter by 15 meter by 3 meter cuboidal room, clad in layers of lead, soundproofing, and telepathic shielding. Access is through an airlock system at one end of the containment unit. This airlock is programmed to allow only one person to enter the containment unit at a time, and to remain locked until this person exits before allowing another person to enter. Under no circumstances may any coherent information be allowed to leave the containment unit. This includes written and electronic notes, photographs, audio and video recordings, sound, electromagnetic and particle-based signals, and psi emanations. During the exit cycle, a purge system rigged to the airlock flushes the occupant's memory by flooding the airlock with amnestic gas for 3 minutes. A senior Antimemetics Division staff member must visit SCP-3125 every 6 weeks. End of file. Paul Kim incredulously asks if that's the whole entry. Marion confirms that that's the whole entry. It isn't even the 50th strangest thing Paul Kim has seen in the database, but still, no description, no acquisition report, no test log, no addenda, no clue who built the unit, or when, or how many times it's been visited, or who carried out the previous visits, or what they took in with them, or how long they were in there. Marion replies that obviously Bart Hughes built the unit, and this cannot be denied. The man's signature style of containment architecture is recognizable a mile out. Sleek, white, plainly impregnable without the aid of extremely heavy tools. That makes it at least 7 years old, so 60 visits or more. She guesses there are good reasons for the rest of those omissions. The timer watchdog says it's time again. Kim doesn't like the idea of her routinely exposing herself to a cognitohazard so dangerous that they can't even write the reason why they can't write it down. Especially because it's impossible for them to recover any usable information this way. She's going to go in, be incommunicado for 2 hours, and come out a smiling amnesiac. What do they gain from that? It's just a breach risk. Marion hears every word of this and elects to ignore it all. There's a vague shape of familiarity about the entry as written. There are a few word choices which reassure her in an intangible way that it was written by someone who knew what they were doing. Possibly her. Kim continues, saying that they should just scrub that last line from the database entry. There can't be anything good in that room. Marion puts her keycard in the slot, and the airlock rewards her with green LEDs, beginning to cycle open. It's built as a slender, vertical cylinder with a single opening. The entire thing rotates on its axis. Inside, there's barely room for a single person to stand without their shoulders touching the walls. Kim asks her what she's taking, and she turns to face him and shrugs, replying, "A stick of gum." Kim tells her that he can get her field gear as the airlock begins to rotate again, emitting a low, quiet thrum solely as an audible warning that there is machinery in motion. They can raid the inventory, and if she'll give him 15 minutes, they'll turn her into a one-woman war. If Marion says anything in response to this, it's cut off by the soundproofing as the airlock rotates. Kim is left alone in the antechamber. He stares at the outer door for a worried moment. He presses his ear to the door for a while, but hears nothing. Not even a faint tremble from the airlock mechanism. Inside, it's pitch dark for a few seconds. Then some unseen sensor detects Marion's presence and brings the fluorescents up. Half of them anyway, as the others remain inert or flicker aggravatingly. The room's interior walls are made from milky white glass, bulletproof, knowing Hughes, and plastered with paperwork, taped and blue-tacked up in vaguely coherent masses. Where there is no paperwork, people have drawn directly on the walls in marker pen. There is a conference table, long and elliptical, covered with more paperwork and a tangle of laptop computers and serpentine power supply cables. Power has returned to the machines and they are slowly booting. A data projector warms up and shines a map of the world over the far wall, almost lining up with a network of scribbled annotations on the same wall. Post-it notes of all colors litter the carpet like autumn leaves. Other than that, the room is empty. Skimming the paperwork, Marion discovers that nearly all of it is handwritten, and most of it charts the progress of conversations. Most of the entries are dated and signed, and most of the dates are weeks apart. The conversations are panicked and fearful back and forths about dozens of SCPs, some of them antimemetic in nature, but none of them obviously related to one another. None of the notes mention SCP-3125. The only name Marion recognizes is her own, which appears on 1 in 10 or 20 of the notes. The notes seem authentic, and the handwriting is hers, but her notes also seem as desperate and uncertain in tone as everybody else's. This unnerves her. There are diagrams on the walls, too, which are too complex to decode at a glance, but complex enough to make her eyes hurt to look at them. Still lost for a logical entry point to the data, she curses all of her predecessors. Asynchronous research, whereby the research topic is forgotten entirely between iterations and rediscovered over and over, is a perfectly standard practice in the Antimemetics division, and her people ought to be better trained than this. There should be an obvious single document to read first, which makes sense of the rest. A primer. She hears a voice calling her name, recognizing it as her own. She moves around the table until she finds the laptop making the noise. There's a video playing, apparently recorded on the laptop's own camera in this room. The Marion Wheeler in the video is seated, and looks unfamiliar in a way which takes the one watching a moment to put her finger on. Not exhausted, not sick, not physically injured. She's seen herself that way before, in the mirror. This woman's willpower is gone. She's beaten. The laptop Marion says that she's guessed already that SCP-3125 is not in this room. In fact, this is the only room in the world where SCP-3125 is not present. It's called inverted containment. SCP-3125 pervades all of reality except for volumes which have been specifically shielded from its influence. This is it. This is their only safe harbor. This room represents the length and breadth of the war. Every competent antimemetics research project finds SCP-3125's fingerprints sooner or later. It manifests all over the world, in thousands of different forms. Most of them aren't even anomalous. Some of them they already have cataloged separately in the main database. A very small number of them are even in containment. Impossibly virulent cults, broken arithmetic, invisible spiders as tall as skyscrapers, people born with extra organs which nobody can see. That's the raw data. Those manifestations are troublesome enough to deal with in their own right. The Marion in the video casts around, picks up a bright green felt-tip pen and a blank piece of paper. She begins drawing a shape which isn't visible from the camera's perspective while still talking. Once you get a little further down the road, you start to see a pattern emerging in the data. You need to have the training in memetic science, but once you have that training and you have the data in front of you, it only takes a little extra effort to arrange those data points in conceptual space and draw a contour through them. Those data points are points on SCP-3125's hull. Those manifestations are the shadows it casts on our reality. You link 4 or 5 different SCPs together into a single shape, and you see it. And it sees you. She's still drawing. It's detailed. She doesn't look up, and her tone of voice is distant, almost as if she's narrating the tail end of a frightening children's story. When that happens, when you make eye contact, it kills you. It kills you and it kills anybody who thinks like you. Physical distance doesn't matter. It's about mental proximity. Anybody with the same ideas, anybody in the same headspace. It kills your collaborators, your whole research team. It kills your parents. It kills your children. You become absent humans, human-shaped shells surrounding holes in reality. And when it's done, your project is a hole in the ground, and nobody knows what SCP-3125 is anymore. It is a black hole in antimemetic science, consuming unwary researchers and yielding no information, only detectable through indirect observation. A true description of what SCP-3125 is, or even an allusion to what it is, constitutes a containment breach and a lethal indirect cognitohazard. It's a defense mechanism. This information-swallowing behavior is just the outer layer, the poison coating. It protects the entity from discovery while it infests our reality. And as years pass, the manifestations will continue, growing denser and knitting together until the whole world is drowning in them, and everybody will be screaming, "Why did nobody realize what was happening?" And nobody will answer, because everybody who realized was killed by this system. Marion is at the core of Foundation Antimemetic science. She had all the raw data readily accessible. There are extensive written calculations on the walls, but she doesn't need to read them. She can do them in her head. All it took was that slightest push, that slightest suggestion. Staring through the laptop screen, eyes wide and defocused, she understands how it all links together. She sees SCP-3125. She feels dwarfed by it. She's encountered terrible, powerful ideas before, at every level of memeticity, and subdued them or even recruited them. But what she's picturing now is on another order of magnitude from what she knew to be possible. Now that she knows it's there, she can feel it like cosmic radiation, boring holes in the world with its thousands of manifestations, and freely laying waste to anybody who recognizes the larger pattern. It's not of reality, not of humanity. It is from a higher, worse place, and it is descending. The other Marion presents her finished diagram. She has drawn a mutated, fractally complex grasping hand with five-fold symmetry. It has no wrist or arm, just 5 long human fingers pointing in 5 directions. At its core, there is a pentagonal opening which could be a mouth. But the diagram was already there. It's plastered across the wall in the background of the video, plain as day, a meticulous collage in green, easily 2 meters in diameter, and showing the same meme complex to 100 times the level of detail. There are smaller diagrams of different elevations arrayed around it like spores, and its arms are spread wide around the seated Marion, who sits directly in front of the mouth, with her back to it. She does not realize this, and does not turn around. The Marion in the video asks how you fight an enemy without ever discovering it exists. How do you win without even realizing you're at war? What do they do? 7 years ago, there were more than 400 anti-memetics research groups worldwide. Government agencies, military branches, private corporations, university projects. Many of them were groups of interest, or subdivisions of groups of interest. They were allied with most of them. They were at the spearhead of an anti-memetics coalition which spanned the whole globe and thousands upon thousands of people. None of those groups still exist. The last one ceased to exist sometime in the last 72 hours. 3 years ago, Foundation Antimemetics was an organization of more than 4,000 people. Now it's 90. There's no war. They've lost the war. It's over. This is the mopping up operation. The only reason they still exist at all is because they have better amnestic biochemistry than anybody else in the world. Because that's all you can do when you see SCP-3125. Run away and try to forget what you saw. Seek oblivion in chemicals, or alcohol, or head trauma. And even that can't work every time. It's circling in. They meet it over and over again, and they don't realize it. There's no way they can stop themselves from rediscovering it. They're too damned smart. She points at something on the wall, out of view of the laptop's camera. Marion, watching, turns to look. In an upper corner of the room, there is a constellation of dizzyingly complicated schematics. Bart Hughes' initials are on every page. There's a machine they could build, Marion says. All it would take is 8 years, a lab as big as West Virginia, and all the money in the world. Nothing that the O5 Council would blink at if they went to them. But how do we build that machine without any of them realizing what it's for? It would be like building and launching Apollo 11 without a single engineer deducing that the moon existed. The logistics would be insane, but the secrecy would be well past impossible. Someone would start asking questions, and then it would be over. So what do? Marion, in the room, says find another way. The fatalistic tone of voice makes her angry, and she asks what the hell's wrong with her. The video Marion says that she could tell everybody to walk away. She could send a little message to herself saying, "There's danger down this road. You should disband the Antimemetics division and pursue other projects." But she'd be suspicious. She'd start asking questions. And then it would be over. Marion is now crouched in front of the video, trying to understand what she's watching. She asks what's wrong, and if she's okay. The recording continues, saying that she could kill herself in here, but the team would find SCP-3125 without her, and then they'd have to fight 3125 without her. It's going to happen soon, whatever happens. In the next 2 months at most. This year it will be over. She may die in here anyway. She's on so many nestic drugs that her endocrine system is shutting down. Taking amnestics at the same time is the chemical equivalent to trepanation. She doesn't remember the last time she slept without having a nightmare about Adam, and she's starting to forget whether SCP-4987 is a real thing or just the number that she gave to her life. Marion, in the room, says that she's not like this. She's stronger than this. What happened to her? Who's Adam? The video Marion says that she doesn't know how they survive this. She doesn't know how they win. They're the last ones in the world. After them, there's nobody. Marion shakes her head, not believing it. Video Marion says that she's done. She's going to walk out of this door and forget who she is, and then she's going to be her, and she'll have to figure out a way out of this, because she can't. She gets up and moves off screen. She can be heard breathing deeply, and her speech is starting to distort. She says that her eyes hurt, and she thinks Iller starting inf Malawi inside. There's the sound of a door opening, and then a piercing pulse of sound and light which terminates the recording. Marion stares at the dark screen for a long minute. She's never seen herself so weak, and it damages her ego a great deal to see that it's possible. She feels disconnected from what she saw, like it happened in an alternate universe. She feels revulsed and appalled by that version of her, more so to know that that version is still inside her somewhere. It doesn't make sense. She's looking at all of the same facts. What made her give up? What did she know that she doesn't? Who was Adam? The answer to this question is so obvious and sickening that she instinctively distrusts it. She circles around the answer, probing it, trying to find reasons to reject it, but it's inescapable. Adam was someone she knew when the video was recorded, now completely removed from her memory. Adam was someone the thought of whose safety paralyzed her with fear. Someone in the same headspace. Someone she couldn't bear to lose. and then she lost. But how'd the room get built in the first place? Anybody's guess. She imagines Hughes building it as a proof of concept, followed by a cascading series of lucky chances which led to it becoming the war room. Someone discovered SCP-3125 at random while sealed in the room. They wrote notes to themselves which set up the skeletal external SCP database entry and the containment procedures. Most of the paperwork and computer hardware was left behind by later visitors. It could have happened. But what if there's another room? Unbidden, a cute factoid comes back to her right then. Site-41 is almost completely vacant. In particular, 200 meters below Site-41, there's an empty heavy engineering lab, an underground complex the size of a hockey stadium. Nobody has entered it in living memory. Built who knows how many decades back by a dead generation of antimemeticists. What if that's where they built their weapon? Does she really believe she's that smart? That her team and her had that much foresight? That they got that lucky? She turns to look at the airlock, running the numbers in her head. Antimemetics Division staff, other than her, 38. 42 days until the next iteration. That's past the end of the year. It'll be too late. If she leaves this room now, she'll never be back. The plan she has now is the best plan there's ever going to be. They're the last ones in the world. After them, there's nobody. Kim is so deeply buried in work at his terminal, and the airlock is so quiet that he almost doesn't notice when it starts to cycle open again. He begins to say that they need to check her for notes, but then he sees that Marion is curled up in the bottom of the narrow cylinder, panting as though she just finished a marathon run. Kim holds a hand out, but she shakes her head, electing to stay lying down, knees bent up to her chest, sucking down lungfuls of air. He asks what in the world happened in there, but she just gasps that she needs to breathe. She'll be okay in a second, and she thinks she blacked out for a moment. She thinks she's okay. She remembers the plan. Kim looks confused and worried for a second, then says that she shouldn't be able to remember anything. What did she do? Marion replies that she hit her head, then goes back to concentrating on breathing properly. She suddenly becomes acutely aware that Kim has her effectively cornered. Disliking this configuration for reasons which she's only gradually putting back together, she levers herself up to one shoulder and tries to stand. Kim puts a hand on her shoulder and pushes her back down, telling her that she looks terrible. He says that there's something in'll fleth her neck. He points at her throat, then taps the same spot on his own. He says that he neth hly she's been infected by whatever was in there. They need to act quickly. He reaches for his keyring and unthreads a Swiss Army knife, unfolding a short, gleaming blade. He does this in such a methodical, ordinary way that Marion almost forgets to react when he leans down towards her to cut her throat. Almost. She grips his wrist. They're locked like that for a moment, a tableau. She looks into Paul Kim's eye, but it isn't his eye anymore. She squints, wondering if she's making eye contact with anything but a hole in space. She already feels the force bearing down on her own skull, trying to drill into it, but she knows its shape, and that means she can hold out, maybe for a few minutes. She had hoped, prayed, that Kim would not succumb so quickly. And in a crazed little way, she thought there would at least be a sign, a theatrical doubling over as his mind was wrenched out of its socket. Kim's wrist spasms as he tries to lunge with the knife. Marion parries, and its tip glances off the airlock interior wall with a screech. They scuffle for an awkward second, then she boots him in the stomach with both feet, sending him sprawling in the antechamber. She launches out of the airlock, dives over him, and sprints away from the containment unit. She feels SCP-3125 following her as she runs, like a spotlight. She hears a crash in another part of the site, as the first piece of ceiling caves in. Chapter 5. Your Last First Day. Marion is curled up in the corner of Site-41's main freight elevator, descending, clutching a shiny red ray gun almost as long as she is tall. The gun has a two-tined prong instead of a barrel, and its stock is a weirdly asymmetrical mass of pipework, more like a Swiss watch or a small intestinal tract than a weapon. The gun is SCP-7381, and it comes from a long-dead planet. Not too distant a planet, when all said and done, which conventional astronomy has yet to observe. A tornado of violence and destruction is tearing through Site-41, and through the minds of everybody working at Site-41. Ceilings are being brought down. The site pharmacy is a sucking hole at the side of the building. The armory is buried. That's why she had to go through Area 09 and is now toting anomalous weaponry instead. The Antimemetics Division operatives she meets in the corridors are all broken. Some of them curled up and raving while their minds evaporate and they die one memory at a time. Some infected with a collection of ideas which compel them to shout guttural phrases in strange languages and to procure blades, never guns, and work on those demented victims, and each other, and themselves. Marion doesn't recognize any of the people. Their faces are all wrong, torn up with hatred and misery and vindictive glee. She's been trying to avoid fighting, but she's had to kill one man in self-defense. Fired at his heart, SCP-7381 simply erased a half-meter-wide cylinder of matter, removing his upper torso and lower jaw. He fell to the ground in 4 pieces. SCP-7381's beam is invisible, silent, and recoilless. It was like using a child's toy gun. Marion is petrified, but more than that, angry. "This is too much," she says out loud, willing her heart rate back under control. She can't deal with this. She shouldn't have to deal with this. It's her first day. But how much sense does that make? Marion studies her reflection in the dark glass of the elevator control panel, and she tours the interior of her own skull, examining her thought processes. There are hints there, which would be difficult to articulate to someone who didn't know her as well as she knows herself. She isn't thinking like a newbie. She's instinctively breaking the problem apart, the way an experienced Foundation operative should. Hell, a newbie wouldn't even know how to carry out a detailed psychological self-examination of this kind. A newbie wouldn't even think of it. A newbie would just suffocate. The first thing it did when it saw her, she explains to her reflection, was eat everything she knew about the division, and everything she knew about it. If she had a plan, it ate the plan, but she's still herself, so she can come up with that plan again. It's already right in front of her. She just needs to see it. If she were her, what would her plan have been? She scratches absently at her left wrist. Taking some hardcore nestic drugs would have been a smart first step, she guesses, reinforcing her mind so that it can't erase the rest of the steps. The nearest source of nestic medicine is in the site pharmacy, but it's already been destroyed, and in any case the elevator is headed down, away from it. She thinks to herself to stop, though. How does she know that the pharmacy has been destroyed? Well, because she was there. She remembers finding the pharmacist crushed to death beneath a fallen medical cabinet, her skull an unrecognizable splatter of scarlet. She remembers the floor being torn away beneath her feet, and only barely making it out of that portion of the building alive. She remembers a modular package colored safety orange, with an enormous black Z on it. Her heart nearly stops at this. What did she do? She remembers the dozens of warning signs covering the package. She remembers the 3-factor authorization procedure she had to follow to get into the sealed container where it was stored. She remembers the centimeter-thick book of medical advisory information, which she discarded. And rolling her left sleeve back, she finds a fresh needle mark with a speck of blood, and remembers administering the injection. This was her plan? This is what it takes to fight SCP-3125? She's killed herself. Class Z nestics are the last word in biochemical memory fortification. Class Z nestics permanently destroy the subject's ability to forget. The result is a perfect eidetic memory and perfect immunity to arbitrarily strong antimemetic interference. The dose is taking effect now. Marion didn't read the book because she already knew every word of it. She knows everything that's about to happen to her. She can already feel her mind hardening like steel and the developing symptoms of extreme sensory overload. She can see everything. There are extra buttons on the elevator control panel, the lowest of which, the 30th floor below ground level, she somehow already pushed. The walls of the elevator are covered with graffiti scrawled by the desperate and dying, people whose conceptual presence was eradicated from reality years earlier by the Aleister Gray antimemetic kill agent, reducing them to the level of ghosts. In one corner of the freight elevator, there's even a half corpse, unidentifiable. So many layers removed from reality that not even flies can smell it, its cells winking out of existence asymptotically over the course of years. There is a fistful of tiny white worms exploring the floor of the elevator car, near where she's sitting. Revolted, Marion shuffles back from them, shaking one or two more of them out of her hair. The worms are among the most widespread and successful antimemetically cloaked organisms in the world. They are everywhere, in every biome, in every room. She can hear a long, alarming drone noise, a continual roaring which has the texture of ambient noise and is continually getting louder. It's as if it's been there for her entire life, and it's only now that she's begun to hear it. It's too much data, too much sound, too much light. Having her eyes open is like jamming them full of needles. She clamps her hands over her ears and screws her eyes up. Even like this, she feels the vibration of the elevator's slow descent and the heat of the failed air conditioning and the movement of her clothes on her skin, and meanwhile her vision is flooding instead with what could be hallucinations. The human sensorium routinely generates huge amounts of data, and the human brain is adapted to discard almost all of that data nearly immediately. Altering the brain's behavior to retain that data is extremely dangerous, even for very short time spans. Marion takes one hand away from her ear for just long enough to punch the metal wall of the elevator car, bloodying 2 knuckles. The pain gives her a focal point, a memory which screams a little louder than the rest. And she finds the plan. She doesn't remember it. She bootstraps it from first principles in a handful of minutes, just like she's done 100 times before. "I know how to beat you," she says. "No," SCP-3125 says to her. "You don't." The elevator stops at the 30th floor below ground, and its doors grind open. They wait, open, for a long time. Further up the elevator shaft, there are the distant rumbles of more parts of Site-41 being reduced to crumbs. Still crouched in the corner, she mutters that SCP-3125 doesn't have a voice. "Of course it does," it replies. She states that SCP-3125 is a 5-dimensional anomalous metastasized mass of bad memes and bad anti-memes and everything in between, seeping through to our physical reality. It isn't coherent, and it isn't intelligent. It can't communicate. This is an auditory hallucination. SCP-3125 scoffs and replies that what it hates most about her is that she's consistently, eternally wrong, and yet she's still alive. All those lost battles, every year of that entire lost war, but somehow she always cobbles together enough dumb luck to walk away unscathed. The eternal sole survivor. She doesn't deserve that kind of luck. Nobody does. While it's talking, Marion leans hard on the ray gun to get to her feet. She lodges one shoulder against the wall of the elevator car, still with her eyes closed. She braces herself and opens her eyes. The corridor ahead is empty. There's an airlock at the far end, this one large enough to drive a truck through, built from ultra-toughened white metal alloy in Bart Hughes' established style. There's a panel beside the airlock. She closes her eyes again and hobbles forward, using the ray gun as a crutch, stretching one hand out ahead of her as guidance. "Someone has to be last," she says, gritting her teeth. "Someone has to be the best." "Your team is dead," SCP-3125 says. "Their minds have been pulled out like eyeballs. They're hollow people, with holes in space where their brains were. The war is over. Finally. It's just you, Marion, a division of one. Dying from nestic overdose, 200 meters underground, cared for by no one, known to exist to no one, up against an immortal, unkillable idea." Marion reaches the airlock and fumbles blindly with the panel until she finds the slot for her keycard. For a few seconds, it seems as if nothing is happening. Then a yellow light flashes, the enormous mechanical interlocks unlatch, and the door cycles open with all the fuss of a flower's petals unfurling. Noise, Hughes always held, is a symptom of imperfect engineering. Behind her, she hears the freight elevator close up and return to ground level, and she knows that someone has summoned it, intending to pursue her. "Ideas can be killed," she says, as she steps into the airlock. The entity asks how, and she replies, "With better ideas." As the airlock cycles closed, so does the hermetic seal. SCP-3125 is shut out. If something can cross over from conceptual space into reality, taking physical form, then something can cross in the opposite direction. It must be possible to take a physical entity, mechanically extract the idea which it embodies, amplify that idea, and broadcast it up into conceptual space. A bigger idea, a better idea, one designed specifically to fight SCP-3125. An ideal, a movement, a hero. The machine Marion needs to build is the size of an Olympic stadium, and she doesn't have a fraction of the heavy memetic engineering experience to do it, let alone the material resources or the time. But she knows. Someone taught her, she doesn't remember who, that an Antimemetics Division operative is as good on their first day as they're ever likely to be, and the same must be true of the Division as a whole. She tells herself, they won this war on the day it began. When they encountered SCP-3125 for the first time, they built this bunker. Bart Hughes faked his death and sequestered himself here so he could work uninterrupted, while the rest of the division held on for as long as humanly possible, buying time for this moment. She knows this is what she did, because it's what she would have done. She's the final component. He's waiting for her. The space beyond the airlock is gigantic, structured and lit like an aircraft hangar and filled with hot, stale, dry air. Marion, still mostly blind, stumbles forward across an expanse of more than a hectare of flat, dusty epoxy flooring. She shouts out for Hughes into the void, but nothing comes back but the echo. She glances up for a second. The space is empty. The castle-sized memetic amplification broadcasting unit which Bart Hughes was meant to be building is absolutely absent. Hughes himself is absent. Maybe the entire machine is antimemetically cloaked, she wonders momentarily. It would be a smart way to conceal the operation even from the rest of the Foundation. But her brain is curdling in the strongest nestic drugs ever manufactured. There's genuinely nothing here. Almost nothing. At the center of the space, there's a small outpost, a group of trestle tables with tools and toolboxes scattered about the place. Parked behind it is an unmarked military truck with flat tires. On the back of the truck is a squat, squarish machine the size of a shipping container, with unshielded wiring and exposed pipework, and a long cable leading to a heavy-duty control panel on the floor. To the untrained eye, it is not at all clear what the machine is designed to do. It's the anti-memetic equivalent to a hydrogen bomb, the Division's answer to an on-site nuclear warhead. Activated, it would contaminate Site-41 and everything and everyone on it with antimemetic radiation. There would be no Site-41, and no division afterwards. Nothing any of the escaping infectious staff did could have any effect on the real world. It's the wrong machine. It can't destroy or contain SCP-3125, or even injure it. All it can do is sterilize today's outbreak. The other symptoms will persist. 50 or 10 or 5 years from now, or maybe 1 year, or maybe tomorrow, SCP-3125 will return, bringing with it its MK-class end-of-world scenario. Human civilization will be entirely eradicated as an abstract concept, and be replaced with something unimaginably worse. There will be no one to fight it. Marion leans there on the ray gun for a long moment. The pressure of information in her mind, continually increasing, reaches a point where she can't take it anymore, and she starts to break. The Class Z has been in her system for long enough now that she knows for a fact she has irreversible brain damage. There is no antidote. She'll be lucid for another hour, then spend the remaining 2 or 3 hours of her life vegetative. That's right, she thinks. It's almost a relief. This is good. This is right. She's survived too long. She forgot what universe this was. For a while there, she thought, maybe, that this was the universe where they win sometimes. The agony in her head is like an ice axe now. She drops the ray gun with a clatter, sinks to her knees, lies down and waits for either death or a better idea. A being superficially resembling Paul Kim arrives at the outer airlock door. It examines the airlock uncomprehendingly for a few moments, then finds the keycard slot. It hunts methodically through Kim's pockets, then remembers the keycard around its neck. The airlock cycles once more, and not Kim goes through. Behind it, the freight elevator is returning to ground level a third time, to fetch the rest. In the next room, the being which is not Paul Kim finds Marion, unconscious, with the ray gun dropped beside her. There is also a military truck which it disregards. Not Kim lets its keycards fall from its fingers and scoops up the ray gun. For a moment it contemplates the unconscious Marion, then examines the gun itself, remembering how it works. It turns back to face the airlock and fires, punching fat, cylindrical holes in the white metal of the inner door until it's gone, then the outer door too, breaching the hermetic seal. A faint smile returns to Not Kim's face as SCP-3125 and its familiar, comforting signals flood into the bunker. A dozen more non-people are arriving by freight elevator, former Antimemetics Division bodies. "I've found her," Not Kim calls out to them. It drops the ray gun where it's standing, as if it simply forgot that it had been carrying anything, and pulls out its knife again. It holds the knife between 2 fingers, in a casual, offhand sort of way, as if it were a pencil or screwdriver. The infected non-people gather with Not Kim around Marion, looking down at her with alien expressions of disgust, or pity, or malice. Why isn't she opening up properly, someone asks. She can't meet them unless she wants the signals. Start with her eyes, says someone else. It'll make the rest of her easier to correct. Not Kim leans down to start work, then hesitates, its knife a few centimeters from Marion's eye. She's whispering something, so quietly that only it can hear her clearly. "None of this happened, Paul," she says. "You and I never existed. There is no Antimemetics Division." There's a sharp click as the bomb finishes its powering up sequence. Nobody in the room can hear this but Marion. Nobody in the room can perceive the bomb but Marion. All they can see is an empty truck. The world goes black. Before we move on to more of the tale, we're given another SCP to read, 2256. SCP-2256 is a species of gigafauna which was endemic to the South Pacific Ocean around the islands of Polynesia and was one of the very few recorded species known to have developed rudimentary perceptual/antimemetic camouflage, rendering them nearly impossible for other sentient beings to perceive or remember. This adaptation is theorized to have arisen in order to elude predators. It was the largest species to have lived on Earth, and resembled spindly, vertically elongated giraffes or brachiosauruses, with adults of the species growing to over 1,000 meters in height. They weighed no more than 4 tons, with most of their mass being camouflaged by a very similar adaptation. With their broad, dish-shaped feet, they were able to walk directly on the surface of the ocean without sinking. They navigated the ocean alone or in groups of 2 to as many as 2,000 individuals. They were reluctant to approach land, especially inhabited islands, usually staying more than 30 kilometers offshore. Because of their height, they were visible on the horizon at this distance. Polynesian natives of the island of Maikiti used a substance called tucoca for recreational and religious purposes. As well as being a moderate psychedelic, this drug had mnestic properties, suppressing antimemetic effects and making entities camouflaged in this way easier to see and remember. Thus, the Maiketians were, for hundreds of years, the only people able to see 2256. In their mythology, the creatures were wandering spirits whom the gods had charged with maintaining the horizon to ensure that the sky and the water never mixed. They were characterized as well-meaning and friendly, but unintelligent and often deficient in their duties, resulting in storms and typhoons. They were called Polo Ongakau, the ones who walk very slowly. In 1991, an internal biochemistry study revealed that tucoca bore a strong chemical resemblance to the Foundation's own Class W mnestic. A Foundation anthropologist was assigned to follow up on the Maiketian legend and became the first outsider to observe 2256. An observation post was quickly established on the island to study the creatures, with routine containment analysis determining that they were safe and required no special containment procedures, or even particular efforts towards secrecy. They did, however, prove immediately to be impossible to capture photographically. Photographic negatives of the species faded into transparency over the course of a few minutes. Similar decay also affected videotape, audio tape, celluloid film, digital and electronic scans, etc. The observation team soon returned most of their equipment to inventory and proceeded using pencils and paper. At the time, it was believed that such recordings would be effectively permanent. The creature's population declined slightly in 1992 and 1993, then dropped sharply from 1994 onwards. A combination of contributing factors were observed: illness, infertility, and an increased rate of stillbirths. In 2002, a field generator was developed which could penetrate and neutralize their antimemetic camouflage, allowing for conventional photography. The first and only close-up photograph of one of the creatures instantly killed it. It was concluded that direct observation of 2256 is injurious to them. This adaptation is believed to have arisen as a means of detecting predators, just as their antimemetic camouflage protected them from those same predators. Use of the field generator was immediately curtailed. It was subsequently hypothesized that the Foundation's ongoing passive observation of the species was intense enough to have harmful effects on them, and that was what was driving the species to extinction. Opinions differed sharply on the veracity of this hypothesis, over whether it should be tested, and over what could be done if it proved to be true. Several extreme options were proposed, including completely exterminating the species in order to preserve the data, and completely expunging the data to preserve them. No firm conclusions were made. In 2003, observation of the species was scaled back significantly, and the Foundation shifted focus from gathering data to analyzing existing data. However, the population continued to decline, and the last individual died near Tokelau on October 30th, 2006. In 2010, it was discovered that the antimemetic camouflage decay was spreading through paper records of the species. Now, more than 60% of paper documents are decaying, even with a strong nestic dose. The effect is even spreading into the SCP entry itself, despite shielding and redundancy in the system. Since the species is extinct, no new data about it can be generated, and it's estimated that full contamination will occur within 3 to 8 years. With that, we can continue our story. Chapter 6, SCP-3125. Yes, it's another SCP file, but this one we're a bit more familiar with now. I'll skip over what we know, that 3125 is a massive meme complex originating outside of our reality and now partially intersecting with it, and that it attacks and kills anyone who becomes aware of it. It's noted that 3125 could be effectively neutralized using a machine proposed by the late Dr. Bartholomew Hughes, called an irreality amplifier. However, as well as requiring tremendous material resources, this machine could not be constructed without its builders understanding why it was being built, which would require an understanding of SCP-3125, which would prove fatal to the project. What we're really interested in is the article's addendums, the first of which states that data indicates the existence of a second containment unit at Site-41, which is also isolated from SCP-3125. This second unit, S041B30000, was built 210 meters below ground level, featuring identical broad-spectrum informational cladding, but has more than 1,000 times the volume of Cognitohazard Containment Unit 3125. Addendum 2 reads, and the rest, hopefully, is blindingly obvious. S041B30000 was originally constructed to house a long-term project to construct Hughes' irreality amplifier. While that's been going on, the rest of us have been fighting an unconscious war in order to buy time. We have been losing, but losing as slowly as humanly possible. The time we have bought is now up. It's an extremely bad sign that nobody inside S041B30000 has broken the seal yet, but there is no ground left for us to cede, and there are no more bodies to throw into SCP-3125's maw to slow it down. It is here, ready or not. I'm going to go to S041B30000 and use the machine. I think I can get the information out through the airlock. I think I can get to the vault alive. This was the plan. It's become garbled in the retelling because of variables, but I know that this was my plan, because I know myself. What else could it have been? Standard procedures that I have to tell you what to do next if this doesn't work. That's the Asynchronous Research Covenant. But I don't have a good picture of who you can even be, reading this and alive. In your scenario, there is no machine. Hughes is missing. I'm dead. The site is ruined. And how'd you even get in here? Can you be Foundation? Are you conscious? Is there a single word of this which you comprehend? You live in a world bathed with SCP-3125. That's the loss condition. I can't help someone who doesn't exist. Marion Wheeler, Chief of Antimemetics, November 30th, 2015. Addendum 3 reads, I found your body. And finding your body was a powerfully disorienting sensation for me, I don't mind admitting. I used to know a Marion. During the brief period in which I knew her, she wasn't one to admit defeat as easily as you. Still, that was a long time ago. Far be it from me to tell you your business, but I fear you missed a trick. From the evidence I can see, this was never the only Antimemetics Division site. There were others. I imagine they're now all effectively invisible to most passersby, of course, just like this one. But I presume that they, just like this one, still physically exist. Your plan, I think, was in place for longer than you know. And since you weren't at liberty to retain its details, you put it into action more than once. There is another vault fitting the description. Truck-sized amnestic airlock and all. S-167-001-6183. Site-167 is a non-entity, of course, which is most likely why you missed it. It's likely ruined, and it's quite definitely a long goddamned way from here on foot. But still, I think it's better than half a chance. I could die on this boondoggle too, naturally, as the world has become something of a horror show of late. In any case, I trust that anybody following in my footsteps and reading these additional words will have the presence of mind to pursue the same basic strategy. Still existing, despite everything. Adam Wheeler, Interloper, May 4th, 2017. Chapter 7. Where have you been all my life? Who the hell infiltrates a senior Foundation official's home while they're home? Marion Wheeler lives deep in coniferous forest, a long drive from the nearest major city, and a long drive in the opposite direction from Site 41. It's late, last thing, and she's reading in bed when she hears the muffled, unmistakable click of her front door being unlocked. She looks up and stares blankly at the wall for a second while listening to soft footsteps moving into the hallway. She marks her place and reaches for her Foundation-issued phone. She has no permanent security staff at home. The division is understaffed, and trained operatives are in much more serious need on site, but the building and grounds have beefy electronic countermeasures. They, she discovers, have all been disabled, along with the sensors and cameras. She was not notified that this had happened. Whoever did it had a valid code. Who, though? The Foundation has enemies. True, the list of credible, motivated enemies is surprisingly short, and the list of groups stupid enough to try to kill or capture someone at her level is shorter. But it's far from empty, and it's not actually so hard a feat. Not too many people below 05 level are privileged to travel in motorcades. The real trick, the impossible trick, is to avoid unholy retaliation. But what if you really think you can? What if you've decided it's worth it? Marion triggers the silent alarm. She sets her phone back down on the nightstand and collects her gun. She rolls out of bed, tucks a few pillows in her place, moves silently to her bedroom door and stands beside it, listening and thinking. This door, her bedroom door, can't be opened silently. It creaks like hell, so if she goes through it, she'll have to be ready to draw attention. There's an attic, but access is out there on the landing, and again, can't be operated silently. There's no alternate route to ground level other than jumping from the window, and someone has to be covering it. Even if she landed in the bushes alive, she'd still have to break the perimeter with a sprained ankle. A better question than who is how many. She may already be straight up dead, simply due to numbers. If the attackers tread cautiously and try to flush her out, she figures she can home alone her way through perhaps 8 of them before running out of luck. If they rush the second floor and have armor, she might be overwhelmed by as few as 2, even with the staircase acting as a choke point. All of this, naturally, assumes that the attackers aren't anomalous. If they are, and they're not in the, say, 30% of anomalies which can be neutralized simply by shooting them in the center mass and head, she may be fundamentally helpless even after the response team shows up, which will be, at best, 10 minutes from now. A creaking. This damned house. Someone is coming up the stairs, making no effort to be quiet about it. A soft tread, though, as if they removed their shoes. Just one of them. That barely makes sense. With 5 seconds grace, Marion casts around the dark room for a second weapon. She knows there are knitting needles downstairs in the lounge, and knives, good ones, in the kitchen, but she can't get to them. It's too late. The door's opening. It seems like the man's trying to say something as he comes in, but he only gets as far as whoop, and it's done. He's flat on his face, cheek pressed into deep cream carpet, with Marion on his back pinning both his wrists with her knees. She sights urgently back down the stairs for a second. There's no one there. She prods him in his other cheek with the muzzle of the gun. "You speak, you die," she hisses. "You try to move, you die." She glances at the windows, checks the stairs again, listens intently. There's no sound. There's nothing to be seen. The man is 50 and lanky. He wears an expensive dark suit, tailored to his build. He has angular features, thick, graying hair, and rimless spectacles, now quite possibly bent out of shape by their sudden impact with the floor. He wears discreet platinum jewelry, a wristwatch, cufflinks, and a ring. The two of them halt like that, a tableau. He makes no attempt to move, although he does look askance at Marion, as best he can given his dislodged glasses. She asks him where the others are, but he replies that it's just him. She asks who he is, and he says nothing for a moment, but his expression slowly, subtly drops. He says that it really happened, didn't it? He always wondered. She asks him again who he is, and he replies that there's a monster which follows her around and eats her memories. SCP-4987. She drip feeds it with inconsequential trivia so it doesn't go after anything important. She watches game shows. The book she was reading just now on her nightstand is a trivia book. Marion says nothing to confirm or deny this, although it is true. At feeding time, the entity manifests like a bright gold-white spot in the corner of her eye. It's gone now. She's already put the rest of it together. It is all mind-bogglingly, insultingly obvious. With a well-suppressed but still detectable note of dismay, she asks him what his name is. Adam Wheeler, he replies. Obviously, she has the man detained. She instructs her people to interrogate him, lightly, and to run deep background research on every word he utters, while for her part, she stands far back from the investigation to avoid contamination. She resists the urge to interfere, particularly to visit Adam and personally demand answers. She goes to her office, curls up on the couch there and tries to catch some sleep, but doesn't succeed in any real sense. 7 hours later, a foundationer knocks on her office door, bringing an inch-thick block of printouts and a paralyzingly strong cup of coffee. She takes the drink first, accepting it as a kind of authentication step before letting the man in. She moves back to the couch and sits hunched over the drink for warmth, inhaling its fumes. The man settles heavily into a chair opposite. He is a misleadingly stocky, perpetually unshaven individual, somewhere just shy of 40, and inarguably the most dangerous person on the site. He is the division's physical fitness and combat instructor, and the leader of their solitary mobile task force. His name is Alex Gauss. He says that they figured he should be the one to present their results, even though he didn't research one line of it, 'cause they get along, according to them. Personally, he doesn't see it. Marion stays focused on the coffee and asks who he is. Gauss opens the first page of the report, more for show than anything, then closes it again. He says that the man is her husband. Every word checks out. There is limitless physical evidence, and half the division knows him socially, including him. Gauss credits her diligence and adherence to protocol, but the bottom line is that SCP-4987 got hungry. Marion nods. This assessment matches her own, pieced together overnight from gut reactions and analysis of the plain facts. Where the hell else did her name come from? She wasn't born Wheeler, but she had to get independent verification. She asks him if this has happened before, but he says no. She then asks if it could happen again, and he shrugs. He says that she would know better than anyone. She replies that she would, and she does, and she can tell him this. She has SCP-4987 trained to follow her at her heel. She feeds it according to a strict regimen. It eats only the memories she says it's okay to eat. A rapidly progressive, universally fatal memory parasite made chronic and then domesticated. And now it suddenly breaks training? That adds up? Gauss cautiously replies that if she says that it doesn't add up, then it doesn't add up. But speaking from field experience, anything can happen twice. Marion has waited long enough and takes a long pull from the coffee. She stares into the coiling steam, as if trying to see the future. She asks him again who the man is, as at this point, he knows him better than she does. She asks him what he's like, and if Gauss likes him. Gauss grimaces extravagantly, as this is the great-great-grandmother of all loaded questions. Marion looks him in the eye and orders him to tell her his personal impression of Adam Wheeler. Gauss replies that he's a nice enough guy. She questions this, and Gauss clicks his tongue. He admits that he doesn't like him all that much. They're civil, but he'll always be a little bit too smug and a little bit too clever. He just grates, but he wouldn't throw someone in a cell for that. Marion asks if she likes him. Gauss begins to speak, but stops and looks away. Over time, a soft smile develops on his face, one which Marion doesn't recall ever seen before, not in a working relationship going back years. Yeah, he says. He's the one. Full name: Adam Bellamy Wheeler, born February 27, 1962, in Henge, Derbyshire, United Kingdom, to Rosemary Leah Wheeler, née Witz, and Jonathan Jack Philip Wheeler. No siblings. Early education: Henge Church of England Primary School, Matlock All Saints Secondary School. Demonstrated great musical acuity from an early age. By age 16, had begun to be recognized as one of the most gifted classical violinists of his generation. Attended the Royal College of... Marion skips 3 pages. After sustaining a minor injury while on tour, he encountered SCP-4051, which had infested a wing of the hospital where he received treatment. SCP-4051 was protected by an unusual form of antimemetic camouflage, to which Wheeler, like an estimated 1 in 145,000 individuals worldwide, was and remains immune. His attempt to alert authorities to the infestation's presence was intercepted by a Foundation listening station. Operative Marion A. Hutchinson, 100A19331, then a field agent based in... another page. Resistant to conventional memory erasure procedures. Hutchinson applied successfully for an exemption, arguing that even with his memories left intact, it would be impossible for Wheeler to share the details of SCP-4051. They subsequently became romantically involved. Marion sarcastically comments on the featureless gray sphere of a biographer and how hooked she is by it stating that they subsequently became romantically involved. The biography is contentless beyond this point. Adam Wheeler's life spent touring, playing, lecturing, and occasionally conducting, writing, and composing is documented in exhaustive, pointless detail. He withstands background checks and surveillance, and consistently demonstrates himself to represent zero risk of leak. He eventually receives the extremely low clearance level normally granted to long-term Foundation external partners of Foundationers. They get married. She takes his name, which she, reading, considers faintly unrealistic. Blah blah. There is nothing about his personality, nothing about their relationship, no content. She remembers acquiring SCP-4051. There was no one there. She remembers nothing. Up until the end of the third round of questioning, Adam Wheeler assumes good faith. He figures the repetition is a due diligence tick, a corporate procedural requirement. It's only when they start over from "What's your name?" with a brand new interviewer for the fourth time that he finally gets it. They don't like him, and they don't care what he thinks his name is. They're trying to grind him down until he can't think, until he's just dust particles they can sift through for data. He reacts badly to this realization. He asks for his wife, and asks for his wife, and they ignore him, and they ignore him, and she persistently fails to appear until it becomes a cold form of torture. The questions keep coming, and nothing stops them. Not answering truthfully, not answering, not lying, not rambling off on tangents. They don't stop until he begins falling asleep in the middle of his own sentences. He wakes up in a standard humanoid containment unit, a stackable one-bedroom apartment with holographic fake windows, impregnable walls, and extensive, discrete modifications for the security and monitoring of anomalous entities. This one is on the first basement level, but he can't tell that. The bright, quote, light, unquote, pouring in through the main living area window is authentic enough to tan. He wakes up on the couch with a start, feeling creaky and dehydrated. He realizes that he slept in his suit and that his suit is creased. He hates that sensation of not looking his best, or at least presentable. That's going to gnaw away at him until he can find, at minimum, a razor and a change of shirt. What woke him was the heavy metallic clack of the door unlocking. He looks up, rubbing his eyes. It's his wife. He leaps up and rushes over to meet her. She stops him a few paces short with a gesture and a cold smile. And that hurts. It hurts more than anything. So it really happened. SCP-4987 has bitten out the part of Marion Wheeler which cared about him. She wasn't absent because of some unrelated K-class outbreak. She just chose to be elsewhere. Indifferent. So he doesn't embrace her. He stands at a polite distance and asks how she's feeling and if she slept. She replies that she's fine, and he says that he can tell that she's had her coffee. He asks if she's eaten, and then says that he'll make her something. The unit has a rudimentary kitchen area. He goes through and starts exploring the cupboards. He remarks that there must be something edible around here. Eggs and milk, at least. He's ashamed to say he more or less fell asleep where he was standing when they put him in here, so he hasn't had a chance to scout. Or maybe they keep the place empty and the food arrives through a slot in the wall. Marion begins to call him Mr. Wheeler, but he shoots her a disappointed look, so she calls him Adam instead. She tells him to come and sit down, as he's right, there's nothing in any of those cupboards. He closes the cupboard and sits opposite her at the kitchen table. He suggests scrambled eggs on granary toast, with a lot of garlic in the eggs. That's what they both need right now, particularly her, because if he doesn't make something substantial for her, she ends up drinking those wretched wallpaper paste milkshakes 7 days a week, or she skips the meal entirely. Marion replies that they've been married for 17 years, but she doesn't remember him. Adam just says that that's fine, and he doubts that's going to be a serious problem. She's told him many times about her own people who've lost themselves in the work and had to bootstrap their own personalities a second time. She loves watching it. It's like watching butterflies emerge from chrysalids. The best of her people can turn that around in 10 weeks, so imagine how fast it's going to be for her. Marion replies, no, in a clinical, matter-of-fact tone. She's afraid it's not possible. She can't begin a new relationship right now, certainly not something as serious as a marriage. He has nominal clearance, so he knows what they do. She has responsibilities. She does not have time. Adam replies that this isn't new, it's pre-existing. But she says no. That relationship is ended now, and they are somewhere else. Adam stares at her for a long moment, thin-lipped and far from happy. He asks her what she remembers, and the question is so open-ended that Marion doesn't manage to respond verbally. She just spreads her hands slightly, the gesture saying, "What?" Adam says that she doesn't remember, and SCP-4987 also clearly ate the part of her which would care if she forgot him, and additionally the part of her which cares about brunch. What else has she forgotten would be a stupid question to ask, so instead he's asking her what's left. He wants her to tell him everything she can remember from 1995 to right now. It's still a farcical question at face value, and Marion's first instinct is to dismiss it as such, but she thinks again. She thinks, intending to genuinely try to answer the question, and she finds gaps. There's a dearth of specifics. It's like being asked to say something and immediately forgetting all words. She says that she remembers working, and driving home, and then sleep, and then driving back to work. Big, hostile buildings, drug regimens, containment procedures, endless piles of opaque numbers, personal fitness drills, running, calculating, never ever stopping calculating. She remembers, with unfair clarity, a large variety of extremely bad dreams. And other than that, nothing. A huge, deep, ragged-edged black pit. Adam asks if she remembers nothing good. When she comes home, on the night she makes it home, she's ready to fold up. It has never been an easy job, but these past few years have been the worst they've ever been, because she's coming to the conclusion of something gigantic. She has explained to him how it is that she can never tell him, really, what it is that she does, without the act of her telling him, killing him. And he couldn't stand that at first, and he still hates her job and thinks it's a monstrous farce, but he trusted her in that, and he stopped asking. But he can tell, from the rattle in her hands and the things she doesn't say, and the way she sleeps, that there's some kind of war going on back here, and she's losing people to it, and she's almost at the end, and she's going to win. So he scrambles her eggs, and he plays the violin for her, and between them they hack out about 3/10 of what they would consider normalcy. Not because she can't do this without him. She could take the whole universe by herself if she really had to, but she doesn't have to. It didn't happen instantly, but it happened pretty damn fast. They had music in common at first. Bach and Mendelssohn. They had tobacco in common and a mutual hatred of the X-Files. Then it was coffee and wine. And then after some time it became hiking and bird-watching and Perseid meteors. They like Bruce Lee flicks. They watch Law and Order and Jeopardy, and they read stacks and stacks of books. No, in fairness, it's mainly him for the books. She doesn't have the long-term time to spare anymore. He pinches the bridge of his nose for a second. Any two people can find that much common ground. Just being in the same place for years doesn't count for anything. What do they have? They communicate, he says, better than anybody he's seen. They can be apart for 2 months while he's on tour or she's overseas and snap right back and pick up a conversation from the word they left off. They are connected. They're in the same headspace. She'll see it all. It'll happen again just as fast. She's just got to give it a chance. Marion is almost there. She sees the shape of what Adam is describing. It's distant and unclear, but if she concentrates, she might be able to bring it into focus. It worries her for nebulous reasons she can't completely articulate, but she can almost understand how there could be room for it. How it could lock into her life as it currently exists and still make sense. But Adam just said something crucial. He said a key word, which means the marriage counseling session is over, and this is now a situation. Marion can't ignore it. She forces herself to drop the other thread and seize this one. What war? She asks. And now Adam really doesn't know what's happening. Good God, he says. The war, Marion. He doesn't know how else to describe it. What war? She asks again. How many people? Adam doesn't know. There are names. Names she stops mentioning, and then she ignores him when he brings them up again. He assumes there are reasons. He doesn't know the specifics, but how could he know? Why doesn't she know? Marion races through the reasoning. The existence of a war computes. It confirms long-term existing suspicions. It could have been going on for years without her realizing it. It makes sense to her that she could be fighting it, winning even, and not know, managing her own memories or losing them in skirmishes. This certainly won't be the first time she's uncovered it. It makes sense that Adam, naturally gifted with the mental equivalent of a thick layer of blubber, could stand on the edge of the conflict and dimly be able to perceive it. And the division, so understaffed. People are disappearing around her. She begins to ask a question, but stops dead in the middle of the thought, as if the thought itself was stolen out of her. She begins to ask again about them getting back together, but this time hard instinct seizes her around the midsection and bodily hauls her back from thinking a thought which it knows would kill her. She's Wile E. Coyote. She's already run off the edge of a precipice into clear air, and thinking that thought would be like looking down. She feels SCP-4987 moving around her, abstractly bound to her, a winking speck of glitter in her eye. She says that something's wrong. Adam scratches at his own eye and asks if she sees that. She asks in turn, how can he see that? Adam replies that he has a mild immunity to antimemetic influence. He knows it's in his file, and he knows Marion has read the file, but apparently it needs to be said again. He can tell when something is fritzing with his memories. He can resist it, up to a point. So he was hoping to have a relaxed conversation over coffee and get around to this topic organically, but he's going to have to skip to the end. He has the impression that SCP-4987 is trying to kill him. No, Marion replies. That's not its behavior model. It doesn't sustain itself that way, by eating people. It eats memories, and it's never done this. Not to her, to him, or anybody. Not since the very early days. It's tame. It does exactly what she tells it to do, even when she's waiting, and she's bored, and she lets it eat her short term. It sits and waits to be told to eat. Adam asks what it's doing to them then. He's getting nervy and won't let go of his eye. He stands up and backs away. He would like it if they could figure this out quickly, as they don't have a way to put SCP-4987 down. There's a sound in Marion's mind, but not in her ear, like a distant chorus of baying dogs. She stands too, and moves after Adam into the middle of the containment unit. She says that it's trying to protect him. He asks how wiping her memory of him protects him, but she can't explain. And she can't explain why she can't explain, as she doesn't fully know herself. She says something redacted, and that he can't be here. He can't be in her life. He has to leave, or he's going to die. Adam replies that he's not leaving her. That's why they got married, in the end. It was scintillatingly obvious to both of them, very early on, that they were forever, but he wanted to get it on the public record. He stood up in front of everybody he respects, and he swore to them that he would protect her, forever. SCP-4987 is agitated. Marion feels it flitting around the room, incoherent, trying to tell her what it needs. She says with sudden, actinic clarity that she must have made an identical promise. Adam doubles over, blinded in both eyes now. Closing his eyes does nothing. Covering his eyes does nothing. The gold-white light is strobing for him, moving into violet. He panics. He asks her to help him as he can't see. He reaches out unsteadily for Marion's hand. She lets him take it and pulls her close. The light doesn't fade. He clings to her for a few moments, and she holds on to him until he realizes that SCP-4987 is completely within her control, and this is all intentional. He asks her if she's going to do this. This is the Foundation mandate. This is what her definition of protect amounts to. She's got no idea what she's about to do to herself. She doesn't even know him. She replies that she thinks she knows. He tells her that she will feel this for the rest of her life. Every day she'll wake up with a sick, cold feeling in her stomach where there used to be a real life, and she'll wonder why. Marion tells him that she's going to win this war. She'll beat the universe, and then she will come and find out why. Adam holds on to her for another long moment. He can hear the bane now, too, and he can even barely perceive what it is, far off behind the hill, that SCP-4987 is frantic about. That distant dot, that fleeting second-hand glimpse of the shape of it, far off, is enough to terrify him. He has faith. He knows how fast Marion can put the jigsaw pieces back together, work against a universe which makes no sense to her, isolate the truth. He knows she can take the universe. But a sharp misgiving jabs him in the stomach, and he can't stop himself saying, "And what if you lose?" She kisses him. It's a stranger's kiss. There's nothing there Adam recognizes. He breaks off, unsettled. It's a whisper now. What if you lose? Marion exits the containment unit. She slams and deadlocks the door with a single movement. The heavy metallic crack makes the whole building shake. There are people outside. Gauss, Julie Still, and a few others, comparing notes. They look appalled. She tells them to fill in his backstory. He was never married. Relocate him to where she'll never find him, incinerate all the evidence, then report to her for surgical memory erasure. She'll do herself last. Gauss looks as if he has an objection. She stares him down. "My husband's dead," she says. Chapter 8. Fresh Hell. There's another conglomeration of severed fingers in the last room, coating the room's interior like the innards of an exploded elephant. Parts of the sprawl are feeling their way, like mold, into a medical cabinet, and the rest is splayed over a fetal shape on a medical gurney. The mass reacts sharply to the new light as Adam opens the door, rearing up and angling parts of itself toward him. Adam reels backwards and pulls the door just in time. There's a heavy, fleshy thump as the mass hits the door from the far side. The door holds. Adam trips on his own foot and slumps against the far wall. The shape on the gurney was a coiled-up human. Not a corpse, but a living human with one wide-open eye whose whole body was being slowly consumed and processed into more fingers. They were growing out of his throat. Adam didn't see this. He thinks he saw it, but he knows he couldn't have. And that's it. Adam casts around the corridor. Every other door he's tried is blocked or locked. The place is below ground, so no windows. No navigable ventilation. There are 2 more gunshots up at the far end of the corridor, ear-splitting in the enclosed space and echoing for many seconds. Marion rounds the corner at a dead run, gun in hand, and reaches him quickly. She asks pointlessly if he found a way out. She can read his expression. He's found nothing good. This place is infested, he says. Every room, all the stairwells. It's absurd. At the far end of the corridor, the main mass heaves itself around the corner. From this distance, it looks like an ambulatory 8-ton pile of moldy mashed potato and fat, wiggling maggots. There are toes in there, as well as fingers, and small teeth, and bits of bone. It has 20 bullet holes in it, and blood is flowing from all of them. But if it has vital organs, they must be elsewhere in the building, because none of the wounds have slowed it down or otherwise altered its slow, methodical homing behavior. It smells powerfully and creatively disgusting, like concentrated medical waste. It lurches forward in intermittent phases, coating the walls and floor with scarlet ooze as it moves. It'll be on them in about half a minute, squashing them against the end of the corridor and then pulling them into the mass to be remade. Adam quavers and says that he thinks they're done. He thanks Marion for trying. Marion, for her part, just stands there, gun lowered, watching the thing come. It moves slowly, like a steamroller. It fills the corridor almost to the ceiling. She has 2 bullets left, and she's considering where to spend them. Shooting the mass itself is like shooting pudding. She'd kill for a grenade. Even a fire axe would be something. She might not be able to stop the thing, but she could at least make herself known with a fire axe. She could make it feel some regret. Adam finds himself unable to stop talking and goes on, saying that there are worse fates, he guesses, than being digitized by that thing, but not all that many. Marion glances in his direction, apparently paying him direct attention for the first time since they met 60 crowded minutes ago. She says, "Riser cupboard," before pushing Adam aside. There's a white painted wall behind him. There's a lock on it and a long vertical seam. She spends a moment choosing the right part of the lock to shoot, and shoots it out. Behind the tall, wide panel which opens is a shallow, dusty, metal-edged space like an elevator shaft with no elevator, allowing filthy pipes and cables to pass vertically between floors. She looks up. There's just enough room to admit a person. She asks Adam if he can climb, but without waiting for a response, she sheds her suit jacket, sticks a flashlight between her teeth, and hauls herself up into the darkness. After a brief moment of scuffling, there's another gunshot. The other riser cupboard door. Adam finally manages to shout that no, he can't climb. The mass is almost on him. He's transfixed by its motion, its all too familiar grasping behavior. Marion calls down that she figured, and a hand descends, a human one with the conventional number of fingers. She says that it's clear up there and tells him to come on. Adam keeps his own jacket on and buttoned. It's the only part of the situation over which he still has firm control. He has to jump to catch hold of Marion's hand, and just as he jumps, the main mass lunges for him, crossing the last few meters in a rush and catching hold of him by one foot. He sees himself die. His sweating hand immediately starts to slip out of Marion's. She braces her other arm and hauls him up 15 or 30 centimeters with an angry grunt, then releases his hand for a split second and reaches down like a flash to take firmer hold of his wrist. She keeps pulling. The mass closes around Adam's foot like aggressive, proactive quicksand. He yelps and kicks at it with his other foot until it finally pries his shoe loose. The mass retreats for a second, taking a crucial moment to realize that its prize is not living flesh. But by that time, Marion has hauled Adam up another half-meter, and Adam has started pushing himself upwards off the pipework with his feet. The mass lunges again, but falls short, and seems too unintelligent to climb after them. It sloshes around, probing its surroundings, perplexed by the shoe. Marion hauls him over the lip into the next corridor. He scrapes his ribs badly and arrives crawling, eyes watering. He doesn't die. He can still see himself dying. He stays on all fours for a significant amount of time, processing what just happened. He swears loudly. Marion is already standing, and apparently not even significantly exerted. She says that they need to get to the roof, as she might be able to get a signal out from there. Adam pants and asks if she's at the gym pretty often, training for fresh hell like this. She replies with a simple yeah, and Adam says that's great because he plays the violin. It's not quite as physically demanding as careers go. When she said she was a county health inspector, that was an enormous lie, wasn't it? Marion ignores the question, out of habit, and waits impassively for the man to cool. Adam declares that this is asinine. This is brain damage. His skin crawls and grotesque visions flood through his brain. Eventually, he recovers his breath and gets to his feet. He stands lopsided, so he takes his other shoe off and throws it back down the riser for symmetry. Marion again says that they need to get to the roof. Adam blinks a long blink, then focuses on something around the corner, something on the wall which Marion can't see from where she's standing. He tells her to give him 1 second, and he goes to it. It's a red panel, and he pulls something down. He tells her that she was having no luck with the gun, so she should try this. It's a fire axe. He stepped on a rusty nail backstage after the show and came to the emergency room for a tetanus injection. While waiting, he slowly realized that more than half of the people waiting with him were clutching partially or entirely severed fingers. Bandsaw accidents, hands caught in car doors, hands trapped in door hinges, hands crushed in machinery, every one of them unrelated. There was an epidemic of physical injury, which should have been impossible, and when he tried to bring it up with the medical staff, they didn't seem to understand what he was saying. And then he saw one of the fingers escape. He followed it as it wriggled away down a long corridor to a far corner of the hospital, to an ajar door which nobody in the hospital seemed to be able to perceive except for him, and into a different building where there were no people at all, just hundreds and hundreds of wriggling, exploring, slowly reproducing and lengthening fingers. He slammed the door and tried and failed to get someone, anyone, staff or patient, to see what he was seeing. He found a payphone and dialed for emergency services and ordered off the menu, asking for emergency industrial-scale pest control or hazardous containment or psychic support or something. And there was a long pause, and he was connected to what was either a very measured, dispassionate human or an impressively articulate robot operator. It told him to wait by the phone. An associate would be with him shortly. Marion Hutchinson arrived in person, slightly less than 15 minutes later. He showed her the door. They went a few paces inside, Marion crouching and aiming some kind of flashlight/scanner at the fingerworms. Behind them, something reached out and gently pushed the door closed with a click. They turned and saw what it was, and ran. Marion hacks her way through the last of the flesh-clogged stairwell. They're almost at the roof. This part of the distributed infestation doesn't seem to be mobile, although it is freakishly grabby. Adam stands 3 paces back from her, partly to avoid the backswing, but mostly so he doesn't have to watch. It's butchery, and it's grisly, and Marion barely seems perturbed by it. She slices methodically until there are waterfalls of gore coming down the stairs and soaking her shoes and his socks, and she does it with the manner of someone trimming a hedgerow. Adam is shivering and starting to crash. If he doesn't stay still right in the middle of the stairwell, the remaining fingers tug at his hair and sleeves. In another few minutes, it may finally dawn on him that this is really happening. This is crazy. This is nuts, he says to himself over and over. Marion asks him suddenly what that word was he used back there. He doesn't really respond, so she tells him not to tune out. When the mass was coming down the hall, she asks if he said digitized. Adam seems to change gear and wake up, and says yes, but in the old sense of the word. Marion finishes his explanation. Digit meaning finger, so digitized meaning turned into fingers. She just got it. She's smiling, he can tell from the sound of her words. She says that that's great, as she continues to hack through the flesh. She then asks him what kind of violin music, and he asks what kind would she like. Yesterday's concert was Prokofiev's Violin Concerto No. 1, and a few other pieces, of course, but that was the main course for him. That was where he got his teeth in. Marion stops hacking and turns around. She actually looks him in the eye and says that that piece is a nightmare. Adam admits brightly that it's a challenge. Marion replies that she means that it's chaotic, it's unlistenable. Adam states that he can play anything she likes. Marion appears to spend a moment considering this possibility, before asking if he can play some Bach. Adam tells her to just get him to a violin. Marion thinks for a moment longer, before smiling, nodding, and going back to hacking. And they hit the roof, and Marion's radio finally works, and she calls everything in. She speaks in rapid keywords which Adam can't quite follow, although he can pick out his own name and hazmat and a repeated word which sounds to him like a brand of cassette tape. Memetics. It's very nearly dawn. This wing of the hospital is a few stories shorter than its main body, so rows of bright-lit wards look down over the roof, while the roof looks out over 2 sprawling car parks and then greenery and roads and a faint, dull red where the sun is due to come up. Marion quickly ascertains that there's no fire escape from here. The intended fire exit from the roof is the stairwell up which they just came, so they'll have to wait for a helicopter. Or, more likely and less romantically, a long ladder. Backup is coming, she concludes. They have to come in from the next city over, so it could be a few hours. They'll have decontamination gear, antibiotics, blankets, tedious debriefing forms, but most importantly, coffee. Adam makes an inarticulate sound, the sound of one who could use the coffee, and after that, a drink. He remarks that he has another concert today, as he sits on the thick perimeter wall, rubs his eyes, rubs his sore feet, and begins to shut down. Marion tells him that he'll be there. The nasty part is over, and he did well for a civilian. She's seen far worse. He asks if she's seen worse than this, but Marion says nothing. He apologizes, opens his eyes again, and gestures at the mayhem from which they just escaped. The fire door and everything it leads to. It's all still down there. He asks again that she's seen worse than this, and she again says nothing. He asks what this is, and what happened here. At first, Marion doesn't answer this either. She walks away across the roof and spends an entire minute staring at the forthcoming sun. And then, surprising Adam and slightly surprising even herself, She walks back to him and explains that SCP-4051, which is the number they just assigned to this infestation, has an intrinsic property which makes it nearly impossible for sapient organisms to perceive it. It's a form of camouflage. It's not invisible. It's a mental blocking effect. Information about it goes nowhere. It gets suppressed. People walk past this building every day of the week. They don't see what's blocking the windows. They walk past that door and don't realize it's standing open. It could have been here for decades. The researchers will get the whole story eventually. Adam finds in this explanation something he halfway understands, and asks her if they're living Fnords. Editor's note. This is a reference to the Illuminatus trilogy of novels, in which Fnords are words that children are taught to be unable to consciously see, and which instill a feeling of unease and confusion when read. The government uses them to create a perpetual low-level state of fear. This reference actually slows down Marion for a second, as she gets it. She read those books when she was younger, years ago, before joining the Foundation, but she's never made the connection between Fnords and the work she does. For as long as she's been working there, she hasn't even thought about it. The irony is intense enough to burn. She says, yeah, and Adam remarks that she can see them. She says that she has specialist training, declining to mention her drug regimen. Adam then says that he can also see them. Marion explains that he seems to have a mild, natural immunity to memory clouding phenomena. It's rare, but it happens. At a hospital this busy, someone like him was bound to stumble into this place sooner or later. But the point is, this infestation, SCP-4051, is a snowflake. She doesn't mean that it's special and unique. She means that it's part of a blizzard. She works for an independent scientific research institution with a specialist focus on the containment of hazardous anomalous phenomena. They have an international mandate and formidable resources and unimaginable responsibilities. They watch the blizzard, and they guard the little fire. They're called the Foundation. Adam's full attention is on her now. He feels tense and exposed here, vulnerable to extraordinary natural forces from which by rights he should be fleeing. But he's also fascinated. Marion has a faintly ethereal attitude to her. It's as if she's not standing on the same planet as everybody else. He says that she's not FBI then. That was his other guess. Marion wrinkles her nose and replies that she hates that show. Adam mischievously says that he doesn't believe he mentioned a show. A nerve has been touched, though, and Marion shuffles irately. She says that they do everything wrong. They don't have enough people, they don't trust each other, they don't spend nearly enough time on paperwork. Paperwork saves lives. But most of all, she hates the will they or won't they. For 5 years. It's forced, it's farcical. She glares at Adam. It doesn't take that long to know. You will or you won't, and then you do. Adam reads her expression carefully and asks, "You do?" Marion smiles again and says, "Yeah, I think you do." A distant, rapid thudding noise slowly becomes apparent. Marion sees the source of the sound first and points, saying that backup's here, and it looks like they raided a helicopter after all. Chapter 9. Ojai. Foundation agent George Barson is monolithic, nearly 2 meters tall and rectangular-shouldered, like a Bruce Timm cartoon. He is bald, bearded, and immaculately presented. His suit is tailored. There are few which will fit him off the rack. He arrives at the Green Place first thing after dawn, 6 o'clock. The address is isolated, an acre or two of ill-maintained scrubland off a spur of the main highway north out of Ojai. Barson is part of the Foundation's Anomalous Religious Expressions Division. They do cults. Green is not the name of the cult which Barson is here to confront, but a code name. Barson doesn't know the real name. At the briefing last night, it was explained that there are legitimate security reasons to use code names instead of true names here, but those reasons were not explained. Barson, no fool, took this to mean that there is some form of cognitohazard surrounding the true names, or a memory clouding phenomenon which makes them impossible to record. Or, and he's dealt with Foundation research staff for far too many years to not consider this, somebody just straight up forgot to record the real names and is trying to cover for themselves. If there's an SCP number, he hasn't been told it. The house is an ugly white sprawl, 1 story, wood construction, no 2 windows alike in design, decaying. There are piles of junk, lumber, rusted vehicle components, drums of filthy green water. Willow and sycamore trees are encroaching from 2.5 sides, drizzling leaves and seeds and miscellaneous biological gunk all over the roof, clogging the gutters. Through the windows, only closed curtains and blinds are visible. The front door is standing ajar. Barson proceeds inside, cautiously. The entrance opens almost directly onto a large lounge/diner/kitchen area. The room is darkened, light mostly spilling from the entrance door. Barson leaves it open, and feeling its way around the edges of the window coverings. The place is dirty and smells of mold. The still air is like an oven, and it's extremely quiet except for the faint, animated sound of someone talking away down the hall, words not entirely clear. Wasps, and yeah, it's going to be sharp inside. When you're made to move, that's tlo krul dilth you'll bleed from. Barson goes down the hall, passing a wall decoration which was once a mirror but has been completely painted over in black. After a brief search, during which he ascertains that the rest of the house is empty, he comes to the final room. The door is closed, but the focused rambling is coming from inside. At home, it's super easy. I'm going to give you something. An easy 2-part project for you to take away. And don't forget Alth Amth below. Part 1. Find someone weaker than you. Barson knocks, loudly, twice. The patter stops. Nothing else is heard. Barson opens the door. The room is dark, its window blocked with a thick curtain. There's a computer desk in the corner opposite the door, about as cluttered as a desk can realistically get, strewn with partially disassembled hardware, USB keys, chocolate wrappers, scraps of paper, ballpoint pens. There's a gaming mouse, unable to move for junk. There's a good quality video camera setup, a monitor, video feeds on the monitor, dust. There's a cheap skeletal swivel chair in front of the monitor, and a young man of about 20 slouched uncomfortably in the chair. He is skinny, with discolored, pale skin, which Barson thinks could be caused by malnutrition. He has what was at one point a stylish, fashionable haircut, but is now in some disrepair, and when he turns around, Barson sees that he has dark rings around his eyes. It looks as if he hasn't slept in a year. He reeks. The room is filled with that odor, almost thick enough to see. In the same way that the anomalous viral/religious phenomenon, the cult, gathering around and above this young man like an anvil cloud, is named Green, he himself is named Red. Barson greets him and says that they saw his streams. The youth pulls his headphones down and asks who the hell he is. Barson introduces himself, but he's cut off as Red launches out of his chair like a rabid greyhound from a cage. He comes fist first, losing the headphones. Barson shifts his weight slightly to his left, leaning away from the punch. He catches Red's arm and pulls it forward, violently, deflecting the attack's momentum and bringing the youth teeth first into the doorframe. Red stumbles back, crouching. He finds his footing swiftly. Froth is developing at the corners of his mouth, mixing with blood. Scrabbling around the junk on the floor, he puts his hand on a soldering iron. As Red comes forward again, Barson wastes a critical split second trying to trace the iron's cable to figure out whether it's plugged in and hot or not. It's not, but that's enough distraction that Red gets right up there, driving the iron up into Barson's gut with both hands. There's an electronic screech and a spark of orange light. The iron holes Barson's shirt, but skitters off his abdomen, opening a long tear. There's bare skin underneath. His shield is invisible, partly mythical, and protects his seemingly exposed head just as well as the rest of him. Barson takes Red in a headlock. Some haphazard kicking ensues, less well choreographed. Red has a demon's energy behind him, but Barson has, to be blunt, arrived prepared. In a few more moves, Red is disarmed, stunned, flat on his back, and good for nothing. Barson takes stock. The number of genuine fight-for-your-life fights he's been in is still in single digits. This one ranks about in the middle. 15 seconds of activity, both of them made mistakes. A learning experience. Barson says that he'll dispense with the introductions then, and remarks that the live streaming vector was novel. They hadn't seen that before. Very effective compared to the generic self-help book and walled compound model. He gets 1 point for originality out of 10, but they predicted it decades back, and they had the containment procedures ready to go. They have people at the streaming services, and as they speak, they're locking him out of his account. They're using his own channels to distribute inoculation codes. Barson tries to tidy his shirt up, but it's not going to work. Since Red is the source, a simple inoculation code would glance off. Physical intervention is required. He reaches inside his jacket, where he has a perfectly serviceable gun, which he elected to leave where it is for this confrontation, and produces a device not unlike an ophthalmologist's scope. He kneels, lifts Red's right eyelid, and aims the scope at it, projecting a brilliant white spot of light, which bathes the entire eye and causes it to lock open. Almost all of Red's musculature locks up as well, effectively pinning him to the floor. His teeth clench. Barson says that this man is innocent, and nobody can deserve what you've done to him. Release him, and leave this reality forever. Through gritted teeth, Red asks again who the hell he is. Barson pushes another button, changing the projected light pattern from a pure white disk into a complex spiral star design in red and blue. There's a crack, like ribs being forced apart, and the youth screams. It doesn't sound like Red. It's a full-body scream, anguished and hopeless, and as loud as he's physically able to make it. It comes up from his belly and goes on, flat out, until he runs out of breath and gasps, and does it again, arching his back and clawing at the floor. After the second full breath, he cools down to a sobbing wail. He begs Barson not to send him back, and Barson assures him that he won't. Red says that he can't see and asks who's there. Barson assures him that he'll get his sight back, and that his name's George. Red says that there's a pit, and it always gets worse. It doesn't stop. There's no bottom. He babbles incoherently for a moment, and then trails off. His eyes dance blindly. Barson tells him that he's in a really bad place right now. Something has gone wrong, and that thing, that horrific thing which went wrong, has found him and abducted him and replaced him. It's out here now, using his skin as a finger puppet, walking him around, making him talk, replicating. That nightmare he's having is being had by 100,000 people right now. That's the bad news. The good news is that they caught him, and he can still see the youth in there, and there's a good chance that they can get him out. Red questions him, saying a good chance, but Barson cuts him off and tells him to focus on the red and blue spiral. He still has the scope pointed into the youth's eye. Red replies that he can't see anything, but Barson explained that that's because he's not directly connected to this optic nerve anymore. His mind is locked inside something which is, though. He can't see the spiral, but somehow he knows what it looks like. He can sense its shape, like a pattern of heat on the back of your hand. Barson's voice is becoming slower, taking on a hypnotic rhythm. The spiral idea is going in, spreading and flourishing, occupying more space. The more he thinks about the spiral, the more he realizes that he can't think about anything but the spiral. Red seems to have nothing to say to this. His breathing stabilizes. Barson continues and says that his thoughts are slowed. The spiral fills him up, recursively, like ice crystals, until he can't move. His brain knows it's being poisoned. Even though he's blind, he feels a reflexive need to look away or block out what he's seen. A long enough exposure is fatal. There is a long, heavy pause, during which Barson does nothing but shine poisonous light into the young man's eye, while studying that brightly illuminated eye himself, tracking the progress of the ocular response, waiting for a particular tell. It's not a clear-cut thing. There's a small amount of guesswork. He waits until he's sure. Finally, he releases the button on the scope, shutting it off. The youth is now completely inert. Barson stands up, knees creaking. He relaxes, sighs, his shoulders untense a little. He puts the scope away. You can think of this as memetic chemotherapy, he says, mostly to himself, to fill dead air. The young man can only hear pink fuzz now. The spiral symbol is an elementary cognito-poison. A long exposure is fatal, but a just barely non-fatal exposure is recoverable. He will recover from this poison, and Red cannot. He will survive, and Red will die, because he is an intelligent, creative human being, and Red is... He reflects on his briefing, and what he knows of the green phenomenon, and the 100,000 people suffering and raving inside it right now. They're in all parts of the globe. He has seen some photographs of what takes place in homes occupied by Red's appalling messages. He's heard a strictly limited amount of highly redacted audio. Dispassionate people make better field decisions. That's the rule he was always taught. But remaining dispassionate is harder on some days than others. Red is a piece of shit, he finishes. Barson potters around the room for a little while, taking a closer look at some of the computer hardware. Nothing notable there, although he finds a stand for the soldering iron. There's also a narrow camp bed in the room, with a bedraggled sleeping bag. He clears the sleeping bag away and loads the youth onto the camp bed, in a recovery position. He pulls the curtain open. It's an obnoxiously sunny day, and the sun is aimed right in through that window. Finally, Barson picks up the swivel chair and settles into it on the far side of the room, where he can keep an eye on his patient. He pulls a Foundation-issued phone from his pocket, along with a horrendously tangled pair of cheap earbuds, which he begins to untangle. He relaxes into his monologue. It's not as if anybody is listening. The fact is, he didn't need to come here. There's more than one way to physically intervene when something like green comes around. The original plan when they found out about him was to use an orbital laser cannon on the top of his head. They can do that, from time to time. His house would be a circle of scorched timber, with him a burnt marshmallow at the middle of it. That's their latest methodology for dealing with virulent, single culpability memetic anomalies. They do it at arm's length, at the longest possible distance, unblinkingly and unfeelingly, and to hell with the details. It's brutal, impersonal, very expensive in orbital laser maintenance. They say to themselves that it's effective, and maybe it is. He's not at that level, so he doesn't get to see the statistics. But what he does know is that they can always do better. He looked at the file, and he looked at him, and he took a long shot. Honestly, he's a very small guy in the grand scheme, but he stood up in a pretty intense meeting with people who he doesn't really have the authority to say anything to, and he said to them that there's a completely innocent kid at the center of this. He doesn't deserve this. At minimum, they've got to make the gesture. A shadow passes across the room. Barson looks around briefly, but whatever it is has gone. He thinks nothing of it and continues. He also said that if it works, it'll save them a boatload of money. He thinks that part was the part which got their attention, but he got the thumbs up, so here he is. Trying to save his life the hard way instead of just atomizing it. It'll probably take all day, but don't worry, he has podcasts. He finishes untangling the earbuds and screws the first of them into his left ear. Red then says that his people must really hate him. Barson draws, late. Obviously, nobody should be able to talk right now, but the real reason he draws late is that the comment lands. It should just pass him by, but there is a sharp, spiteful element of truth to it. Truthfully, nobody was a fan of the idea. Barson has been saying for a long time, with gradually increasing volume to gradually increasing senior Foundation overseers, that a chat beats a fight. He's been ignored over and over. Yesterday, when they finally said that he could try it, it was grudgingly. And so a momentary flicker of foul suspicion appears. Did they know? Did they really just kill him? They didn't. He knows, of course, they didn't. But it's too late. As he fumbles the gun out, Red has already sat up, grinning like a ventriloquist puppet, and turned his head to look right at Barson. They make eye contact, and this time Red's eyes are open all the way, allowing Barson to see straight through to what's on the other side. Green comprehension leaps out of the pit at Barson and grounds itself in the back of his skull. He recoils instinctively, breaking the connection and covering his eyes. He stumbles, falling backwards out of the chair and into the corner of the room. His orange, crystalline shield fluctuates, panicking in its own way because of what just passed through it. Intermittently, it turns impermeable, cutting off Barson's frantic breathing. Then it snaps off and dies. Barson doesn't have the training to fully comprehend the idea complex he was just exposed to. He has a basic level of practical memetics training. He can administer the spiral treatment and a few others, and protect himself from certain attacks which would knock a generic human over like a domino. But he's an entry-level practitioner, not a specialist, not a scientist. The sheer scope of green is beyond his ability to comprehend. He feels like one of the men Louis Slotin irradiated, a demon core criticality witness. He knows he's dead. The only question is how long it's going to take. Red swings his legs off the bed and stands, keeping his grin fixed on Barson. He remarks on the spinning red and blue light and asks how backwards he is. He seems to grow larger and to sink backwards into space, a hole where a human should be. Barson finds he can't make himself move out of the corner. It's like he's pinned. There's a creeping, staticky numbness in his hands. He understands his error now. He might as well have tried to poison the ocean. He sees the whole thing, Red's grotesque vision for the world, his/its immense, vicious promise. The rot is everywhere. Those 100,000 infected are a foretaste. The spores are flourishing secretly in every aspect of reality. In people's lungs, in their minds, their words, in the soil, in the sky. Maggots and cancers and star signals. How can anyone think like that? How can anyone want that? There's no distinction between Red and whoever that original human was. There's no one to rescue. It was a damn ruse. It was voluntary. Barson manages to ask if Red made this happen. It didn't abduct him. He invited it. hacked his own soul in half and offered the pieces up, for no reason at all. He's latched himself onto the front of something unimaginable. He can't comprehend how badly this is going to end, as he's murdered himself. Red advances on him. Gun. Barson's mind is disintegrating, but it gets that one word out. Gun. It's on the floor between them, gleaming in the shaft of orange light pouring out of the window. Barson fights himself and wins, and lunges for it, only then finding that the creeping numbness in his extremities isn't just affecting his hands, it's affecting his own ability to perceive them. He doesn't know that it's a minor antimemetic clouding effect. All he knows is that there's a stump at the end of his arm. Both arms. The gun is inoperable. All he can do is push it around the floor. He shouts, miserably and helplessly. Red laughs and doesn't even bother to kick it away. Barson manages to say that the Foundation will stop him, speaking it like a mantra. Red cocks his head, as if he knows the word Foundation from somewhere. He asks if all of them are as weak as Barson. Comprehension goes both ways. Barson dimly understands what Red represents, which means Red, in turn, dimly understands what Barson represents. Red perceives the power structures which dispatched Barson into this hated burrow. Red perceives the shadows of the people at the streaming services, and the mobile task force Barson doesn't know about, skulking out at the property's perimeter waiting for a go order which will never come. Red perceives the 4 or 5 brutal, impersonal suits seated at the top of the operation, webbing it together. One of them is toying absently with their laser strike keystick, twirling it around the back of their thumb over and over, dropping it. That's as far through headspace as Red can search, because that's the limit of the people who know about him. It. Red. That's the hit list. A shadow blots the sun out again, the same one as before, for longer this time. Red looks out through the window, giving it a curt nod, and it departs. Barson slumps to one side, dead up to the shoulders now. Conscious that any of these words could be his last, he says that he thinks he's in control, but it's going to kill him too. They can get him out. He can help them contain it. Red crouches, still grinning, and tells Barson to look at him. Barson looks. He doesn't have a choice. It hurts. Red makes sure he is being heard loudly and clearly, and says no. Barson whispers, Zayin 346, Samek Shin. Red blinks and says what? Something bleeps, and Barson says, A star. A star. Red swears and begins looking around, suddenly genuinely alarmed. He lost track of Barson's phone. He finds it beneath the bed and snatches it up. There's a voice authentication interface, and authentication is nearly complete. He tells it to stop, cancel, undo, but nothing happens, as it's the wrong voice. He drops the phone and scrabbles for the gun. Barson says, Zelochi, Enora, fire. Red puts a bullet through the phone and a second through Barson's skull. He looks up at the ceiling, waiting, still alarmed, and he waits. But nothing else happens. Chapter 10. Immemorial. Marion Wheeler has just finished a scheduled inspection of SCP-8473 and is about to go for a cigarette. Someone is running up to meet her outside SCP-8473's containment unit. Marion recognizes her as Dr. Eli Moreno, a trainee field researcher who joined the Antimemetics division only 6 months ago. She asks her if she can help her with something. Moreno interlocks her fingers nervously. She is a full head taller than Marion, and half her age, with scraggly hair and exceedingly thick glasses. She lacks experience, but she is very smart, and she's learning very fast. In another year, she'll be among the best people the division has, or has ever had, and Marion is looking forward to that. Marion loves nothing more than competent people. Still, as the pause lengthens, that day of competence seems to be in the future. Marion remarks that she normally expects her people to get to the point a little quicker than this. Moreno blurts out that there's a stone in the forest behind the site. It's monumental, like a skyscraper, and it blots out the sun. She asks Marion if she knows what she's talking about, which Marion does. Moreno says that she's never seen it before, and she doesn't understand how it's possible that she never saw it. It casts a shadow across the whole site. She asks if it was always there, which it was, and she sees it because she took her first routine dose of ops-grade Nestix this morning. Moreno seems alarmed, asking if that's how it works. Something that big can just be right there and they don't see it. Marion says, yeah, and checks her watch, mentally moving some scheduled commitments around. Extend this smoke break to the rest of the afternoon. Leave the scheduled inspection of SCP-3125 where it is. Review promotion cases after the gym instead of before. Evening meal, at this rate, never. Moreno, suffocating under the weight of follow-up questions, finally asks what it is. Marion gestures to her left, down the corridor, indicating that she is about to walk and that Moreno should follow her. She says that she'll show her. In the database, it's SCP-9429. Moreno hasn't read the entry. She doesn't have access. The stone is a single, unbroken 91 by 91 by 147 meter vertical cuboid of ancient, weathered, dark basalt. It sits at a very slight angle, leaning fractionally to the north. Its regular angles clearly mark it as a carved object, a human-made artifact. It rises out of the forest to the east of Site-41 and dominates, not to say obliterates, the views in that direction from the windows of the site's main block. It is, by volume, massively bigger than the site itself, even including its underground extents. It looms. It's absolutely unmissable. The idea that anyone could fail to notice it for any period of time is, Marion has to admit, more than a little unnerving. Marion leads Moreno up the short forest track to the stone's perimeter, and then right, following its perimeter, in its shadow. It's a wet day, and rain is dripping from the very top edge of the cube, as well as from the conifers which grow right up beside it. The rain makes a constant white hiss, deadening other sounds. She explains that there's a weak antimemetic clouding effect surrounding it. To most people, it's effectively invisible. Moreno has been up to the top of some of these other hills, she's sure. She should have seen it clearly from up there as well, but she looked straight past it. That's normal. There's a related effect which removes people's memories after they've visited the stone. That effect is much stronger, and it'll cut right through both of their Nestic drug regimens. Moreno asks if they'll forget all about this then. Marion holds up a battered little notebook and a cheap blue ballpoint. Moreno understands. She's carrying a notebook and pen as well. Information suppression is a complicated spectrum. Sometimes a written note is the only thing which will make it out of a zone which suppresses memories, electronic data, radio signals, and even audible sound. Alongside the mandatory Foundation issue brick phone, many Antimemetics Division operatives habitually carry some combination of an instant camera, a mechanical tape-driven dictaphone, a notebook, a walkie-talkie. Not that Moreno is expecting to need anything today. Marion continues and says that of course one side effect of the clouding is that she doesn't exactly remember the way. She guesses they could set up signposts, but somehow it never gets done. Not because of anti-memetic effects, just plain laziness. They come to a passage in the side of the stone. In fact, it is not a passage, but a tremendously deep groove, cut all the way from the top of the cube to its base, a slot with a thin line of overcast sky visible overhead, and steps leading up. Marion begins to climb, and Moreno follows. They climb in silence for some minutes. Moreno stops a few times to write down a note or two, hunching over to shield her notebook from the drizzle. Then she hurries to catch up with Marion, who maintains a steady, indifferent pace. Sometime after Moreno has lost count of the steps, the stepped groove makes a 90-degree turn to the left and continues to ascend. Marion stops here, above Moreno, and turns to quiz her, asking her what she has so far. Moreno asks what this place is, but Marion replies that she should tell her. Moreno hesitates for a moment, uncertain where this is going. She checks her notes. She says that geologically speaking, this stone is an alien. At first, she thought there had been a mountain on this spot which was excavated into this shape by human hands, but the rock itself is wrong. It's different from the mountains and hills near here. You'd have to travel at least 500 kilometers to find basalt like this, which means it must have been excavated elsewhere, maybe carved there and moved here. Marion says nothing, but her demeanor seems to indicate that Moreno is on the right track. She continues, saying that that isn't possible. This is a single stone. Judging from its dimensions and density, it must mass north of 3 million tons. That's after carving, and that can't be done. Human civilization cannot move objects of this size, not in a single piece. The technology doesn't exist. Marion says that that's correct, and Moreno just asks how it got here then. Marion replies that that's a good question. Moreno waits. She doesn't have the answer to the question, so she waits for Marion to supply it. But she doesn't. She instead asks what else. Moreno says that it's been engraved, using tools, indicating the walls of the stepped passage. And she noticed the exterior walls are the same. There's a lot of weathering, but here and there between the biological crud, there's this very clear, regular pattern. Tiny vertical rectangles, like a block cursor on an old computer terminal. Or a tombstone in typography, Marion suggests. Moreno blinks and agrees. It's a uniform pattern, very detailed work, which would require quite good tools even by modern standards. She thinks that the pattern is supposed to cover the entire exterior of the stone, and if that's the case, the blocks are so minuscule and the stone is so large that there must have originally been hundreds of millions of them. Marion agrees, and asks if there's anything else. Moreno thinks for a minute. She stares up into the rain, reflecting on the atmosphere that the stone, or sculpture as she supposes it would be better described, projects. Loneliness, quiet, desolation, awe, intimidation, and some fear. Although with that intimidating, fearful atmosphere, there's no sensation of danger, no threat. We considered ourselves to be a powerful culture, she says aloud. Marion hears this, but asks no follow-up question. Apparently satisfied, she turns and continues climbing the steps, and Moreno follows. The passage makes several more turns, carving out an erratic, squared squiggle. Moreno takes no further notes. Her knees are about ready to explode by the time they reach the top. They emerge, blinking at the light, on a wet, wind-swept, slightly slanted plateau. There are more of the tiny tombstone indentations underfoot. The edges of the cube are some distance away, but they are not marked. The dark gray surface just ends at a straight line, not far out, and the horizon itself is below it, not visible. This gives Moreno some vertigo, particularly since the surface tilts towards one corner, and the engraved basalt underfoot is slick, wet, and getting wetter. There is a small cluster of Foundation scientific equipment up here, chunky weatherproof units stacked up under a canopy. There's a table with a rugged, beaten-up computer terminal switched off. Further away is a diesel generator. Marion ignores the equipment and paces away in a different direction, facing away from Moreno and out at the sky, playing with her cigarette lighter, although not actually lighting anything. The lighter is actually a tiny propane burner intended for lighting stoves, given to her by her mother before she died. Marion no longer remembers this. Moreno waits for a while, arms folded for warmth, gradually getting wetter. She doesn't see cover under the canopy, because Marion hasn't. She senses that something is about to happen. Marion is normally quite poised and difficult to read, but she looks apprehensive, upset even. Focused intently on the lighter flame, Marion seems to be unable to look her in the eye, as if she doesn't want to push through with the next part of whatever this is actually supposed to be. Orientation? Initiation? Hazing? What was that about getting to the point? It's a memorial, Moreno says. Marion snaps the lighter shut and pockets it, moderately impressed. Only moderately, though. She says that that's right. Of course, she practically told her that when she mentioned tombstones. Moreno then asks how many anti-memetic wars have there been. That gets her. She swears and says so much for slow-burning theatrics. She asks Moreno if someone told her, or she read the entry, but Moreno looks at her shoes and says not really. She's never seen this place before, and she was just guessing. Marion says that she looks embarrassed, that she hit the right answer 30 minutes before she was expecting her to. She thinks that she's shown Marion up, but Marion tells her to keep operating at that level. Don't slow up for her benefit, or for anyone's. It's important. Moreno asks if she'll tell her why they're here, for what she hopes will be the final time. In another part of her mind, a fatal chain of calculations starts. Marion explains that the problem is that every single person in the world with reliable access to high-grade nestic medication works for her, here, and the division is pitifully understaffed. There are 40 of them, including the two of them, and 40 pairs of eyes is not enough. They cannot look at enough of the world at once. There is an appallingly large percentage of the world which no human has ever properly looked at. This is unbearably limiting to all forms of antimemetic research. Antimemetic biology, paleontology, cosmology, archaeology, all barely exist. They are nowhere. Nevertheless, they have seen this culture's cities. One or two still exist, and pure dumb luck is how they found them. A division researcher takes a vacation, drives across Nevada while still on the dose, and sees something on the horizon. That sort of thing. The cities are physically ruined, and there are heavy antimemetic effects shrouding them which make them nearly impossible to study, even for them. Large, simple things like this stone survived better, but even so. They think this stone was one of the last things they built before they died out. They were human, and were probably significantly more technologically advanced than we are. They existed tens of thousands of years ago, perhaps hundreds of thousands. They can't know for sure. It's difficult to determine what really happened to them because their entire cultural memeplex was lethally irradiated. Their core cultural concepts, the things they created and stood for and valued highly, can never be known or propagated again. They think an idea stole into their culture which they did not have adaptations to defend against. A complex of ideas. A meme-plectic/Keter class end-of-world scenario. Marion pauses, letting the rain patter for a significant moment. Moreno asks if they all just forgot, all of them that survived the war and became modern humanity. They just looked away and walked away and moved on. Marion says yes, and Moreno staggers, vertigo swelling up and briefly getting the better of her. Hundreds of millions of people died and they just forgot. Is that what she wanted to show her? Does she want her to write that down? Marion says yes, write it down. It's the first thing she's learning today. Humans can forget anything. It's okay to forget some things, because we are mortal and finite, but some things they have to remember. It's important that they remember. Write to herself something which will make her remember. Moreno nods. It's raining too heavily, so she retreats under the canopy and uses the table. Even so, a few raindrops spatter her notes. She writes intently and rapidly for some time. What she writes is rushed and unrefined, with large parts crossed out. She wonders how she'll react when she reads it for the first time. After a while, Marion joins her under the canopy. Moreno, staring at her notes, asks her, as if she doesn't already know the answer, what the second thing is. Marion says that it's possible that their culture had an equivalent to the Foundation. It may even have had an Antimemetics division. If they did, their Foundation and their Antimemetics division failed them. It's a big reality, and a big foundation. There's a lot of Ketters, and a lot of Keter-class scenarios. So maybe the end of the world will be some other division's problems. And yes, a big part of the job they hired her for is basic research. Lab work, as safe as it gets. And yes, it's been thousands of years, and it may be thousands of years more. But maybe it won't, and maybe it will be their problem. To answer her original question, there has been one anti-memetics war that they know of, potentially others that they don't know of, and there is undoubtedly one to come. Moreno says nothing. She looks dismayed, broken. She's right to be, and Marion is familiar with the reaction. This is indeed part of every new Antimemetics Division operative's orientation. The magnitude of responsibility can be hard to handle. It should be. Marion welcomes her to the Antimemetics Division, and says that this is her first day. Moreno writes for some time longer, while Marion waits, silently. The rain doesn't let up. Moreno eventually asks what the idea was. Marion explains that it was SCP-9429-A. They isolated the memeplex itself in the 70s, and they have it on a slab in a Vegas room, basement level 2. It's mostly harmless now. It's so culturally alien to modern humans as to be nearly incoherent. She says to think of Egyptian hieroglyphs, which Moreno says she can read. She asks if Marion is saying it couldn't come back, but Marion says that in that form, it's highly unlikely. Moreno then points at something far away in the sky, and Marion looks, but doesn't see anything but overcast sky and rain. She asks what Moreno sees, as under heavy nestic doses, some people say they see ghosts here. They even have some supposed interview logs, but personally she thinks their veracity is dubious. Moreno replies that it doesn't look like a ghost. It looks like an anorexic kaiju, a pillar made of spiders. It's taller than this stone, at least twice as tall, and it's coming here. She asks if this is normal, but Marion says no, her mind already racing through the checklist. Moreno asks what it is, but Marion doesn't know. She asks if this is part of the hazing, but Marion says no, and she will never lie to her. An anti-memetically cloaked entity which looks as monstrous as Moreno is describing has an approximately 0% chance of being benign. They need support. Wheeler finds that her phone has no signal. Checking Moreno's is pointless, she already knows. The only way to get a message out of here is with a written note. A paper airplane thrown off the top into the woods. Moreno says that it's bending down, and she thinks it's looking at her. There isn't even a hole in the rain which Marion can perceive. Moreno says that its head is gigantic, 10 meters wide. It has graspers and arthropod legs all over it. Dozens of eyes, some of which are blinded. There's someone riding it. Marion tells her to describe the rider. Moreno describes him as being a Caucasian male, 20s, skinny, wearing jeans and trainers, with dirty brown hair in need of a haircut. He's been shot, and he's bleeding all over, but he doesn't seem to notice. In the liver, and again in the throat, but he's smiling. He says that no, that never happened. Marion spends a split second wondering whether the gunshot wounds are intentionally creepy detailing or whether the man is genuinely using some kind of advanced antimemetic power to ignore a mortal wound. If so, how? And how he originally sustained it. More urgent questions are afoot, though. She asks Moreno if he sees her, to which Moreno says yes. She then asks if he can see Marion or hear her. Moreno is transfixed and starting to look genuinely frightened, and says that he wants to know who she's talking to. Marion tells her not to tell him. He doesn't get information about them. She pulls her walkie-talkie from her waist, sets it to broadcast an emergency beacon, turns and hurls it overarm as far as she possibly can in the direction of the Site-41 main building. With luck, it'll land intact in the forest, outside the suppression zone cast by SCP-9429, summoning a mobile task force. She tells Moreno to ask him who he is. Moreno is standing very still, with her arms clamped rigidly at her side. She asks him and says that he says he's nearly finished. He says he's going to kill her. Marion replies, like hell, and says that they're running for it, back down the steps. If they can get to the perimeter of the stone, it'll flush their memories. Moreno says that she can't move, and Marion tries hauling on one of her arms, but she can't be moved. She yells for her to put one foot in front of the other, but Moreno just says that it's got a hold of her. She's goggle-eyed and starting to hyperventilate. Marion disengages and surveys the situation. She can't see or touch any grasping spider legs, or the monumental face which Moreno can't look away from, or the rider. But she believes Moreno that they're there. Real, for some value of real. She claps one hand to her side, but of course she isn't carrying her sidearm, because this is a safe SCP on a safe site. Not that it even makes a difference when this mythical rider is able to laugh off gunshot wounds. There aren't enough options in front of her. She very badly wants to swear, and bites down hard on her tongue. Moreno screams, and Marion shouts at her not to look at it, but to look at her. Moreno says that she can't, and Marion tells her that she's stronger than this, but she disagrees. Marion says that she's the best they have, and she's not making that up. She's seen this thing when nobody else could. That makes her smarter and stronger. She can fight it. Moreno just says that it hates them so much. She can't think through it. She can't see. She begs. Marion circles behind her, plants one hand on her shoulder for stability, and punches her behind the ear. Moreno sags in place, then falls forward to her knees. Marion is just about able to catch her before her skull connects with the ground. But she didn't hit her hard enough, and she's unconscious only for a second. She struggles as she comes back, like waking from a nightmare into another nightmare. She clutches at Marion's hand. She can't scream, and her heart stops. Marion rolls her over and administers CPR, but without equipment there's very little chance of her restarting Moreno's heart. Nobody's coming. She didn't throw the walkie-talkie far enough. It's almost 15 minutes before she gives up. And then Marion is collapsed against the wall of the passage, on the next to last step, about to leave SCP-9429's field of influence, trying to figure out what in the hell she can possibly write to herself. What the hell was that thing? All Moreno did was think of it, and it killed her. She was as good as any of them, as capable as she was ever going to be, and she wasn't good enough. How do you fight an antimemetic monster which only eats the best antimemeticists? You could try to build some kind of counter-meme, but you'd need to be shielded while you worked on it. You'd need a hermetically sealed, self-sustaining lab as big as an arcology, like the ones Bart Hughes used to build, like the one under Site-41. God, how long have they been fighting this thing? There's a rustling behind her, and she turns to look. Far away up the steps is the rider Moreno described. A scrawny young man with a hostile frown and 2 steadily oozing gunshot wounds. His shoes are soaked in blood. He calls out her name and says that he owes her for the lake. Marion stands up. She doesn't know what lake he's talking about, but she says nothing. The rider gestures, and blue and brown and black spiders of all sizes cascade around the corner, flooding the passageway up to his knees, pouring over his shoulders, tumbling down towards Marion. They make a strange, organic rustling as they pour, like wet leaves. There must be millions of them. The spiders would probably be much more effective if she was at all afraid of them. It's too bad, as she's just learned a great deal about this entity, that they have history together, and that it personally dislikes her, and that it apparently has a humanoid mouthpiece and a lousy imagination. But she has only a second before the cascade of arachnids overcomes her, and that's not enough time to even write a single word. Moreno's death, then, was for nothing. She steps backwards, over the threshold. The rain is finally easing off. Marion lights a cigarette and heads back to the main building. It's almost time for her scheduled inspection of SCP-3125. Chapter 11. Case Hate Red. If Adam Wheeler gave it some thought, or if someone were to prompt him with the right questions, he could put words around the fact that his existence didn't bring him any satisfaction. He would discover, on introspection, that he's nowhere close, actually, to happy, and that there is something vast and significant missing from his life. But he doesn't give it any thought. There's a void between him and those questions. Objectively, academically, his life is great. As a professional violinist, he does what he loves the most for a living. He has talent, recognition, challenge, variety, applause, a moderate wealth. What is there to question? Why shouldn't he love it? During slower moments, there's a gray worry in the back of his mind. It's there in the minutes right after he wakes up in the morning, before he makes it to the shower. It's there in the dead times backstage when he can't use his phone and there's nothing to do but wait to go on. It perturbs him, from time to time, that he seems to exist in a kind of long shadow cast by a vast class of thoughts which he is unable to think. But the rest of the time, on a day-to-day basis, his calendar is as busy as he and his manager can make it. He performs, solo and in orchestras. He records, he composes, and teaches. Every week is a different challenge. He keeps busy, and the feeling goes away if he's busy. On the morning of the day that it arrives, while he is brushing his teeth, a tiny black slug falls out of the corner of his eye into the hotel sink. He scratches that eye while drooling foam from his toothbrush. He takes a close look at himself in the mirror. Yep, there's another, fatter one growing in there, its tail protruding from his tear duct. I can do without this, he mutters to himself. He spits, rinses, and then takes a pair of tweezers out of his wash kit. Carefully, he nips the tiny, waving end of the slug and tugs it out. It's no more painful than extracting a nostril hair. He drops it in the sink with its friend and washes them both away, along with the froth of toothpaste. He stares at the plug hole for a long moment. It's like he's forgetting something. He can't bring it to mind. He shakes his head and goes to get dressed. Adam has been on tour with the New England Symphony Orchestra for nearly a month. They're at their final venue, and it's their final night, and Adam has mixed feelings. Touring, for him, is an opportunity to explore a kind of liminal lifestyle, where he can suspend a lot of worldly concerns and just exist as a being who wakes, travels, performs, and sleeps. But as novel as the experience is on paper, 4 weeks of it is grueling. By this stage in the tour, even the most naturally cheerful members of the orchestra have begun to show frayed nerves, and the program has become stale and repetitious. It's long past time for something else. Last night, his manager left messages about plans for upcoming weeks. It's probably time he paid attention to those. Morning rehearsal starts at 11. Adam takes a taxi from the hotel to the venue, bringing his tuxedo and his violin with him. His violin is an heirloom, more than 100 years old, and while he's touring, it never leaves his sight. His tuxedo is just a tuxedo. The concert hall is as close to the center of the city as it gets, at the heart of a rat's nest of busy roads, which means the taxi journey is a slog, even setting out after rush hour. At the stage door, the place is in chaos, but it's only the typical pre-show chaos which Adam has spent much of his professional life navigating. He finishes a quick cigarette outside, before joining the bustling flow of technicians, performers, and administrative staff. He finds his way to the dressing room, changes, unpacks his violin, and tunes it. He flicks through tonight's music, more out of boredom than a need to refresh his memory. He has the whole program memorized. With some minutes to kill, he checks the headlines on his phone. Yet again, something dreadful and new which he doesn't understand is going viral. Today's fad is, you paint a black vertical rectangle on the wall, or on a mirror, or over the top of a picture, and then you chant something. Adam can't quite pick out the words of the chant. They're in a language he's not familiar with. He's no singer, but he's performed pieces with lyrics in Latin, German, Greek, French, whereas this language has a bizarre, manufactured sense to it, as if it were simply English with the vowels and consonants all switched around. Rehearsal goes reasonably. Adam long ago swore that he would never coast through a performance, and he plays decently well. But it seems to him as if a lot of the orchestra is distracted. Some cues get missed. He makes meaningful eye contact with the conductor a couple of times, and they share a frustrated look. When they break for dinner, late in the afternoon, the conductor, whose name is Luhan, privately remarks to him, "Their eyes need fixing." Adam doesn't wholly follow. He rubs his own eye with a finger, reflexively. The memory of the morning tries to punch through, but fails. "You mean laser surgery?" Luhan responds with a few incomprehensible syllables and stalks away. The auditorium opens and the seats fill. As ever, there's a brief, gray dead time while Adam waits for all the machinery of the performance to spin up. The anxious feeling is stronger than usual today. It grips him, an uncharacteristic urge to run away. Sure, he thinks, I could just junk my career right now, pack it in and make for the stage door. Maybe the taxi'll still be there. But he pushes through it. It's just a juvenile fantasy. It's been far too long a tour. One more show and it's over. And finally, it's time, and he's out there, under the spot, in his element. The first piece of the night is Shostakovich. Its first movement is a sedate, haunting, almost melodramatic nocturne. But before too long, the concerto changes gear and becomes energetic, discordant, feral. It's lengthy, too, a real workout, and much of it is brutally difficult to execute. He's on form tonight, close to flawless, and his audience, which he cannot see or hear, seems rapt. 4/5 of the way through the piece, a kind of spell breaks. Something changes in the atmosphere of the auditorium. The temperature in the huge room seems to rise by several degrees. More concerningly, and noticeably, the music behind him begins to trail off. The conductor stops too. Perplexed, he continues to play for a moment or two, keeping to his own internal time. But after another moment, it becomes clear that something is wrong, something which everybody can see but him. He steals a glance up from his instrument and finds that Luhan is staring at him. In fact, every musician in the orchestra is staring at him, all of them wearing the same expression of stony, barely contained They've been replaced. The orchestra is gone. All 70 of them. The things which have replaced them are not human, but alien, ill-proportioned pillars of pinkish, brownish flesh. Each has, at its top, a heavy protuberance studded with goopy biological sensors and rubbery openings, and sprouting from the very cap, lengths of various kinds of vile, off-colored moss. They are draped in black and white fabrics, weirdly cut to either conceal or highlight their blobby, inconsistent body structures. Adam reels with fright. He almost falls off the front of the stage. His stomach convulses and he wants to vomit, but a frantic fragment of his brain hasn't panicked yet and tells him, wait, nothing's changed. That's what humans have always looked like, right? What's happening? What's wrong? He glances, petrified, out into the darkness of the audience. The silent energy radiating off them has changed. They've been replaced too, he knows, and they know he hasn't. That's what's wrong. Clutching his violin to his chest, he stumbles across the stage, past the conductor, towards the wing. As he does, the musicians rise slowly from their seats, letting their own musical instruments drop to one side or the other. Adam trips over a cellist's music stand, recovers. The conductor is following him, with the other musicians close behind. Adam reaches the wing. There's a pair of stagehands there waiting for him. They have the same placid, angry expressions as everybody else, and the same set jaws. Adam stops and turns back. His heart feels like it's going to take off. Luhan, or rather, the biped which used to be Luhan, walks right up to him. He's a little shorter than Adam, but much heavier set. Rooted to the spot, not thinking clearly, he holds his violin up as if this will shield him. The conductor takes the instrument from his unresisting hands and breaks its neck underfoot, perfunctorily, as if crushing a box for recycling. Adam backs off, hands raised. He bumps into the disapproving stagehands who gently and wordlessly try to take hold of his arms. He shakes them off and is just about able to twist past them. He dives into the warren of corridors backstage, and then he runs like hell. 4 floors up, in some remote, poorly lit corridor which hasn't seen regular use in years, he finds a bathroom. He goes in and throws up. This makes him feel a lot better. He washes his mouth out and then lights a cigarette, quickly filling the tiny space with a haze of smoke. That helps too. The adrenaline has run out, and his knees are still wobbling from climbing too many stairs. But it doesn't sound like anybody is closely pursuing him. So in this safe moment, he asks himself a serious question. Did I just have a panic attack? He doesn't know what a panic attack feels like. Having put so much distance between himself and the stage, what happened there feels like a crazed dream, a paranoid hallucination. But no. Luhan broke his violin. That part definitely happened. He remembers it with distressing clarity. His relationship with Luhan has never been much more than tepidly professional, but the man was a professional. To vandalize a precious instrument like that would be unthinkable for him, or anybody in the orchestra. There is something wrong with everybody, except him. He flicks his cigarette butt into the toilet. He grips the sink and looks at his reflection, and as his eyes slowly force their way back into focus, he realizes with some alarm that what he is looking at is not his reflection. The mirror above the sink has been sloppily painted over with a tall, black, dripping rectangle. It's giving off heat. Staring at it is like staring into an open oven. And he can hear a dull, grumbling, mechanical kind of noise coming from behind it, like distant, muffled wood chippers. He exits the bathroom and slams the door and leans against the far wall, watching the door, as if something could very well open it and come after him. There was another one, he suddenly recalls. Another painted block. This one on the wall in his dressing room, right behind his chair, facing the back of his head. He should have seen it in the mirror whenever he was sitting there, but he didn't. And not only that, there was one in his hotel room. It was painted over the picture hanging over his bed. Did the hotel staff paint it? When? Why? Why is he only remembering this now? The viral video isn't new. Why did he think it was new? It's been circulating for months, for as long as he can remember. Forever. And in every venue when he's been on tour, in every city, on windows and billboards, and in small rooms and liminal spaces, people have been painting these doors. There's a second half to each video. He remembers now. He watched it passively, over and over, and never saw it. Something comes through. It's been leaching into the background of the world this whole time, in plain sight, and he never saw it, and it's here now. He's having a psychotic break. No, that's not what's happening. Something is trying to interfere with the way he thinks. The block symbol is jammed into his mind. He can't dislodge it. He can't think about anything else. He looks back along the narrow corridor down which he just came. The darkness at the far end of it is yet another dark, vertical rectangle. He hears the footsteps of a multitude of people coming from that direction. Not running, just walking briskly enough to harry him. He needs to get out of the building. Get help. The stage door. He takes a confused, zigzag route back down to street level. There's nobody in his way, and the stage door itself is unattended. He cracks it open. Night has fallen since the performance began. There's a minor road right outside, behind the concert hall building, a yellow-lit cul-de-sac with a loading bay and some unattended trucks. There's a major road adjoining the minor road, rammed with stationary traffic. Some of the vehicles are indeed taxis, but all of them are unoccupied, and most have their doors left open. There are colossally tall, darkened figures stalking down the streets, so dark and slender that Adam actually fails to notice them. There is screaming, a grotesque, awful screaming coming from many human mouths, coming from somewhere down the main road. But that's the only way he can go. It's everywhere, says his last, sane splinter. Not just the concert hall. It's everyone. As he creeps towards the main road, someone, another occupied former human, pokes their head around the corner, then calls to others in the strange language, pointing him out. He stops in his tracks. In another moment, 10 or 11 non-people are advancing on him from the road. 2 of them are carrying something with them. A limp, badly broken human. A normal human, Adam realizes with some shock, like him. The victim's heavy winter coat is torn open, and his inner clothes are saturated scarlet. When the non-people carrying him catch sight of Adam, they toss the man violently aside into the street, where he lands in a pile against a car wheel. He grunts with pain as he lands, face down, and once he comes to rest, he takes a deep breath and lets out an inhuman, traumatized cry. But he doesn't try to move again. The non-people ignore him. Behind him, Adam hears the stage door swing open again. He doesn't dare glance back. This can't happen, says that last splinter. This is possible, yes. Real things exist which can do this to the world. But it doesn't happen. There's someone whose job it is to protect us from this. We're supposed to be protected. Someone stops it from happening. Someone steps in. At the last minute. But the last minute was a year ago. And she died. Marion. Oh God. Help, he says, to nobody. A feeling of weightlessness rises up in his stomach. Gravity seems to upend and pitch him forward into the waiting arms of the non-people. They restrain him. They spend some time debating what to correct first, his eyes or his fingers. Right up until it starts, he's thinking, hoping, maybe it won't be as bad as all that. Chapter 11. Ara Arun. But it is. They wrestle him to the ground and pin his arm out flat, forcing his fist open to give access to his left index finger. The dread idea is beating on the door of his mind, demanding to be let in. It's wrong. The shape of it is awful, and it's too big and slick with poison, and he knows if he lets it in, it'll swamp everything he is, filling his home up with sludge and broken glass. It wants to drown him in it, and he knows it'll replace everything he is with itself. He knows it's taken the rest of the world already, and all of the people around him, and he holds out, and he continues to hold out right up until one of the people pinning him produces a chisel. Editor's note: a decent amount of this chapter is redacted, so I'll just read the erratic, unredacted parts. Overrides everything else. Yes, he says, yes. He throws the door open. The world is ruined. Beautiful things, and smash them or cover them with filth. Find delightful people and disfigure. We who are drowning in and driven by it, who radiate. They who number in the billions and are. For the engine, in the center of the city, where people can be fed in and the door locked, irreversible, intact and watching. This last splinter of Adam Wheeler starts to work against that which it knows to be wrong. A ray up there, a narrow, yellow, nourishing sunbeam. He follows it, over the top of the walls, and out of the city, away from the core. A kind of thread unravels behind him, an infestation. A black slug drops from his tear duct, falls to the asphalt, and shrivels. He regains consciousness on a hard, scrubbed floor in a wide, cool corridor. He's lying against one wall of the corridor, as if tossed there like a rag doll, with his back to the wall and his right arm stretched out, clenched into such a tight fist that his finger joints are hurting. He releases the fist, gasping. Disoriented, aching, he rolls and plants his other hand on the floor, and it's then that he discovers what's happened to that hand. He reacts as he must react. He clutches the stubs where his first two fingers were, and screams and cries hopelessly at the echoing building. Nobody answers him. The last thing he remembers, he was playing Shostakovich. He was flying through it, unimpeded. In his mind, he can hear what he was playing, note perfect, right up to the instant the memory cuts off. And he can't think of what comes next. Instead, that last, incomplete snippet of music goes around and around in his head, abruptly ending mid-note and slowly fading back in again from a few seconds back. An earworm. He can't jolt himself out of it. He's a stuck record. He can never play again. He tries to make the right shape with his remaining fingers. His hand won't do it. He rubs his eyes with his good hand. He feels like garbage, hungover, dehydrated. He's missing his shirt, and his arms and chest are almost gray with muck. He can never play again. He sits there, huddled for a long while, being small and unhappy and lost. He knows he's going to have to move eventually. He's working his way up to it. He looks up the corridor, eyes gradually recovering. He can see all right without his glasses, as long as he doesn't have to do much reading. He's in a school, There are notice boards, banks of lockers, a rainbow mural. The place is deserted and silent. There is a dull red light coming through the windows in the classroom doors on the far side of the corridor, suggesting that the sun is low on that side of the building, rising or setting. He has taught one-off music lessons in 1 or 2 schools, but he doesn't recognize this one. With some unease, he examines his bad hand. The stumps of his fingers are lumpy and uneven and have healed badly. A mass of scar tissue and scabs, and no stitches in sight, as if the digits were removed with great imprecision, hacked off, or bitten off. It troubles him that he can't remember. His memory is normally so sharp and clear. He thinks he's thinking clearly, but when he concentrates and tries to access the lost time, something in that gap pushes him back. A fierce, red heat. It occurs to him that though his severed digits have healed very badly, they have healed. They certainly aren't bleeding, although there's a continual ache. How long would that take? How much time has he lost? What the hell happened? Way down the corridor, away from the classrooms, an office door is standing ajar. In that office, a telephone starts to ring. The office is poky and dimly lit, piled high with paperwork. 2 small desks, battered office chairs. He finds the ringing phone and picks it up. He asks, "Hello," and the synthesized female voice on the other end asks if this is Mr. Wheeler. He says that it is, and asks who this is. With a measured tone, the robotic voice replies that he has been sick for an extended period of time. She will be pleased to answer all of his questions soon, but not now. There is a woman in room W16. She is dying. Adam hesitantly replies that he's not a doctor, but the voice says that she knows. There is nothing he can do to save her. Nevertheless, he must go to her, now. Adam says that he feels like he's not the best person to do that. He's not in the best place today. The voice replies that it has to be him. There's no one else. He asks who the woman is. There is a pause. It is as if the entity on the other end of the phone is unable to choose her words. She eventually says that the woman is significant, and he should go now. She does not have much time. Adam is at a loss. He doesn't seem to have the strength to not do what he's told. He doesn't have any other direction to go in. The phone handset is corded, or he'd take it with him. He frets a little about not being able to take it with him. He asks the voice if she'll still be here, and she says yes. He leaves the handset off the hook. He goes back along the silent corridor. He finds the door numbered W16 and peeks through the safety glass into the orange-red lit classroom, squinting at the sunlight which floods it from the far windows. It's still not clear to him whether it's dusk or early morning. There is nobody in the classroom that he can see. He opens the door and goes in. There are elaborate, colorful biology posters and coursework displays, desks in disarray, scattered books and felt-tip pens, brightly colored backpacks. He takes a pace or 2 up the central aisle, not seeing what he thinks he should be seeing, and turns around and jumps, startled. There is a huge chalk sketch on the blackboard, a highly realistic rendering of a woman's head and shoulders. He would swear the board was blank when he walked in. The image is moving. It's as if it's being drawn and erased and redrawn 5 or 10 times per second. The woman looks about his age. Her face is framed with masses of hair, although with the negative color effect of being drawn in white chalk on a black background, it's difficult to tell what color her hair ought to be. The one splash of color comes from the thick, bright blue frames of her glasses. She looks distraught, and she seems to be saying something, And though there is no sound, there is text written beside her. His name. He asks, yes, and she says that she remembers everything. The words scrum themselves out and become, I can't forget a single minute of it. More lines come out. Each new thing she says erases the old. She knows everything he did now. She was blind, and he ran rings around her. She made mistake after mistake. He killed everybody she loves, except for Adam. After this, her lips stop moving. The last phrase lingers for longer than the others before scrubbing itself blank. Adam spends a long moment absorbing the final statement, turning it around, trying to figure out where, if anywhere, it slots into his life. He has never seen this woman before. But is that true? He studies her features, and his memory cycles around, and he unearths something deep and significant in his past, a bizarre encounter he hasn't devoted thought to in what feels like a century. Her. That one time at the hospital, remember? You gouged a chunk out of your foot backstage after a show. You spent half a night in the emergency room, and she was there, and you got talking. God, who was she now? A government agent, or at least in that sphere. She was unreal, on a whole other level from me. Tough, skilled, beautiful, sharp like a sapphire. We talked about music, film scores, and the trash which passed for TV sci-fi those days, and David Lynch. It was, well, you don't know that early, but it was promising. But nothing happened. They patched up my foot, and we never went anywhere. Did we? Marion, he breathes. He's almost got it. He holds a hand up, fearful, as if motioning for her to stop. No, this can't be. She says that she sent him away because she was trying to save his life. He remembers. It reconnects all at once, the years upon years of inextricable shared life. There's too much energy there. It crashes through him, violently. It's like grabbing a frayed electrical line. It's like being shot. He stumbles backwards, disbelieving. He never imagined how much he was missing. She says that it didn't work. He asks what happened to her, as he should have been there. Marion just says that he ruined the world, and now Adam has to live in hell. Adam asks where she is, as someone said she was dying. She replies that she's already dead. She's the memory, but now the memory is dying too. He's found his way into heaven, and he's ruining it, like the earth. Adam asks what she needs. He'll stop him. He'll help her. He'll do anything he can, as he loves her. She says nothing. After a moment or two, Adam realizes that her image has frozen. He goes up to it and peers at the chalkwork. Hesitantly, with his right hand, he reaches out to the heavy chalk shading of her hair and touches it with one finger. He leaves a dark dot. The chalk dust is real, on the board and on his finger. She's just a drawing. She's gone. It's all gone. He blacks out. He regains consciousness on a hard, scrubbed floor at the front of a school classroom. He's lying there as if tossed beneath the blackboard like a rag doll, one arm stretched out along the wall. He rolls over, gasping, and plants his other hand on the floor, and it's then that he discovers what's happened to that hand. "Dear God," he says, staring, uncomprehending at the mangled stubs. In a strange, abstract way, the loss of his first two fingers just doesn't connect with him. It's as if he woke up already accepting it. What the hell happened? He compares his left hand with his right, which mercifully is pristine. He flexes them, mirroring the action as best he can. There could be a little nerve damage in his left hand. He'll have to talk to his specialist. But he should be able to wield a bow. I suppose I'm playing left-handed from now on, he says to himself. Good God. How long is it going to take him to get to the same level of proficiency? A good while. He thinks back. The last thing he can remember is playing Shostakovich. He was flying through it, and he was having no trouble. He can almost hear what he was playing, note perfect, right up to the instant the memory abruptly cuts off. But he can't think of what came next. Instead, that final snippet fades in again from a few seconds back, repeats itself right up to the cutoff point, and stops, almost with an audible click. It's an earworm. He feels like a stuck record. So he does what he always does, hums a different song to displace it. He feels strange. He's hungover, dehydrated. He's missing his shirt, and his arms and chest are almost gray with muck. And he is dying, positively dying for a cigarette. But he feels strangely upbeat, as if he's recovered from a prolonged illness, as if the worst is over. He gets up, eyes gradually recovering. He can see all right without his glasses, as long as he doesn't have to do much reading. The classroom is silent, lit red-orange from a sun which could be rising or setting. There are elaborate, colorful biology posters and coursework displays, desks in disarray, scattered books and felt-tipped pens, brightly colored backpacks. The blackboard is blank. Adam has taught one-off music lessons in 1 or 2 schools, but he doesn't immediately recognize this one. Way down the corridor from the classroom, an office door is standing ajar. In that office, a telephone starts to ring. The office is poky and dimly lit, piled high with paperwork. There are 2 small desks, each with a beaten-up office chair. Each desk has a phone, one of which is off its hook. He puts it back, obeying a hardwired instinct to tidy up. It's the other phone which is ringing, though, of course. He says hello, and a synthesized female voice asks if this is Mr. Wheeler. He says that it is, and asks who it is. With a measured tone, the robotic voice says that before they begin, does the name Marion Hutchinson mean anything to him? He replies not as such, and asks if it should. The synthesized voice makes it impossible to tell whether the caller is dismayed at this, indifferent, or relieved. No, she says. Her name is Ulrich, and she's part of an organization called the Foundation. The objective of the Foundation was to prevent what has happened from happening. Adam turns around, suddenly afraid, but there's nothing behind him. He asks with some trepidation as to what has happened. Ulrich replies that the world has gone to hell. Adam just says, "Bad luck there." There's a long pause, long enough that Adam wonders to what insane degree he might have understated the situation. She finally says yes, very bad luck. They need his help, and by we, she means she needs his help, because there is no one left of the Foundation but her, and she has no one but him, and she is dying. He replies that he's very sorry to hear that, and he finds that he means it. He chooses his next words with some care, and asks what she needs. Ulrich replies that she needs him to find a man named Bartholomew Hughes. She tells him to take a seat, as she'll explain everything. Chapter 12. Unthreaded. Marion Wheeler used strong nestic medication nearly every day of her life. Among the identity warriors of Mobile Task Force Omega-0, Ara Arun, it was never in doubt that, on the occasion of her death, she would ascend into the noosphere. She would become a Beta Ramjan infomorphic entity, or a Type 6 volitional spiritual apparition, or a ghostie, or however she wished to describe her new self. Then she would join the citizens of heaven, and continue the Antimemetics Division's fight from higher ground, likely with fearsome effectiveness. But Marion died under terrible circumstances. The Class Z drug which killed her did more than reinforce her memory. It destroyed her ability to do anything but remember. She ascended, arriving in the noosphere to a hero's welcome, but what arrived was an idea form so severely brain damaged that it was barely able to communicate. After she was made as comfortable as possible and an initial diagnosis had been made, Sanchez offhandedly described her as a Swiss watch filled with glue. Ulrich yelled at him for saying it and would have hit him for his callousness. "How can she make it to heaven sick?" she said. "Isn't that just hell?" The director apologized in the corporate, false way in which he always apologized for anything. "How much more does she have to go through?" Ulrich said. "Who deserves this life?" It hurt all of them. Regardless of personal investment in the mission, it was difficult not to care for someone whom they had watched and guarded for years. They continued to take care of her in the same way they always had, in shifts. Marion, dimly aware of her condition, worked against the problem in the instinctive, fierce way she worked against every problem. She slowly became more coherent, but never became herself again. Ulrich, on her shifts, saw that Wheeler spent most of her existence reliving her final moments over and over. She would recite what seemed to be half of a conversation with SCP-3125 itself, a conversation which several of Omega Zero said they recognized from Operation Cold City. Ideas can be killed. Ulrich asked Marion where Bart Hughes is, as he's the only one who can stop this now. They know he's alive, or he'd be here with them. She begs Marion for just a hint. She was trying. Ulrich knew that she was trying to say, "I don't know. I can't remember something I never knew in the first place." But all she could manage was, "with better ideas." Sanchez told Ulrich to keep pushing her, at least once per shift. Ulrich argues that the questioning is causing her considerable distress. They know she doesn't know anything, and it's cruel to keep trying. Sanchez replies that SCP-3125 is coming. With the quick arm of the Antimemetics Division eliminated, there's nothing left which can stop it. Their real-world investigative capabilities are negligible. Hughes' sister doesn't know anything, and this is their sole remaining lead. He knows that she admires Marion more than anyone. Ulrich says that she mentored her, drove her to be the best person she has ever been. She honored her memory when she died, when even her own family wouldn't. They are the saints who guard, and she will guard her. Sanchez paused. Ulrich's devotion to Marion, and the lesser devotion of the others, irked him mildly. He viewed Marion as competent enough, but ultimately a failure. She was as much of a failure as everybody else in the division, with the only uninteresting distinction of being the last of the failures. But he was vulnerable to the kind of rhetoric Ulrich had just employed. It stoked a kind of fire inside him. Heaven knew he used it in his own communications often enough, for exactly the same purpose. He concedes, and says that the trawl in reality is continuing. There's a faint chance they'll find something of substance. He tells her to carry on as she was, with no questions. SCP-3125 incarnated the following winter. Its first act upon its arrival, or depending on the degree of intelligent agency you ascribe to it, the first side effect of its arrival, was the neutralization of the Foundation. In the space of a night, an international staff of tens of thousands disappeared into oblivion, or became amnesiac, or simply dropped brain dead where they were standing. Foundation sites became hollow, inaccessible dead zones. A few anomalies broke containment in the chaos, to devastating effect. Thousands of others were choked into irrelevant obscurity beneath SCP-3125's antimemetic pressure. The world can only end one way, it seemed to be declaring, gouging its statement into the flesh of reality. My world. My way. SCP-3125 had skirmished with Omega-Zero before, but it had always been unclear how much information about Omega-Zero it retained between skirmishes. In fact, it was unclear, fundamentally speaking, how SCP-3125 thought at all. Its behavior was inconsistent, unpredictable, and frightening. Records of its activities were cognitohazardous, discouraging close analysis. In the end, the question proved to be academic. When SCP-3125 arrived, whether it knew Omega-Zero was there or not, it took no special action against it, and had no need to. Most of Omega-Zero's members' anchors were Foundationers, or Foundation-adjacent. With those people's minds blown away in the first strike, the dense web of mutual memory which had held the task force together since its formation tore loose. More than half of the task force was cast into the void and died. The final, real death they had evaded for years. Around dawn, Eastern Standard Time, Sanchez announced that it was no longer possible for Omega-Zero to stay together as a single entity. He split the remains of the task force into 3. Ulrich and the malformed memory of Marion were assigned to the same sub-team. Sanchez gave final instructions to continue to search for Bart Hughes, or any kind of ally among the living, be they Foundation or group of interest or civilian. But the instructions were confusing and incomplete. It was because Sanchez didn't have an iota of faith in what he was saying. He couldn't see a way to the far side of this. It was about little more than survival now. It was about figuring out terms on which to face death. Ulrich never saw him again. She fled, with Marion and the others in their little sub-team, across the face of a noosphere which was rapidly becoming uninhabitable. The world was warping around SCP-3125's presence at the core of human thought, like real space around a black hole. It was building things, real physical artifacts in the center of cities. It was extruding them as if from spores, monumental concrete structures into which people were being fed in dizzying numbers. It was difficult to know what was happening inside of the structures. Some of the millions were dying in there. Some weren't. Ulrich didn't look. They found out the ugly way that it was dangerous to look closely. The sub-team was steadily running out of anchors. It could have been a systematic purge, but it could just as easily have been simple statistics. Roving physical and psychic anomalies, vast in their own right and slaved to SCP-3125, were combing the Earth, stripping it of objectors and feeding them into SCP-3125's maw. Ulrich's own anchor, a woman who had never known what the Foundation was but who remembered Ulrich with a heavy heart nearly every day, was killed around that time. Found in the hills where she'd been hiding and dragged down into the inferno. Ulrich wasn't looking. She didn't find out until it was too late. She felt the thread of memory come loose and followed it, panicking, past its flapping end and down into physical reality, where there was nothing. A collapsed tent. A scuffed-out fire pit where everything important had been piled up and burnt. Who was she? Another Omega-Zero operative asked her. Ulrich had never spoken about it. I only knew her for 2 days, Ulrich said. When I was younger, she saved my life. That's all. This was it, she realized. She was a career Foundationer. An experienced mobile task force operative, for God's sake. She had gone through unimaginable horrors and stacked them up as experience and kept going. But this, Julia's tent and silence and no Julia, was the worst thing she had ever seen. Short of hope and resources, The sub-team had to split again, this time into pairs. Ulrich stayed with Marion, clinging to her like a rock, remembering her and being remembered in turn. A cooperating pair could survive untethered for a little while, but not forever. They found shelter on a distant edge of the noosphere, in a clutch of arcane structures left there millennia earlier by a long-dead human culture. They were followed, though they didn't realize. One night, Marion managed to talk. She said, "Adam." It was the first thing she had managed to say which wasn't a direct quote from her own expiring moments. Ulrich was shocked by this, asking if she remembers him. The sentence came out agonizingly slowly, as if each syllable was like climbing a mountain. She remembers everything. Ulrich stared. She knew that Class Z mnestics made it impossible for the subject to forget. She also knew that they could cause long-erased memories to reassert themselves, some of them anyway, depending on the mechanism and intensity of the erasure process. She had hoped that Marion's memories of her husband were permanently gone, because she knew they ended in a terrible place. Ulrich had to tell Marion that she doesn't know where Adam is. It was the truth. Nobody did. Omega Zero operatives had, with some solemnity, observed the erasure of Adam Wheeler's mind. But out of respect for Marion's decision and to preserve Adam's safety, they had intentionally diverted their attention during his relocation, destroying the records. He might be alive, she says, but she doesn't know. She didn't know which alternative was worse. Marion tells her to look. She was holding something in her hands, a pitiful, glowing idea form, a thought of someone. It was him. A thread of memory which led right to him. It was some kind of miracle. It had to be. That Marion had picked him out from the livid, insensate mass of victims which now formed SCP-3125's core. He was nearly unrecognizable. He was overrun with SCP-3125. At first glance, it seemed to occupy every nerve in his body. But there was a flickering seed in the back of his mind, a final remnant of what he had once been. It wasn't growing. There was too much pressure. But he was trying to. He was pushing back. Ulrich boggled. She had known that there was something weird and highly rare about the way Adam Wheeler's mind was structured, a kind of thick-skulled resistance to external interference. In fact, she knew that thousands and thousands of people in the world shared that immunity. But that was another way of saying that among the billions, such people were fantastically rare and difficult to locate. Efforts by Omega Zero to locate them and recruit them as allies had failed. They did not look special or behave radically different from others. There was no signal flare which went up. It was possible that they were all dead. It was conceivable that Adam Wheeler was the only one of them left in the whole world. But he was left. He was alive. Ulrich says that she sees him, but Marion doesn't respond. Ulrich tells her that she'll get him out of there. Her stomach was knotting up with the sheer thought of attempting it. Marion doesn't respond. 6 original, coherent words had exhausted her. She was crazed with frustration at how incapable she had become. She felt as if she was pinned beneath a huge lead block of memory. It hurt to think. It hurt to exist. Ulrich's ability to interact with the physical universe was extremely limited. Other operatives of Omega Zero had been able to create full-on poltergeist activity, changing the temperatures of rooms and throwing furniture around, but she was not that kind of specialist. She could do little more than place phone calls and write on walls. Those abilities weren't likely to get Adam Wheeler moving. Simple words were never going to reach him. The man wasn't even truly conscious. What Ulrich could do was something the task force dubbed identity offense. She could interfere with the internals of living minds to make things happen. Usually enemies. Usually the mental equivalent of blunt force trauma, to make them die. But she could act with surgical precision if it was called for. Operating on Adam Wheeler was difficult and time-consuming. His mind was tough, and it was continually bathed in SCP-3125's radioactive presence. Ulrich would cut, and then wait as Adam's mind self-healed, which took days, and then she would cut again. The seedling metaphor served well. The operation reminded her of tending a plant. If nothing else, the whole procedure took real-time weeks. The patience required to keep her hands off for days at a time was nearly inhuman. Marion said nothing else in that time. She was conserving energy. It felt as if she had a finite number of words left in her, and speaking each one brought her an inch closer to the end. She had to wait. Ulrich assures her that he'll be here soon. Now, Ulrich watches from a great abstract distance as Adam Wheeler folds up. Marion Wheeler is dead, finally, truly dead, and Adam Wheeler's mind is breaking apart. It's an awful and incredible thing to watch. Even passing into the maw of SCP-3125 and back wasn't enough to permanently break him. But this was it. The silver bullet. This was the way to hurt Adam Wheeler in such a way that he would never recover. Present his wife to him, a brain-damaged wreck, just in time for her to die. Ulrich writes on the blackboard, off to one side so as to not mar the image of Marion, and in different handwriting, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Adam, please come back to the phone. I need your help." Adam is prostrate on the floor and becoming catatonic. He doesn't hear it when Ulrich tries calling the other office phone, the one on the other desk. And she too is dying now. She and Marion were anchoring one another as best they could, but it's the end of the line. She has, perhaps, hours. "All right," she says to no one. There is no one else left. She rolls up her figurative sleeves. This will not be too difficult for her. Adam Wheeler's revived memories of his wife shine inside him, and around the edge she can see the faint scar where they were burnt out the first time. She has a better vantage point. She can do a cleaner, more permanent job. This will hurt, just as much as it did then. Adam, face down, says that he needs her, and begs her not to take her. Ulrich writes, "You need to save the world. There's nobody else." Adam doesn't look up, but he says, "To hell with the world. It can burn." He recovers a second time. He's fine, upbeat, game, eager to get moving. She explains everything she can. Tersely, just the keywords. The Foundation, the Antimemetics Division, the situation, the objective. He absorbs it all surprisingly well. He asks cogent follow-up questions, which is always a positive sign. He asks about the thread of memory which was sustaining Ulrich, and if he counts, as he'll remember her. She replies that his memory could be strong enough, but he just doesn't know her well enough. Ulrich tells him, in detail, how to find Site-41. It's going to be an immense trek, made significantly longer by Adam's need to avoid urban areas. She describes the antimemetic shroud which obscures Site-41 and most other Foundation sites, a shroud she and the rest of Omega-Zero found to be totally impenetrable, a shroud which Adam, if he prepares himself, may be able to walk straight through. She warns him about the psychotic hurricane-like anomalies and the violent, roaming agglomerations of SCP-3125 occupied non-humans. She describes a few techniques for avoiding their attention. She decides not to voice her private hope that, as a recent escapee from SCP-3125's interior, Adam will still smell right to them and be able to pass. She doesn't want him becoming overconfident and incautious. She explains basic survival skills. Adam says that he hikes and camps. Still, he has never hiked or camped in an occupied foreign world. He has never gone months without electricity and plumbing. They find that they have plenty to talk about. They're on the phone for long enough that Adam notices that the red sun outside the office window isn't moving. It hasn't risen. It hasn't set. Either the world's stopped turning completely, or the thing hanging out there isn't the sun. Ulrich has to tell him that she doesn't know. There was a foundation which could answer this question once. Adam says that it seems like this foundation had the world's better interests at heart. In heaven, Ulrich laughs weakly. The foundation was never so simple, she says. Adam replies that he senses that they're coming to the end of their time together. She agrees. Adam says that the odds stacked against her were tremendous, but she saved his life. And the odds stacked against him are still appalling, but significantly better thanks to her. He'll do his level best, and he'll remember her, even if it doesn't make a difference. Ulrich tells him to kill this thing, and to not hesitate when he gets the chance. Adam says aye, and at the same time, someone behind Ulrich laughs, sharply, once. She turns. There's a man there, standing with her in the noosphere. A gaunt, younger man with an awful, open-mouthed grin. He has been waiting, silently and excitedly, for an unknowable amount of time for Ulrich to notice him. And now that she does, he gets everything he could possibly want from her reaction. A rush of delectable horror and alarm. Then he cuts her off, killing her instantly before she can get one syllable of warning to Adam. Adam hears nothing. A faint click, and then a dial tone. He hangs up. Chapter 13. Wild Light. The meeting room is Containment Unit S167-001006, which is the skull of a stillborn Cryptomorpha gigantes. The hollowed-out space inside the skull cavity is a prototypical Vegas room, a place where what happens stays. People go in, they come out, their memories are sieved out of the universe as they leave, and they remember nothing. The skull was acquired in the 90s. The information suppression effect is a byproduct of the species' natural antimemetic camouflage, a phenomenon which rendered the colossally tall creatures somehow nearly impossible to observe in the wild. It's a phenomenon Dr. Bartholomew Hughes and his team spent years figuring out how to replicate. They've got it, now. They can synthesize C. gigantes bone, extruding it in prefabricated pieces from steel grids. They can bolt the plates together to make hermetically sealed boxes. Passive memetic insulation. No need for complicated machines. It's got a lot of potential. It resides at the center of a vast, purpose-built containment unit of its own, surrounded by the rest of the same C. gigantes individual's bones, laid out in meticulous radial patterns for space efficiency. The ossuary occupies about a third of the containment unit's floor area. The rest comprises immense industrial vessels which hold its harvested organs. Some of them are actual vessels, repurposed cargo ships loaded with brain matter and skin tissue. The floor plan of the warehouse is clear enough, navigable, if grim. But from ground level, on foot, the place is a vertiginous, intimidatingly macabre place, even fluorescent lit around the clock. Hughes walks down an echoing canyon created by, on his left, a 100-meter-long foreleg bone, and on his right, the blue steel container holding the creature's first stomach. Ahead, the skull peers down the canyon at him, a distant yellow-white tower, fuzzed with scaffolding and disused scanning rig, its eye sockets vacant black. As he walks, Hughes has to remind himself continually that these are all the remains of a single organism, one of the tiniest examples of its species. Behind the skull, where there used to be the creature's first neck vertebra, there is now a large compound mechanical airlock, a ramp and some steps, and a staging area. The staging area serves as a miniature customs desk, tracking every person and item entering and leaving S167001006. Although memories are wiped on exit, written and electronic records emerging from the interior have to be handled manually. Standard procedure is for the first person exiting the room to bring written instructions for the filtration officer, telling them what other information from the room interior needs to be scrubbed and what is safe to retain. Usually, the list of information to retain is very short. There are seats, scanners, a coffee machine, a trolley loaded with cleaning equipment, and a stack of cages for the germs. Parked just outside of the staging area, there is also a limousine, bulletproof. Hughes asks the Foundationer who meets him, Bachner, where everybody else is, as he's not late. Bachner leads him toward a seat near a scanner. Hughes has gone through the procedure a dozen times now, so he knows to hold his left arm out. Bachner tears the wrapper off a sterile, bracelet-like sensor and clamps it around Hughes's left wrist, then observes a nearby screen. She then says that they went in almost an hour ago. Hughes frowns. That's not usual. Why would they tell him a different start time? Why would they need an hour of preparation time before he showed up? He asks her if they said anything, but she replies, of course not. Hughes hasn't the slightest clue what this meeting is about, or what any of the previous meetings were about, or even if they have a common topic. Actually, he does have some clues. The timing of the meetings is one. The first took place early this year, and when they emerged amnesiac, they were clutching written instructions from themselves to themselves to continue meeting monthly. Around October, the meetings became weekly. They had 3 last week. And after Friday, they created a new schedule. They meet for 90 minutes every morning, starting today, Monday. A more significant clue is the list of attendees. Other than Hughes, 3 high-caliber researchers from his own organization are in attendance, along with the directors of Sites 41, 45, and 167, the last of whom is Michael Lee, the Foundation's chief of Antimemetics and Hughes's direct manager. He steals a glance at the car parked behind him. There's also this guy, or gal. Hughes doesn't know for sure to whom the limo belongs, but the list of people in the world who have the authority to drive a street vehicle into a Foundation containment building is extremely short. Well, not to prevaricate, it's 13 people. There is an 05 in the room. An 05 is extremely interested in their covert discussions. This is a new and non-trivially alarming development. He nods at the car and asks Bachner if this place shouldn't be lousy with private security right now. She shrugs, so Hughes asks if anybody went into the unit with the 05, such as a bodyguard, or if anybody stayed in the car. She just says no, and he glances at the car again. The windows are tinted, though surely there's a driver behind the wheel at least. But where's the real protection? Maybe it's all invisible. Microbes, occult spells of warding. He feels like the car is watching him back. Bachner tells him to open his mouth, and she puts a disc-like cap on his head, presses an emitter to the roof of his mouth, and fires 2 pulses of radiation through his brain. She asks if he has had any psychic intrusions, and he manages to grunt out a negative through the emitter. She pulls it out and discards it, asking if he experienced REM sleep in the past 12 hours. He wipes his mouth and says yes. She asks how many digits he has, and has him count them. She then injects him with a substance which will prevent his body from rejecting the germ, then lifts a germ out of one of the cages. It splays its tendrils out, confused, not a fan of being picked up. She tells him to tilt his head back and look at the ceiling, eyes wide open, and to take off his glasses. Hughes obliges, handing his glasses to her, and states that he dislikes this part. Bachner has no comment. She lays the germ over his eyes like a sleep mask. There's a cold, sludgy sensation as it wraps itself around his chin and hair, then the tendrils meet behind his neck and begin knitting with his spine. Hughes sees darkness for a few worrying seconds. Then a circular indentation forms in the germ's hide over the top of his right eye, and there's a feeling like part of his brain dislocating, and a fake eye opens where his real one would be. The fake eyeball is around 4 times the size of his own. Though it is singular, its 4 pupils grant him decent depth perception, and he can see a little way into the ultraviolet. The germ is acting as an external block of short to medium-term memory, and as a proxy between the conscious Bart Hughes and the real world. When the meeting is over, the germ will be removed and incinerated, along with all memory of the meeting. There are other amnestic approaches: gas, injectable drugs, surgical techniques, occult rituals. These are safe, proven technologies for mass use on the general public and Foundation staff alike, but they all operate on the same essential principle that the unwanted knowledge has already entered the mind and must now be removed or suppressed after the fact. Such procedures are imperfect. Memory removal can leave critical fragments behind, occasionally enough for people to rebuild dangerous holes. Amnestic technologies for causing suppressed memories to reassert themselves are continually advancing. Recent developments on the latest generation family of biochemical mnestics, Class Z, seem likely to produce a substance which renders all after-the-fact memory erasure techniques irrelevant. The only amnestic defense against Class Z will be decapitation. So, if there's advance warning time, it's better to physically compartmentalize, to air gap, to outsource the memories to another organism entirely and never let them touch your own mind. You can't be forced to recall something which you genuinely never experienced. It's a complex and dynamic field, one of several fields in which Hughes is a world expert. There are machines which could perform the same task as the germ, silicon modules you wear like a headset, plugged into a surgically implanted jack behind your ear. But Hughes would rather die than submit to interfacing his brain directly with a computer, especially a Foundation-made computer. Nobody is getting his brainwaves. When he joined the Foundation 30 years ago, he put a DNU in his will. Do not upload. Everybody thought he was crazy. Of course, using both the germs and a Vegas room feels rather like overkill. That's another clue. Bachner tells him that his belongings have been scanned. He refills his pockets and takes up his laptop. Walking slightly unsteadily because of the new weight he's carrying on his head, he climbs the stairs to the airlock. Hughes would be the first to admit that a typical Foundationer has appalling taste. A typical Foundationer picks brutal functionality over aesthetic pleasure 100 times out of 100, and a depressing percentage of Foundationers don't even comprehend the distinction. Hughes sees this reflected in the architectural choices and interior design of the Foundation's buildings and offices, and in its labs and containment facilities, which commonly cultivate a hopeless, bleak cliff-edge atmosphere. He sees it in its machinery, its devices, its tools, and even its font choices. Hard edges, clashing colors, failing aircon, impersonality, clutter, claustrophobia. And so, S167001006's interior is a surprise and a delight. Hughes actually sighs. It seems like someone hired a designer. The place is spacious and modern, well lit, with select walls painted in bright secondary colors. There's not a bit of exposed concrete in sight. S167001006 isn't a single space, but a self-contained suite laid out on 2 floors. There's a central meeting area with a double-height ceiling, a long oval table, and Herman Miller chairs. Along the left wall, there are smaller breakout meeting rooms with frosted glass walls and doors. Above these, reached by a flight of stairs, there's a kitchen area, and in the back are some additional rooms, restrooms, and storage. The carpet is gray and orange, a non-repeating hexagonal pattern. The place is well ventilated and smells of coffee. There are 4 people waiting for him. Marion Wheeler, who runs Site 41, is descending the kitchen stairs, holding a steaming disposable cup. Graves, director of Site 45, is at the main table, typing at a laptop. Michael Lee is at the back of the room chatting with 058. All of them are wearing germs. The 4 huge eyeballs of the 4 germs swivel in unison to stare at Hughes as he comes in. It's a highly disconcerting effect. Hughes forces himself to smile back. 058 is strange looking, even accounting for the germ. Hughes has never seen an 05 before, and 058 looks very unlike what he expected. He tries not to stare, but his own germ is extremely good at staring. Hughes asks if they're all caught up. The nature of the asynchronous work loop is that the first quarter of any meeting in a Vegas room is spent reading notes left from prior meetings. Hughes' correct guess is that there's been an hour-long pre-meeting, and then everybody broke for coffee, and now they're resuming. 058 says that they are, and he takes a seat at the head of the table, with Graves to his left. Lee sits to his right, and Marion to Lee's right. 058 indicates a particular vacant chair, opposite Marion, where a printed document is waiting for Hughes to read it. He sets his laptop down, hesitant to approach the document, and asks if they want him to read this now. 058 tells him to take as long as he needs. Hughes asks where his team is, as they're 3 bodies short. 058 just tells him to read the document. He seems upbeat. Perhaps he's projecting an upbeat facade to help Hughes to forget exactly how much authority and power he wields. His net worth is said to be essentially infinite. It's not really about money at his level. He and his kind can do anything. Hughes sits and reads. The document is a scientific paper purportedly authored by Hughes himself, with various of his fellow researchers co-authoring, including 2 who should be in this room now. Hughes doesn't recognize the paper's title or content, but that's nothing special in his line of work. The text is written in his own formal, academic style, so he has no reason to doubt its authenticity. It's a brisk read, very dense and to the point, written for a target audience of other memetics scientists. In the abstract, it announces the observation of a new, titanically powerful and dangerous anti-memeplex, provisionally designated SCP-3125, for which the authors plan to seek Apollyon classification. The main body of the first page describes 8 different phenomena, most but not all of them anomalous, most but not all of the anomalous ones controlled by the Foundation and having SCP designations. From a cursory glance, the phenomena appear to be totally unrelated, either to one another or to the proposed SCP-3125. Hughes suspects he could derive the implied link between them, given a few minutes, but elects to read on. He flips the piece of paper over. The whole document is just 2 sides of A4. The other side is mostly mathematics. There's one graph and one equation, and a brief technical description of 2 highly novel memeplectic transformation procedures, which the authors dub amplification. Then there's something like a jump scare in text form. There's a crucial logical leap, and for Hughes, the arrival of comprehension is so blunt, so sudden and frightening that it physically startles him. Even knowing that the word Apollyon was on the table, even primed to expect something extremely nasty on this side of the paper, he recoils and swears. Nobody else says anything. They wait expectantly for Hughes to gather his thoughts and draw some conclusions. He reads the rest of the paper, figuring out what it's going to say almost alive as he reads it. As he reaches the end, the initial shock hasn't worn off. The sheer scope of SCP-3125 is a significant distance beyond his current comprehension. He's had a glimpse of it through a keyhole. He would need time in front of a computer to play with the results to get a grasp of it. No, he needs to build filters first, the equivalent of lead-lined gloves, to let him manipulate this radioactive idea complex with some degree of safety. He feels like it may have glimpsed him. Apollyon classification is reserved for highly destructive active anomalies which are functionally impossible to contain, something past Keter. An Apollyon-class anomaly is an anomaly more or less guaranteed to ultimately destroy the world, no matter what is done to stop it. The only thing which can avert that particular XA-class scenario is if something else, likely some other Apollyon-class anomaly, destroys the world first. Their relative threat level is measured not in material containment resources, but in inevitable years. Off the top of his head, Hughes would put that figure as a single digit. He says that this is it. This is the one that's going to kill them. It's bizarrely liberating. He looks around the table and asks if they obtained Apollyon classification. 058, however, says no. The current thinking in the Overseer space is that Apollyon classification is a confession of defeat. It's bad for morale. It cultivates defeatist attitudes. Aside from the special classifications, Keter is considered the top of the hierarchy as of right now. All extant Apollons are likely to be re-evaluated and reclassified Keter over the next year or so. He asks what Hughes thinks of it other than that. Hughes asks if he wants containment procedures, as they must have had this conversation a bunch of times before. 058 tells him to imagine it's their first time. Hughes stares darkly at his paper. He says that they could exterminate all intelligent human life. If there are no sapient hosts in this universe, SCP-3125 can't incarnate. There's a fairly stunned pause. Yes, Marion says. He's pitched that approach before. She doesn't think any of them here have ever been completely sure if he was serious. Hughes says that he's completely serious that they could do it, and completely serious that it would work. Their mission statement is secure, contain, protect. Somewhere down the line, they should really look into adding and keep as many human beings alive as possible to that. Graves says that it's implicit that humanity is what they protect, but Hughes counters that they secure the anomalies, contain the anomalies, protect the anomalies. How does it scan otherwise? Marion remarks that they're getting off topic, and they're not exterminating all sapient life. Hughes says that they could immediately terminate and suppress all memetics and antimemetics research worldwide. They would have to systematically dismantle the whole scientific field forever. Stop all the experiments, scrap all the research, brainwash all the researchers. If nobody actively researches this field, nobody will ever find SCP-3125. It stays buried in the farthest reaches of ideatic space indefinitely, like radioactive waste. He looks up at the ceiling. The problem is interesting. He continues by saying that, ironically, the most practical way to do that would be to develop an artificial meme, one which encodes the idea that memetics research is intrinsically worthless and harmful. Enrich it with religious or pseudoscientific virals and release it to the general public. A year after it got out, they'd be tearing their own labs down. Unless the Antimemetics Division's institutional immunity to that kind of external threat was strong enough to stand up to the pressure. Interesting scenario. Even if they don't go in that direction, they should definitely think about wargaming it in simulation, see what outcomes are likely. Marion interrupts him, but he says that hiding wouldn't work. It could be introduced externally or occur naturally. Marion interrupts him again and says that they know, as that's already happened. SCP-3125 is incarnating as they speak. They're in what he called the foreshadow. It's here. She's referring to predictive models which Hughes must have created himself during prior meetings, models with which he doesn't have time to familiarize himself. Still, he gets it. He wishes he didn't get it. His fear comes from a completely different place from most people's. The sheer alien scale of the adversary is enough to intimidate most into petrified submission. From a cursory read, SCP-3125 looks like a nightmare scenario. It's going to turn human civilization into something beyond Hughes' ability to imagine. But that's every Monday in this job. And in any case, Hughes doesn't have much of an imagination. He is intimately familiar with almost the entire SCP database, and he's a world authority in anomalous containment. The few areas of science he doesn't have genius-level ability in, he has trusted colleagues who do. They are all solved problems, locked boxes. This is different. He has more ideas, but there is, mechanically, no way to start working on the problem. It would eviscerate him the moment he tried to comprehend the entire problem. He'd need to design and build the box while already inside the box he was building. He would need to box the universe. He looks around the room's walls. They seem to be holding up. They could hide in units like this for the rest of their lives, their whole species, while SCP-3125 roamed their reality unchecked, like a plague. He declares this to be the exterior of the containment unit. Done. No reaction. He says that he doesn't think they can do it. If SCP-3125 is live in consensus nominally right now, the game is over. He doesn't care if Apollyon classification lives or dies. From where he's sitting, this anomaly is functionally uncontainable. His team and him may have said something different on prior iterations. He could be in the wrong headspace to see the answer. They're all different people from day to day. No, 058 says. He says the same thing every time. Hughes asks if that's it then. 058 says that the objective of the Foundation is protection. In the majority of cases, this involves the secure containment of anomalous entities, the establishment of special containment procedures such that such entities can be kept safely and indefinitely. Standard guidance is against active neutralization and to avoid destruction at all costs. Everybody in the room is aware of this. However, senior Foundation officials such as him have the right to waive that guideline under certain narrow conditions. He is exercising that right. He deems that in their reality, SCP-3125 cannot coexist with human civilization. They're going to destroy SCP-3125 forever. He asks if that changes Hughes' outlook any. Hughes calls them special neutralization procedures. His expression is worsening by the minute. 058 adds that he knows that neutralization is generally considered easier than mere containment.
Hughes replies that when he first joined the Foundation, he asked his mentor, who retired many years ago, "What's the biggest anomaly we've ever contained?" That he was cleared for, he meant, of course. And he told him about a very old rumor he once heard, back in his earliest days when he was just starting out. The rumor was that Abrahamic religions had not always been monotheistic. Originally, there were 3 capital G gods, and sometime in the past 150 years, the Foundation had killed 2 of them. Hughes believed him. He was very young and inexperienced and naive and kind of in awe. It wasn't until years later that he thought back to the conversation and the fact that he'd never heard that rumor or anything like it from anybody else and realized he had been bullshitting him. And now it's decades later still, and modern meme-plectic technology is 100 billion times more advanced than it was back then, and he built 30% of it, and he looks at what the Antimemetics Coalition handles on a quarterly basis, and he knows better than anybody on the face of this earth what is or is not possible. He trails off. They're all waiting expectantly for him to say something. He can't get there. He's in the wrong frame of mind. Maybe he's in denial. Maybe the solution is an idea he doesn't want to take on board. How ironic. He asks them to just tell him what he said. 058 replies that his team suggested that just because SCP-3125 is the most powerful meme-plectic threat ever observed, doesn't mean it's the top of the hierarchy. He suggested that it would be possible to synthesize an idea an order of magnitude still more powerful than SCP-3125, specifically designed to neutralize SCP-3125, and under their control. A counter-meme. Hughes hazards that it could be possible, but it would be insanely dangerous. It would require tremendous resources and 10 to 20 years of real-time work, completely uninterrupted. To avoid observation, they'd need to be hermetically sealed away from the exterior universe for that entire time. They'd need a lab as big as a launch arcology. He then pauses. His brain has just caught up. He realizes the context in which he's saying these things, and he's been working for the Foundation for a long time. "It's done," he says. "The lab has been built. It was built decades ago, in secret, and they put their best researchers inside it, and now the work is done. That's what they're meeting for now. They're ready to go. They've figured out how to deploy the countermeme." He exclaims that if he's right, that's brilliant, and asks if he's right. Marion says that when he joined the Foundation, he was taught that a day would come when he would have to, with very little preparation, sacrifice much or all of his existence to protect what most needs protecting. He's worked here for 30 years, and all of that time he knew that that sacrifice would be in his future someday. They were all taught the same thing. It feels to Hughes as if a shadow falls over him. He looks at Michael Lee, his director, who hasn't spoken yet. Lee says that he's right that the lab is built. Construction was completed in the last 48 hours. The construction crew has been amnesticized and dismissed, but the work hasn't begun yet. That's what today's about. Hughes realizes that that's where his people are, and Lee says that they're in the bunker, waiting. They have his cover story prepped. They're faking his death. It's time, and he's going under now. Hughes doubts that. Lee says that his team volunteered. They're good people. But Hughes replies that like hell he volunteered for this. Any prior version of him who agreed to this was a goddamned moron, and he disavows his opinions. This is a prison sentence. He doesn't want to spend 20 years not able to see the sun. He doesn't want to be buried alive in work. He's about to say that he has family, but he trails off and stares through the table, eyes defocused. He doesn't. There's still his sister. She's Foundation, like him, but he can't talk to her and she can't talk to him. They've tried. He says that this has a low probability of success. The time frames are bad. It's 2008, and SCP-3125 will be here by the end of the 2010s. Graves says that it has an excellent probability of success, better than 50%, if it's him. He produces a thick report, which presumably backs him up. Hughes peers at the document. He can see his own name on the cover. God damn it. 50% is good. If he were anybody else in this room, he'd seize the chance with both hands. Graves continues and says that he convinced them that this had to be done, and that he had to be at the center. He was prepared to make the sacrifice. He opens the document to a page in the back. The eyeball of his germ roves the page rapidly and finds the passage he wants. He quotes Hughes in his own words. SCP-3125 represents an omniversal scale threat. It threatens neighboring realities to ours. It threatens microverses within our macroverse. It threatens universes which embed ours as fiction. 058 interrupts and tells Hughes to think of it as a prison sentence, if it helps. Rescind his consent, if he'd like, but the next place he's going after this is the bunker. Hughes glances around the room's walls again. He makes it too obvious what he's thinking. 058 tells him that the door's locked, and he's not exiting until they're through here. Hughes asks them what the cover story is, and Graves explains that it will be a helium gas leak in S167B03312. The leak will be real. There's a forged body in there already, impossible to distinguish from a real one. They've tampered with his public schedule for the day, putting him in that room. 058 cuts him off and says that Hughes is stalling. He doesn't need to know any of this. Lee suggests that Hughes names somebody else, seriously, in the world who could stand a credible chance of solving this problem. Hughes says nothing. There's nobody. Really, nobody in the world. And he can do it. Lee presses him if there's anybody else, even if they didn't want to, who has the skills they need, who isn't already in the vault. The world shifts positions a little. Lee's standing now. Marion looks around alertly, gripping the arm of her chair. She has a fountain pen in her fist, uncapped. It's like she just remembered something. 058 glances at her, puzzled at her reaction to, apparently, nothing. Hughes doesn't notice anything. Hughes says that it's just him, and Lee says that's good enough for him. Marion then says to hold on a second, and Lee pulls a gun out of nowhere. Hughes's germ's enormous pupils shrink to violet pinpricks. This is no part of any plan. Everybody in the room knows it. It's a real gun. It's impossible that he could have it. Marion starts to rise out of her chair. Her own sidearm is locked in a box outside. Lee aims at Bart Hughes's chest and fires twice. The first round pierces him in the lung. The second round, fired as Hughes collapses, nicks his laptop screen, which is bulletproof, and ricochets up into the meeting room wall. Lee turns, now aiming at 058. He gets 2 more rounds off, each causing an ear-splitting electronic shriek and a flash of luminous green light as 058's protective ward absorbs the energy. Marion lunges at Lee from behind his gun arm, deflecting it upwards with one hand while plunging the fountain pen into his throat with the other. Lee struggles. Marion pulls hard, opening his throat all the way up. Lee's fingers loosen and she spirits the gun away. Lee gurgles in agony and stumbles backwards, clutching futilely at his wound. He smashes his head. Well, the germ he's wearing on his head, against a glass meeting room door and slides down it into a spreading red lake. He's neutralized. There are 2 seconds in which nothing happens. 058's eyes meet Marion's, and he asks her thoughts. She says that Michael Lee was compromised, but she doesn't know how. She makes the gun safe, holsters it, and vaults over the table to check on Hughes. He's dead, she finds. Graves is dead too. When in the hell did Graves get hit? What just happened in this room? This whole site could be compromised from top to bottom, she says. 058 begins to say that he has follow-up questions, but a bolt of lethally intense heat and light interrupts him, scorching the wall behind his head. He ducks. Marion turns to track the source, aiming the gun with bloody hands. Something is lasering its way in through the containment unit airlock. It's a powerful laser, wielded with robotic precision. It's happening almost too fast to see. 058 says that it's his personal security, having heard the shots. Marion tells him to call it off. If this unit is breached, SCP-3125 is coming for all of them. 058 replies that the unit's hermetically sealed. He can't send any kind of signal until the doors open. The airlock then splits and is torn away in segments. An enormous glass-black armored mechanoid looms in the gap, crouched to peer into the room. It looks exactly as if 058's limousine got up and started walking. It's still impossible to guess whether there could be a human pilot inside it. Behind it, in the distance, Bachner is immobilized, sealed to one of the staging area chairs with a sizable glob of transparent orange glue. She screams for help. For Marion, it feels as if a black wave rolls over her, pouring into the containment unit from outside. She drops the gun and raises her hands. Being found holding the smoking gun isn't likely a good look, and she doesn't know for sure what heuristics, human or electronic or otherwise, control the mechanoid. It could be prone to making bad decisions. 058 tells it to stand down. It stops moving, but its single laser doesn't, flickering as fast as the eye can follow between 4 motionless targets: Marion, Hughes, Graves, and Lee. It's waiting for movement. Lee, not completely dead, twitches. The laser pulses once in retaliation, atomizing his head and germ. The laser settles down to a shorter pattern, looping between the 3 remaining targets. Marion doesn't move a millimeter. 058 yells again for it to stand down, and this time it seems to hear him. The laser clicks off and settles into a neutral position. Marion relaxes and says again that Lee was compromised. She hurries to the back of the room, where a medical kit is mounted on the wall. She says that they need to get him out of here, and then they need to sterilize the site. He asks when it was compromised, and by whom. He was given to understand that SCP-3125 rendered its victims wholly bodily subordinate to it, biologically incapable of doing anything but propagate its core concepts, but Lee was still high-functioning. Marion says that they've miscalculated something. She throws most of the kit aside, keeping only a strangely shaped capsule with a thin nozzle and pink fluid inside. 058 asks about the gun, as they were all searched on entry. Marion doesn't know. She can think of several ways to get the gun into the room undetected. It could have been planted in the restroom by Lee on a prior visit. Bachner could be complicit, perhaps others. She thinks there's an extremely strong chance that the 3 members of Hughes' team have been murdered too. It's all academic now. She applies the capsule to her right wrist and infuses the first half of the dose. It's fast-acting chemical amnestic. She hopes that splitting 1 dose between the 2 of them will be enough. 058 asks if this is the part where SCP-3125 makes an appearance. He certainly feels something in his head, or his germ, he should say. Marion agrees and tells him to roll up his sleeve. He'll need to deactivate his shield for a second. He obliges, and Marion gives him the rest of the drug. She sorely wishes the shields were standard issue, but they're exceptionally hard to come by, and there are serious controversies and side effects associated with them. Outside, Bachner has been gurgling and starting to speak in tongues. Now she screams again. When Marion looks, something long and dark, sharp as a javelin and bifurcating into filaments, descends from somewhere in the ceiling of the warehouse. It curls around the chair Bachner is glued to and lifts her up into the air. A second thin feeler makes an appearance. It probes Bachner's glue-covered midsection, curiously, and then pushes itself through her, like a pin through paper. She wails, liters of blood gushing out and splashing to the floor below her. The feeler withdraws, then makes a second hole beside the first, and continues in that fashion. More spider legs impale 058's mechanoid bodyguard and pull it away from the airlock, rapidly dissecting it into sparking pieces. The last flashes wildly as the machine dies. It's no use. In the distance, a site-wide containment alarm starts up. It's a memetic threat, 058 says, mostly to himself. He asks where the arachnoforms come in, but Marion just asks if he has alternate transportation. He says that there's an escape pod in S167B02101. As he says it, Marion writes it down on her hand with her bloodied fountain pen. She asks if he's sure and if there's a code for the door. 058 lists 5 digits and clutches his head. His germ is twitching unhappily and changing color and texture, as if an infection is spreading across its pale blue skin. He says that he can feel it, like steel jaws. It's most unpleasant. Marion tells him that they need to get to the escape pod. There's nothing else that matters. They don't need to remember why. Spider legs reach into the airlock and begin tearing the room to pieces. They're fast-moving and grabby and angry. They know there's something important inside, but they can't get to it. The skull bone is too strong to be broken apart. 058 doesn't have much field experience. The amnestic is blurring his thoughts. He says dozily that he's deferring to her to lead on. Marion takes his hand, Lee's gun in the other, a decent amount of ammunition left. She's done this before. She doesn't know it. The warehouse ceiling starts to cave in. But what is it? Where is it? What does SCP-3125 look like? Its motivation, its origins, its modus operandi. How much of that can be known? Does it have to be known to solve the problem? Does it matter how intelligent the intelligence is once it's inside the box, once it's checkmated? And what actinic, mind-wrenching form could the counter-meme take? How could human hands assemble something so devastatingly powerful and hold it steady? What human mind could wield it without exploding from the inside out? What would deploying that concept in anger do to human eidetic space? How far out from the solution is modern memetic science? A year? A century? What insane impossibility has Hughes just committed himself to? He doesn't know anything. He knows Site-167 is coming apart, and something violent and psychotic is flooding its corridors and its people. A livid, roving swarm which makes every human into the worst possible thing a human can be. A thing which stands wrong, which looks wrong, colorless and furious. He races down the corridors and then down ventilation shafts which will take him deeper. He's small, and he has quick, slippery locomotion. He can make it. He can lock himself in. He doesn't know what a germ needs to survive. All he's seen is the cages. He doesn't know Bachner's care routine. Does it live in water, in C. gigante's blood plasma? Is it fed a formula? He needs to reverse engineer his own biology before he starves. He doesn't know the model of his mind. It hurts to think. But he can think. Chapter 14. Blood, Brain. There's no day-night cycle. Something like a week into his trek, Adam realizes that he can perform an experiment. He selects a building with a high ceiling to sleep in, a library. Before turning in, he sets up a Foucault pendulum. He suspends a heavy rock by wire from the ceiling and sets it swinging. The following morning, the slow pendulum is still swinging, and it has precessed. It's swinging at about a right angle from the mark he made before he went to sleep. That means the world is still spinning. On reflection, he doesn't know if it proves anything. It's not clear whether the sun or the moon still exist, or any celestial object at all other than the red-black eye socket at the horizon. The eye never moves. It casts long, threatening shadows while being bright enough to blind Adam whenever he has to walk in that approximate direction, which is about half the time. Regardless of the physical evidence, it doesn't feel as if he's walking on a real Earth, or fully awake. He feels like an ant crawling across the face of a rough-hewn monolith, crawling into and out of the runes chiseled into the face of that monolith, runes which form an unstoppable, apocalyptic mythology. He has migraines, and there are blotchy, multicolored zigzags in his vision by the end of most days. He feels as if the whole world is perpetually dropping away from beneath his feet, like he and it are both plummeting into an abyss. He has not been caught yet. The violent phenomena Ulrich warned him about have not appeared, which makes him feel increasingly lucky and nervous. He carries a looted gun, which he's practiced with a little. He's a better shot than he would have guessed, using his right hand alone. His left hand, the mangled one, does nothing but shake. He has to keep it clutched to his chest when shooting. The gun gives him less reassurance than he'd like. It feels as if, were he to end up in a situation, it could metamorphose suddenly from a working firearm into a fiddly, metallic liability, an explosive distraction in his pocket. On occasion, on the horizon, he sees a skyscraper-sized figure stalking past. He holds still, or hides, and it doesn't see him. Other than that, the world is seemingly deserted, standing empty, like an overturned car in a muddy ditch. Open doors, lights still blinking. Adam feels detached, lucky, guilty. He keeps away from cities. He has not, yet, come within eyeshot of a sarcophagus. Ulrich was evasive in describing them, and advised him in the strongest possible terms to stay away from them. But on another night, he selects a bad place to camp, where the wind and the local geography funnel the noise from one of the sarcophagi up to him from the valley. The noise, despite its faintness and distance, cultivates such intense and intolerable nightmares that he has to get up, pack up again, and walk further away, as many more miles as it takes. The noise creates, in him, things which he dearly wants not to be flashbacks. He goes into a shop, and along with packaged food and bottled water, steals a cheap digital wristwatch. It has a date function. Today is Monday, the 17th of April. It's just gone lunchtime. Time is still passing. On some level, all of this is factual. It's happening. And if it's really happening, then what? There is no longer any ambiguity about what specifically is happening. Not in Adam's mind, or in anyone's. The world has long since passed through SCP-3125's antimemetic boundary layer and into its radioactive core. There is no longer a need for SCP-3125 to pretend that it is not what it plainly is. What else could it be? What difference could it make now? What could oppose it? It stands there in plain sight. Adam sees it. All of conscious reality sees it. It's happening everywhere, to everyone. It's not physically possible to conceive of anything else. There is no worst-case scenario than what's happening now. There's no race against time. There's no ticking clock. There's no last second. The last second was years ago. There's nothing to avert. This is it. The final game position. The highest and most refined form of human civilization. This is the shape of the next million years. SCP-3125 stands there, monstrous, casual, and indifferent. And Adam is alone with his thoughts for a long period of time, and has little else to think about. And he wrinkles his brow, and he blinks a long blink, and looks again, and he realizes what it was that he wasn't seeing. SCP-3125 is standing there, like a human stands. He reaches Site-41 at the beginning of May. His body clock has wandered far out of skew by this point. It's technically around midnight when he first lays eyes on the place. There is a protective field surrounding it, stamped into reality by the detonation of the antimemetic warhead, radiating out a few hundred meters beyond the site's perimeter. It's a psychological repulsion, not a physical one. A thick bulwark of irrelevance. There's nothing here. Just keep walking. Despite being warned about it, Adam succumbs to the effect. 30 minutes walk down the road, he double-checks his map and realizes what's happened and turns back. This happens a second time. On the third attempt, he makes it through. Dead reckoning and willpower. For some reason, he had been imagining an ancient, dramatically overgrown ruin, but the containment breach which led to the site's destruction happened only 18 months ago, and the bomb blast which concluded the outbreak was figurative, not physical. About a third of Site-41's main building has been torn down, but the rest is perfectly intact and unmarred. Mother Nature has not reclaimed it. Gnarled trees are not sprouting from the damaged side. Adam exhales. There is a still, safe atmosphere about the place. It's as if Site-41 has its own cool microclimate. It's easier to think. Even the light here is fractionally yellower, more natural. The site's main entrance is sealed with steel doors, but Adam circles around to the damaged side of the building and is able to effect entry over the rubble. He moves at a medium-slow pace. He can't afford to blunder into anything, but if he goes too slowly, he knows he'll overthink the situation and become scared and have to retreat all the way out of the building. The late Daisy Ulrich promised him that the site was safe. She then went to rather disconcerting lengths to explain precisely what safe meant. No entities capable of spontaneously, actively harming a person. No entities in need of active, dynamic containment procedures. A safe SCP can be left in a dark, locked room indefinitely with no risk, she explained. A nuclear bomb is safe, she said, giving the canonical example. Well, he replied, up to a point. The site is safe, he tells himself, creeping forward. The most dangerous things he's going to find are rats and... He jumps back, aiming his flashlight at a frightening shape. Corpses. The corpse is seated against a corridor wall. It's clutching a combat knife, which it seems to have buried up to the hilt in its own inner thigh, opening a gushing artery. Adam backs up against a wall, unable to look closely at the body, but equally unable to let it out of his eyesight in case it does something. He feels faint. It doesn't help that at exactly that moment, the fluorescent lights in the corridor come up, triggered by his movement, giving him a much better look at the scene. The scene is about as bloody as any suicide can be. "No, thank you," he says. He backs up. He backs all the way up the corridor and through the ruin to the virulent red place which passes for daylight, and there he throws up. It takes a long time to talk himself back into it. He finds many more bodies. Some of them are in groups, having died during violent altercations or during more complex scenes which Adam cannot fully parse. Some of them are dismembered or just scattered pieces. Some of them appear to have been dead for significantly longer than the rest. They are little more than wafer-thin skin wrapped around skeletons, and there are strange things written on the walls beside them. Adam never works out why. There's still power. There's running water. At first, nearly every door he meets is locked, but he steals his nerves and returns to each of the dead Foundationers in turn and retrieves their keys and security passes. Soon he has the run of the place, with only a few highly secure control rooms and containment units denied to him. At this point, his task has become open-ended. If Hughes is not somewhere on Site-41, which he almost certainly isn't, Adam needs to find information leading to his true location. He needs data. He collects devices, phones and laptops and computer terminals, Foundation built with chunky form factors. Most of them need passwords or pins which he can't get, but a few can be unlocked using security passes or biometrics, which he can get if he carries the device back to the relevant corpse and presents their face or finger to the scanner. The devices still have power, too. Adam is unable to find anything resembling a battery readout on any of them. He is slowly learning a key lesson. The Foundation builds things to endure. And though the Foundation as a group of people is absent, the physical systems they built are still here, and functioning, and ready. The SCP database is the most obvious icon on every device's home screen. Ulrich told him to look out for a particular sigil, concentric circles with 3 inward-pointing arrows. Inevitably, like an uncounted number of newcomer Foundationers before him, Adam loses a significant number of hours browsing the entries. The Foundation has a specific and recognizable house style, which is to describe even the most mind-bogglingly weird anomalies in absolutely mundane, factual terms. Even heavily redacted. Different users see different amounts of redaction, but there is plenty of data which he can't access no matter whose identity he uses. It makes for bizarrely compelling reading. Hughes is mentioned numerous times in the database. He seems to have multiple overlapping research specialties, and is credited in many entries as a containment architect. Adam takes detailed notes, assembling a picture of the man's career progression, and then randomly stumbles into the Foundation's own personnel records for Hughes, which line up almost exactly with what he just worked out. There are huge holes in the personnel record. The last entry relating to Hughes' actual activities is in 2007. And then in 2010, after a gap of years, there's a final note, a single, unauthored sentence. It appears that those who know Hughes' fate meet it. End of file. Adam frowns at the unhelpful note for a long minute. It reads like a riddle. Adam was, for a long time, a crossword puzzle fiend, but it seems improbable to him that a clandestine organization like the Foundation would leave cryptic clues for one another, rather than clear, direct instructions. Which means the note is probably intended to be read simply and literally. Don't look for Hughes unless you want to meet the same fate. Adam tilts his chair back and stares at the ceiling, contemplatively. On the other hand, the note also means Hughes can be found. It's been done before. There's no day-night cycle, but he's worn out. His body is telling him that he needs to sleep. He sleeps on a sofa in an employee break room on the far side of the building from the Red Eye. There's a snack machine, and there are snacks in the machine, but he doesn't have any cash. He considers breaking the glass, but if he screws it up and cuts himself badly, there isn't a single doctor left in the whole world who could stitch him up. He considers, and rules out, looting the nearest corpse for $1. As he tries to sleep, something comes to him, an acute, anxious energy. It grips him by the shoulder. "Get up," it screams at him distantly. "You cannot rest. Do the arithmetic. It's all still happening. Move." He rolls over and ignores it. And it bothers him, intellectually, that he can ignore it. He wonders if there is some vital organ missing from his body. He should be quivering with anger and terror right now, yes? Why, in his heart, is he so calm? He looks at SCP-3125, whose very existence, on paper, should paralyze him with fear. He looks at what SCP-3125 is doing, which should fill every fiber of his being with furious purpose. And he looks at his own significance to the whole endeavor, and his own guesstimate of the odds. He does the arithmetic, and the product of all those factors rounds down to damn near 0. This isn't going to work. That's why. This has to stop. It has to end. Please. Curled up in his sleeping bag, eyes screwed shut, Adam Wheeler mutters to whatever may be listening. It isn't going to work. Near the site entrance, he can't figure out how to unlock the steel doors even from this side. He finds a security office with printed floor plans of the whole site. He crosses off the rooms he's visited and the rooms which are destroyed. Everything remaining is locked. Above ground, anyway. Underground, there are warrens of tunnels and dozens more containment units. And 30 floors below ground, a single incredibly large vault of unstated purpose. This final vault draws his attention in, magnetically. Ulrich assured him that the site was totally safe. As the freight elevator descends, Adam finds that a kind of anxious pressure is building above him. The air is rapidly getting warmer, and he's just realized that if the elevator breaks down right now, he'll likely be helplessly trapped and die. He shouldn't have used it. He should have used the emergency stairs. Too late. The elevator lands. There's an empty corridor. He follows it, drawn forward. There's an airlock at the far end, a wall of white metal big enough to drive a truck through. The airlock is closed, but there are 7 or 8 overlapping circular holes punched through it, making a combined gap which is easily big enough to admit a human. Beyond the airlock, there is a vast, dark space. Adam has climbed through the hole and walked 5 paces out into the darkness before he even thinks about what he's doing. There are shapes out there, illuminated by the scant light falling from the airlock corridor. Lumps which could be more dead people. Adam's own shadow blocks much of the light. He takes out his torch. It is absolutely silent down here, and the temperature is uncomfortable, making him sweat. The rest of the huge vault, as far as he can shine his light, is totally empty, but his torch is not powerful enough to illuminate a space this big, so it's hard to be certain. He advances. A loud tone is building in his ears as he gets closer. There are, he counts, 14 dead. 13 of them dead in a rough circle around a 14th, a woman lying flat on her back. Just outside of the circle, there is a military truck with the inert remains of a complex machine mounted on its back. This, Adam surmises, is the antimemetic warhead. There is a cable leading down to a control unit lying on the floor, under the hand of the dead woman. "Ah," he says, with a note of regret. So you're the one. Her security pass looks different from the others. It has a bright, diagonal stripe across it in red and orange. He takes it. There's a roaring in his skull. He can't see it clearly at first. Something is disturbing his vision, a gold-white spot in the corner of his eye, an artifact from the combination of extreme darkness and bright torchlight. He squints. It says, Marion Wheeler, Site Director. He stares at it for a long time, weirdly disoriented. He doesn't exactly know why. It is, of course, a very commonplace name. If he stopped to gawp at every other Wheeler he met, he would never get anything done. Still, she's the one with her hand on the switch. She's the one who ended this local outbreak. Out of every dead Foundationer on this damned site, she's the one who didn't die for no reason at all. He feels as if he should say a few words, but they do not come to him. He makes one quick circuit around the vault perimeter, scanning the floor and the wall, looking for anything interesting and finding nothing but construction tools and scaffolding. He returns to the airlock and then the freight elevator. He glares at it for a long, frustrated moment and then accepts that it would be unsafe to use it again. The emergency stairwell is perfectly well lit, but 30 floors is a mountain. 3 times on the way up, he has to stop to rest his knees. The site director's pass gets him everything. Every control room, every containment unit, every file. He gets the whole story. He puts the last piece in place. He leaves a note, following the same hopeless, diligent ritual as the rest of the Antimemetics division before him. He emerges from SCP-3125's inverted containment unit with extremely clear written instructions from himself to himself. He knows exactly where he needs to go. As he moves down the forest road away from the site, he reaches and crosses the edge of the antimemetic crater. He squares his shoulders, re-entering the presence of SCP-3125. His inner ear starts free-falling again. "Where were you just now?" Someone calls out to him. He stops walking. He squints into the intense light ahead of him, shielding his eyes. He can just about make out a figure standing there. The trees on each side of them rustle and move. They're too tall. Spider scrapers. A wave of dread hits Adam, followed closely by one of perverse relief. This is it. The unidentified man asks why can't he track him. His voice sounds faint. He says that Adam is so weak, it's like he doesn't exist. He just wasted 2 days trying to pick him up again, and asks what's wrong with him. Adam says nothing. The man is closer. He didn't walk, but the distance between them halves, and his voice is easier to hear, though he is still too bright to look at. His body structure blurs and flickers. "You're not one of them," the man says. "And you're not one of us. And you're definitely not the hero. You don't count for shit, memetically." He asks Adam why he's wasting his time on this, whatever the hell this is. He should just kill himself. It's not going to work. Adam knows that. The light collapses. The figure smashes into focus, becoming physical. It's a real human. A skinny 20-something, scruffy, uncut hair and a sketchy beard. He is shirtless, and there is a deep, black pit in his clavicle, a hole where he has clearly been very badly wounded. Blood has run down his chest, soaked his jeans and forearms, and dried black. Fresh blood is still coming, building up thick layers which shouldn't be possible. Adam doesn't spot the second hole in his gut, obscured by too much blood. Adam is trying to keep his expression neutral, but he knows it isn't working. He can feel his left hand, his bad hand, starting to shake. A part of him still wants to ask the guy why, but there is no possible answer. The man explains that this is what the human race really is, spreading his hands to gesture at the whole world. We lied to ourselves that we could be better for thousands of years, but this is it. This is what we've always been. We've never been anything else. Adam begins to say something, then stops, suddenly remembering something. He claps his left hand to his chest, draws with his right, and shoots. It's a good shot, a lucky shot. It takes the man directly in the eyeball and blows out the back of his skull. He falls, twisting as he falls, landing on his broken face. Adam gasps, remembering to breathe. He almost drops his gun, but he gets a tighter grip on it, keeping it aimed at the blasted ruin of the man's head. He wants to throw up, but he controls himself. In through the mouth, out through the nose. He's okay. Let him talk for too long, he says, apologetically. He pulls out a Foundation brick phone from his pack. He pushes some buttons, entering coordinates, and then retreats far down the road. He retains visual contact with the dead man for as long as possible, then turns away and kneels, placing the phone on the road beside him. Following the detailed instructions he found in the control room, he grinds his palms into his eyes and presses his face against the ground. And he says, Eloni Zenore. Fire. The orbital laser strike comes diagonally. It lasts for a split second and is easily bright enough in the visible spectrum to have instantly blinded him if he were looking. When Adam returns to the scene, there's no body left. Just a scorched ellipse of asphalt. He says, to the scorch mark, that he was going to say something along the lines of, "That's a lie. That's what he is. He's the lie." And if the bastard can regenerate from that, he's done for, well and truly. He looks up. The atmosphere isn't changing. The sky isn't returning to blue. There's still that heinous pressure. SCP-3125 remains the dominant force in the universe. But as he turns, hearing movement in the forest all around him, he realizes that the immense spider forms, he'd sincerely forgotten about them, they were standing there so quietly, are dispersing. Final chapter. Tombstone. All memetic horror aside, Adam thought Site-41 seemed like a pleasant enough place to work, at least above ground. Decently spacious, if unattractive offices, large windows, plenty of natural light, scenic forest views, safe. Site-167 is a hostile, sprawling industrial wasteland. 4 square kilometers of secure containment warehousing, research laboratories, and administrative offices. Adam is put in mind of a fossil fuel power plant. The buildings are grim, functional, and aggressively unattractive. There is no greenery. The ambient noise in the complex is a harsh roaring. It was built on a flat plain, and the wind races down concrete canyons and past sharp building edges. Just over half of the site, Adam discovers, has been erased from the face of the Earth by an orbital laser strike. There is an edge where the intact buildings and roads abruptly end, and beyond that edge there is nothing but blackened, level wreckage. Adam guesses that the laser shut down mid-redaction when the site's anti-memetic warhead was triggered, but he can't be sure of the exact chain of events. It doesn't matter. It doesn't significantly harm the odds. What he's looking for is below ground. Adam is at his limit. He has traveled too far, and he has been traveling for too long. He cannot exist in SCP-3125's universe for much longer, sane. It is all still happening, and the fragile responsibility of being the only one alive who can do anything to stop it is like a steadily tightening vice around his skull. He is exhausted, and slowly losing his vision to bright migraines and dismally lonely. No more detective work. No more sights. This needs to be the end. Between buildings 8 and 22E, there is a vertical access point, a 30-meter wide hexagonal shaft with a yellow gantry crane across its mouth. The shaft was used for lowering construction machinery and materials into the site's extensive underground complex. The shaft is so wide and deep that it has strange effects on the movement of air near its lip. It feels to Adam as if it's trying to pull him down. There are metal stairs lining the inner wall of the shaft. He descends and then follows his map into Site 167's underground complex. Unlike Site 41, this was certainly not a safe site. There are warning signs everywhere, many of whose symbols Adam cannot immediately parse. Very soon, he begins to encounter heavy bulkheads, sealed with electronic locks. Marion Wheeler's security pass opens them, every time. Containment Unit S167006183's airlock is identical to the one he encountered at Site 41, just as the architectural diagram suggested. The only difference is that this airlock is still visibly airtight. No holes. Adam swipes his card through the reader with a shaking hand. The door cycles open, revealing a sterile, white antechamber, stale atmosphered after years of disuse. He stands in the middle, waiting for the second half of the cycle. This is it. His heart is pounding. It's not good for him. He doesn't have a heart condition that he knows of. But how would he know? Every living cardiologist is in hell. He asks himself the final, worrying question for the final time. But if you're here, Dr. Hughes, and you've built the machine, and the machine works, why didn't you come out? He answers himself, as a kind of inoculation against the bad news he knows is coming. Because the machine doesn't work. Because you couldn't build it. Because you're dead. The inner door cycles open. The atmosphere in the vault is tropically humid and thick enough to taste. It tastes unpleasantly organic, like lymph or some other obscure bodily fluid. There are overhead floodlights, of which perhaps 1 in 10 are still shining. There is junk everywhere. To Adam's left, there is a rough semicircle of monolithic auto factory units, each 6 or more meters tall, with piles of fabricated junk around them. Furniture, tools, food containers, hard foam bricks, circuit boards, spools of fabric. To his right, stacked, stretching away along the long concave wall of the vault, are hundreds of empty shipping containers. He would have to walk for 10 minutes before he found one still containing raw materials. Ahead of him is a 3-meter tall wall of steel, which curves away to the left and right, enclosing almost all of the vault's floor space. Just visible over the top of the wall, heaving slowly under the weak yellow light, is an immense, sleeping organism. From here, Adam can only see the curve of its back, which is a glossy, moist black, mottled with green. It is round, almost spherical, like an ice cream scoop of liver taken from a human 2 kilometers tall and dumped into this enormous, Adam gulps as he makes the association, petri dish. Adam does not notice the meter-thick pipes which run from the auto factories over the edge of the dish and in, providing various necessary liquids. He does spot the tall towers arranged around the organism, spraying a translucent mist down at it from all angles. Suspended from the ceiling to the left and right, roaring continually, are ventilation units as large as houses. There is no one around. Adam clears his throat and addresses the room, as loudly as he dares. He asks if there's a Dr. Bartholomew Hughes in here. Nothing happens. The roaring of the ventilation units continues. The organism continues to heave slowly. Adam raises his voice somewhat, stating that he's looking for a machine called an irreality amplifier. It wakes up. The thing turns, pushing huge volumes of fluid around its dish, enough that a wave of it sloshes viscously over the side of the wall. It lurches up to the wall. As more of it becomes visible, it becomes clear that there is little more to its body plan than what was already visible. Aside from stubby flippers, it is simply a huge, near-spherical lump of biology. It seems to peer eyelessly at Adam. Adam concludes that he does not wish to be here. He turns to leave, and is startled to discover that the airlock door has closed behind him, as silently as it opened. Ah. The airlock controls are to one side. He does not run, for fear of attracting attention with sudden movement, but he walks over, briskly, and pulls out his stolen security card again. As he's about to swipe it through the reader, a stringy red web lashes out from nowhere and restrains his wrist, preventing him from proceeding. Adam struggles for a second to pull his arm free, but the webbing is gluey and has a freakish rigidity to it, as if there are bones inside it. It won't let him move. He glances back, and doesn't get a good enough look at the organism's body to spot where the web originated. The organism has opened its eye now, a single eyeball tens of meters wide, which must account for a significant fraction of its body volume. It has a vivid, pink iris and 4 enormous black pupils. Its voice isn't truly audible. It arrives in Adam's head like maddening static, a mosquito's whine in stereo. It asks if he has it. Adam asks, has what? It says, no doctor, no machine. A thinner strand of webbing shoots out, attaching itself to the security pass in Adam's hand, plucking it delicately from his fingers. The strand withdraws and holds the pass in front of the organism's eye. It says, Wheeler. Adam replies that yes, it's something of a coincidence really, but he's cut off as the strand tightens, lifting him by his arm. He twirls uselessly, barely able to see what's happening. There is a blur of luminous pink, and he is plunged, screaming, directly into the largest of Bart Hughes's 4 pupils. The bunker was empty when he got there. His associates were missing. He was forced to presume them dead. And in a rare lapse of forethought, he had neglected to bite off one of his human body's fingers before fleeing the scene of the shooting. With no human tissue sample to work from, he had no way to clone himself a replacement body. He was, he realized, trapped. Marion had told him that, to protect the cause of the Foundation, he would have to sacrifice much or all of his existence. And she had only been reminding him of something which he had always known, intellectually. Still, he had not imagined this. And even if he had, he could never have imagined what this would be like, to experience from the inside. Several times, he came close to quitting. Dysmorphia alone almost killed him. But he had a duty. The problem had to be solved. He attacked it in his germ form for over a year. He developed tools for himself, computer peripherals and writing implements adapted for his short but dexterous tendrils. He built miniature chair analogs and other furniture. He developed for himself a little life, a fitness plan, some hobbies even. He slept in baths of nutrient sludge. Before the end of the first month, he had proven to his satisfaction that the counter-meme he was searching for existed beyond the comprehension of human intellect. A human being's mind would figuratively burst into flame upon contact with it. It was quite possible that their literal body would too, as a violent reaction to the profound, unalterable wrongness of every aspect of the universe around it. To create the counter-meme, he would need to start from a human carrier of a suitable, single-celled base idea, and amplify that idea artificially using a machine. By the second year, he had designed and built enough of the machine to know that the machine could not be built. Theory and practice were diverging too far. Tests were failing in troubling ways, which pointed to fundamental architectural misconceptions. His machine would not and could not do what it was designed to do. He scrapped all of his schematics. He needed a different approach. There is a struggling figure mounted on the back of his retina, drowning beneath yellow pinpricks of focused light, drawing oxygen from his bloodstream and firing back minuscule thoughts. The figure is losing his mind with fear and revulsion, though he is a little more resilient than he gives himself credit for, and he is adapting. "It's you," the little man manages to gurgle. "There's no amplifier. You're the amplifier." He sequenced and then reverse-engineered his own genetic code. He built life support equipment and re-architected the interior of the vault, which had always been the plan, if not to this extent. He refactored his physiology in stages over the course of years, until his brain was of a size and complexity to think monumental, radical, irreducibly complex thoughts. "But why didn't you?" the spec asks. "You could have opened the vault at any time. What were you waiting for?" Once, while exploring human eidetic space, he saw himself. He created a rudimentary memetic descriptor of himself, refined it, focused, guessed a little, and there he was, a complex of brilliant lights in the shape of a man, amid a swarm of similar people, living and dead and real and fictional. It was fascinating and sobering to see himself in that grand context, from that elevated perspective. He was tiny. He waved back. And when he saw himself, he came to understand what he was, what his role was. He was the mad, technical genius, the crazed inventor who architects the final weapon. But he was not the one to wield it. The spark, the base idea he needed to amplify, was not in his head, and was not in the vault with him. Mathematically, it never could have been. That was not the shape of things. It had to be delivered by someone else. The spec stops struggling. He has looked with some effort to his left and his right. He has now finally seen that there are other figures mounted here with him on the retina. Older figures who have mostly been interpolated into the membrane and no longer have independent life or thought. This causes him no small amount of alarm. He says, "By who?" Hold still. The spec's brain explodes like a diagram. There is a forest. There is a nice big house in the forest and a garden behind the house, a trimmed lawn encircled by tall conifers. There is a rough circle of chairs on the lawn and about 25 people seated or standing around or chatting in groups with drinks and burgers, and there is a queue for the barbecue. There is a tall column of smoke rising from the barbecue. It is an outstandingly beautiful day, and nothing terrible is happening at all. Adam Wheeler knows he is broken now, because he can't accept the scene. It's too sudden and too pleasant to be real. He feels normal, clean, and healthy. He gasps and almost cries when he realizes that his hand is back. Someone walks up to him, offering a handshake. "You must be Adam. It's a pleasure. Bart Hughes." Hughes is a very youthful 50, short and skinny, with thick-lensed, thick-rimmed glasses and a flurry of wild, graying hair. Adam shakes his hand, more or less automatically. In his other, he has a bottle of beer. "I work at the Foundation," he says. Obviously. Containment architecture, biomimetics, a whole mess of odd jobs. Adam replies that he was looking for him. Hughes just says that he found him. Good job. Adam asks what this is, and Hughes replies that he didn't think he'd remember. This is where they originally met, briefly. They shared about 10 words max, and he doesn't remember a single one of those words, and he barely remembers Adam either. But he remembers the barbecue, and he definitely remembers that he met him at the barbecue. So he figured it would be a more agreeable setting for the conversation they need to have. Adam doesn't recognize the scene, either the location or any of the people. Hughes leads him across the lawn and selects a pair of chairs in the sun. He sits and gestures for Adam to sit across from him. Adam does so, uneasily. Hughes rests his elbows on his knees and gathers his thoughts before he begins speaking. He tells Adam that he doesn't have the idea they're looking for, the seed for the counter meme. He's the wrong guy. He would know if he had it, as it would be impossible not to know. He would feel electrified by it, driven forward by the high ideal it represented every waking moment. It's what should have brought him here. He doesn't know how he made it here without it. Adam just says that he didn't know he was supposed to bring an idea with him. Hughes reassures him that there's no way he could have known. Nobody exterior to the vault knew. He didn't know himself until he was already locked in. This is normal. They form these plans, and something unexpected happens, and the plans go out the window. And under great pressure, they are forced to demonstrate creativity. Adam takes a deep breath and squares his shoulder. He asks where it is, and hopes that it's in North America. He doesn't want to have to go all the way back to Site 41, but he will, if Hughes can wait that long. Hughes is shaking his head. He says that he can't do it. Even if it was that simple, and there was just a place he could send him to collect it, like takeout, he can't carry an idea like this. He's never had that capability. He doesn't believe. He's never had to. He's the wrong guy. Adam asks where that leaves them. Hughes turns, looking meaningfully toward the barbecue itself. Adam follows his gaze. There is a woman tending it, with her back to them, chatting with the people in line for food. She seems to be the center of attention. Marion. Hughes says that she had it. To speak accurately, there's no singular it. It's a massively diverse phase space of possibilities. Millions of people in the world had different ideas which could have worked, but she was one of them. Was, as she died. Hughes turns back to face him. He hesitates, drinking some more beer while he chooses his words. He is not a medical doctor. He does not have anything which could be considered a bedside manner. He tells Adam that he's been examining his brain. There are layers and layers of damage there, and a lot of it looks deliberate. Some of it may even be self-inflicted. He has had memories suppressed and restored and falsified and erased again, and on top of that he's survived what should have been fatal exposure to SCP-3125, and he's been through a great deal of completely non-anomalous trauma. So he would be forgiven for not having worked it out by now. The hole in his life. Adam says that he knows that she and him were married at one point. Slowly, Hughes nods. Adam says that he got there eventually. It felt stupid and obsessive at first to draw that conclusion. Self-absorbed. But there were all these facts, and they all fit. At the end of the day, he had to accept it. Hughes asks him how he feels about that. Adam interlocks his fingers, distractedly. He doesn't know. He doesn't know if he wants to know. He's afraid to know. So what if they were married? What does that give him? It's over. It's all gone. Hughes just says, could be, and Adam asks what she was like. Hughes holds something out to him. It's an auto-injector pen, a stubby, luminous orange cylinder with a pointed cap concealing a needle. There is a fat, black Z printed on its side. Adam recognizes it. In fact, he recognizes it as his own, but he finds himself not able to recall where he acquired it, or for how long he has been carrying it. This drug, he knows, will kill him. It will make him remember everything. Everything. And this will kill him, as it does everybody. But he will remember. There is a kind of singing in his ears. The sunlight in the garden is blurring, smearing out. He catches Hughes's eye, and Hughes is smiling ruefully, and his eye has lit up, a scintillating gold-white point of light. This needs to be the end. There are long, long months of fearful migraine wandering. There is the face-to-face back in the school, mediated by the late Daisy Ulrich, so brief and extraordinarily painful that it registers like a gunshot. And then he is enmeshed within SCP-3125 again, complicit and actively engaged in a darkened, metallic hell. The drug makes it impossible to not think about what happened, to not stare directly at what he did. Time in there is dilated, stretched to subjective breaking point by the anomaly's mass. It seems to last tens of years. And then, the chisel. And after that, for 2 years, he is vacant. He is a suit wrapped around a torn, ragged-edged hole. And then there is Marion, at last, placidly tearing herself out of his life and him out of hers. And then it's hours earlier than that, the very worst moment, his awful sinking realization that she no longer knows who he is. And then it's 2 days before that. It's 6:15 in the morning, October, pre-dawn and freezing cold. Marion is at her car door, about to leave for work, but distracted by something important on her work phone, and Adam is lingering on the porch, seeing her off. He has a work trip of his own, tonight and tomorrow night, so this is the last time they'll see each other until... This is the last time they'll see each other. This is it. He digs his heels in, dragging the regression to a straining halt. He calls out her name. She puts her phone away and turns around. It's her. The whole of her. She is precisely the way he remembers her. She is the memory, iconic and brilliant. She smiles at him for a long, ridiculous moment. She asks if he gets it now, why she kept him away from all this. He says yes, and they kiss, and it's a classic, it's perfect, it's everything either of them remembers. He holds her tightly, and she hugs him back, head heights as mismatched as ever. He sniffs. She states that he's had a hell of a time. It's a simple fact. He says that he needed her. He didn't even know how badly. He didn't need her to help him, he just needed to stand aside and let her do the job instead. Her job is lunacy. He 100% understands why she tried to keep him out of this half of her life for so long, and he will never ask about it again. She looks up at him. It looks like she's about to say something, but the pain in Adam's brain makes itself known again, and he has to break off. The pain is forcing its way forward into the back of his eyes. The rate of regression is increasing again. Different memories from all parts of his life are clamoring at him now, and their combined volume is increasing, and it is becoming difficult to think clearly. Marion, though, is part of most of the memories. Not a constant. She has evolved and grown over years, but a common thread. He focuses on her. He tells her that he doesn't have a lot of time to bring her up to speed. This isn't real. They're both sharing Bart Hughes' mind right now. He doesn't know how much she knows, but she cuts him off and says that there's an antimemetic monster called SCP-3125. It killed her, and the Division, and the Foundation, and now it's occupying their whole reality. It ruins humans. It's the worst thing that's ever existed. There's no one left but him, and he can't stop it. He can't even look at it. Hughes needs an idea to amplify, So he took a lethal dose of biochemical nestic to reify her properly, because she was the best idea he had. Adam grins weakly, with great relief. His wife has caught up characteristically quickly. He says that they live in ridiculous times. She steps back from him and looks at him and at herself and at their fictional little scene, steadily brightening as the sun rises. She looks up at the unimaginably gigantic memeplex which she has to kill. Inside its maw, human existence, all humans and all things humans have ever done, said, thought, or been are burning alive. SCP-3125 is, in large part, the lie that SCP-3125 is inevitable and indestructible. But it is a lie. She feels it now. She knows in her bones that she is irreal, an animate memory, an ideal, an abstract. When she started to exist a few moments ago, she was mostly realistic, but she can feel flaws and complexity being stripped away from her. She can see the shape of the idea complex which Hughes is assembling around her. It looks familiar. It looks like a heavily reworked slice through the concept of the Foundation itself. The Foundation's noblest intentions and achievements, at least. The best purpose of its existence. To protect people. To swallow up all the horror. To manage it and understand it. To keep it under lock and key so that people don't have to be afraid. She looks up again and tells Adam that it's going to work. She can see all the way to the end from here. That's good, he manages. It's been a long time since he had good news. He falls to his knees. His skull feels as if it's splitting open. She kneels with him, taking one of his hands. He has seen things, and the things he has been forced to see are hurting him. SCP-3125 has been hacking away at his and her lives for far longer than he knew. They'd lost so much by the end. He had no idea. And it's not just him, he realizes. It's everybody. He needs to multiply this feeling by billions. He tells her that she has to end this thing. It has to be today. No more. She says that it's a different kind of existence up there. She's seen glimpses of it before, but she's never been there. She doesn't know what it's going to be like, but she knows she won't be a human anymore. She's already not real. She won't be able to come back. She loves him. There is a burning, corrosive sensation crawling across the surface of Adam's brain, a crackle like cellular automata. He says that he knows, and it's okay. There's going to be no one to come back to. It was good to see her. He loves her. Bart Hughes then says to stand back, and she stands back from him. She flexes what could be wings. Adam remarks that she used to sing all the time. It's the first thing it took away from them, but he remembers. The launch window opens. There is a kind of ignition, and Marion Wheeler's perspective shifts, and everything seems to shrink, and she is on the ascent. The part of SCP-3125 which was capable of communication has had its brains blown out. There is no longer anything to reason with. There is no quip. There is a song, but it's a song she sings for herself. The thing is titanic in its structure, brain-breaking in its topology. It comes from a space where ideas exist on a scale entirely beyond those of humans. Its wrongness and its self-consistent evil are so profound that it hurts to comprehend. At first, looking directly at it causes stinging actinic flashes in Marion's eyes, like ionizing radiation. But her perspective is still shifting, because she's still ascending. And as she ascends, ceasing to be human, she sees through the adversary, and comes to understand instinctively how it is structured, and how it is faulty, and how those faults can be attacked. It turns to face her. When they meet, what happens is less a fight than it is mathematics, an equation settling at the end of a long, painful stretch of working, a blizzard of cancelled terms. In the presence of wild light, vast tracts of SCP-3125, thought to meaningfully exist, prove not to. It is, in the new context which wild light provides, an ancient irrelevance. It folds up, limb after branching limb winking out of existence. It releases its grip on everything human. The mathematics is good. It happens in exactly the way Hughes modeled it, back in the bunker, using the memetic equivalent of fluid dynamics equations, taking thousands of processor years to simulate. After the finger limbs are gone, a livid red-green eyeball remains. The Foundation Wheeler Protection Abstract punctures it, lasering straight through it from front to back. A colorless shockwave spreads through the eyeball interior, another quiet canceling out, leaving bright vacuum behind it, not even particles. And all that is left from the collision is the balance, a final wild photon, outbound to the deepest limit of ideatic space, never to return. Epilogue. Champions of Nothing. 058 asks what they have learned. It takes him a significant amount of time to answer his own question. He speaks with a measured, level tone. He is in no hurry. They have learned that there is time missing from their world. Almost a year of extremely recent history. And there are spaces, significant spaces, in every population center which cannot be perceived or entered. The cities are routing around them, like mountains or radiation zones. And along with that time and that space, they have learned that there are enough people missing without any explanation whatsoever that if he spent the rest of his considerably augmented lifespan counting them, he could not count to that number. He pauses. And outside of the Noospherics division, no one, not a single person, is even aware of these thefts. Even those in the division who made this discovery cannot recall what happened during that missing time, and no one can enter that missing space. The gap in reality itself can barely be perceived. It is this shocking, blinding absence, this unknown unknown. They have learned, they cautiously hypothesized, that 3 to 4 years ago an unimaginable anomaly entered their reality. And then, sometime later, it left, taking all of that space and all of that time and all of those people with it. They do not know what it was or what it did. They have tried to find out, but the truth evades his best noosphericist. The question fights back, as if it doesn't want to be answered. And they do not know why the anomaly left, though his experts say that in the conceptual realm there is evidence, traces of what could have been a conflict. And in the distance, shining down on them, there is a great new star. He hesitates. Even he doesn't remember what happened, which he personally finds deeply alarming, because this is recent history. Like nearly everybody alive, he must have been there. In some respect, he must have gone through it. But if they have learned nothing else, they have learned this. Humans can walk away from and forget anything. Civilization can go back to normal after anything. He sits in contemplative silence for some time. He stares at nothing. He worries briefly that he really does know the truth, and that there is nothing anomalous preventing him from knowing it. That it's simple denial. But he won't say that aloud, even here. He wonders what the Foundation's role in this was. Were they witness to this anomaly? Were they the ones who defeated it? Did they resist, negotiate, participate. They are here now, intact. They are back. To what do they owe that? Did they hide or run? Do they deserve to be back? Have they that right? They failed in their stated objective. These people are gone, and it's useless to pretend that they aren't dead. They failed orders of magnitude harder than they've ever failed before, despite which they remain clandestine and unknown to greater humanity, which means that no one external to the Foundation can ever hold them accountable for their actions or lack thereof. If what happened at the O5 Council meeting yesterday is any indication, they will certainly never hold themselves accountable. What happened to those people? His people? Where are they? No one is just dead. No one is merely passively dead. Death is caused. SCP-055 cannot answer him. He continues, his voice rising. These things happen, and they say to themselves, never again, and 100 years pass, and they happen again. Last time, the time before this one, the time none of them remember, the time for which there is no evidence of any kind, but which he now realizes must exist. That time, when they told themselves and each other they must do better. What did they do differently from then on? And what didn't work? What does the Foundation need to be? Where does it need to be? And how far is that place from here? Can they see it from here? Or is this it? He does not know. And after leaving the containment unit, he knows he will not even remember the questions. Direct observation is harmful to Nima's species. Her mother died when she was a juvenile, killed instantly when a Foundation researcher took a close-up flash photograph of her face. The Foundation thinks her whole species is extinct, wiped out by infertility and disease as an indirect result of excessively close Foundation study. But they are not extinct. Some of them adapted. They fled across oceans and then inland. They grew thicker antimemetic armor. Nima is a fully grown adult C. gigantes, a massively vertically elongated quadruped, almost a kilometer tall at the shoulder. As 058's motorcade leaves Site 19, she is standing just beyond the site's perimeter, with a crumpled metaspider in her mouth. She is unable to perceive the motorcade or the site itself, any more than any human Foundationer can perceive her. They only barely walk the same earth. The spider is a 200-meter-long bundle of legs, eyes, and chitin, long body parts dangling from each side of Nima's jaws. The spider convulses ineffectually. It can't escape. It's the last one. The spiders were numerous and tasty, but the ones who walk very slowly have a broad diet. Nima bites down, biting through the last of the spider's legs, which begin an achingly slow tumble to the ground, accompanied by a gout of bug juice. Nima tosses the spider's mauled thorax in the air and catches it in the back of her throat. She gulps it down, mostly whole, still twitching. She raises her head and vocalizes triumphantly, a deafening, inaudible, infrasonic warble. The call carries all the way to her mate and children on the horizon.